we have none other than माफिया। कैसे हो आप?
बहुत बढ़िया इंसान भाई।
मुझे लगता है कि पूरी हमारी फ्री फायर मैक्स कम्युनिटी में लेजेंड लुक मैक्सिंग जो सबसे ज्यादा करी है वो माफिया नहीं करी।
माफिया ने करी।
चलो यार, ये प्यारी शर्मा गई। आप लोगों ने पिछला एपिसोड तो देखा होगा। आई होप आप लोगों को अंदाजा लग ही चुका है कि यहाँ पे मसालेदार चीजें होती है, ज्यादा मैं बोलूंगा नहीं। बट चलिए आज का दिन का पहला राउंड स्टार्ट करते हैं। राउंड 1, क्लेम योर ग्राउंड। आप दोनों को मैं सिंपल सा रूल बता देता हूँ कि कोई रूल नहीं है। मैं आपसे सवाल पूछूंगा, आपको जवाब देना है। तो हु वांट्स टू गो फर्स्ट?
माफिया भाई।
उनने बोल दिया मैं चले जाता हूँ, चलो।
क्या बात है लेजेंड। आपसे सवाल मेरा, iQOO टोटल गेमिंग में ऐसा क्या है जो ये हर बार जीत जाते हैं?
मेरे हिसाब से तो इनमें जो प्लेयर्स हैं चारों, और बाकी एस्टेक का तो देखा ही है, और शैंकी भी इनका ऐसा है कि वो अगर उस पर एक्सपीरियंस कम है ना, बट उसका आईक्यू लेवल वगैरह गेम सेंस बहुत सही है, तो इनको ऐसे आईजीएल की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ती, फीड नहीं करना पड़ता इनके प्लेयर्स को, खुद का सब दिमाग है, तो ऐसे ही प्लेयर बड़े स्टेज पे चलते हैं।
बट देन ऐसा क्या है iQOO OGxTSG में कमी की इतना बेहतरीन नहीं हो पा रहा है? कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ी सी कमी रह जा रही है, तो
एक-
कमी क्या है वो?
एक्सपीरियंस की कमी मैं मानूंगा, क्योंकि हमारे प्लेयर्स न्यू हैं, तो थोड़ा ज़्यादा मेरे को गाइड करना पड़ता है, इन गेम चीज़ें बतानी पड़ती है, ये करो वो करो। इनमें ये अच्छी चीज़ है कि ये खुद भी अपना दिमाग लगा लेंगे।
चलिए अच्छी बात है, आप लोग दिमाग लगा रहे हैं। और मैं चाहूंगा कि iQOO OGxTSG के खिलाड़ी भी गेम के अंदर, कि वो दिमाग नहीं लगा पाते हैं गेम के अंदर, वो भी गेम के अंदर बढ़िया से करें। तो टोटल गेमिंग में आप, फौजी भाई, डिलीट, और उसके बाद नाम आता है ऋतिक और लेजेंड की जोड़ी का। इनका भी एक भाईचारा कमाल का है। तो ऐसा क्या भाईचारा आप लोगों के बीच में है, और ऐसा क्या भाईचारा बाकी टीम्स में नहीं बन पा रहा है कि हमें उस तरीके के डुओज, उस तरीके के ट्रायल्स देखने को नहीं मिल?
क्योंकि हम सबको कोई फेम का नीड नहीं है, हमको कोई ऐसे मतलब कि हम पैसे के लिए नहीं खेलते। हमारा ऐसे कि भाईचारा अपना बनता है, हमारे को एक दूसरे पे ट्रस्ट था। हम किससे सामने से कुछ एक्सपेक्ट नहीं करते, वो सामने से हमारे को देता है सब कुछ, एक्सपेक्टेशन से नहीं चलता, वहाँ पे भाईचारा ऑटोमेटिक बन जाता है। ऐसे हम सामने से पोकरिया करें कि जो चीज़ हम है ही नहीं, तो फिर दोस्ती नहीं चलती है। इसलिए मतलब कि आपको एक दूसरे पे ट्रस्ट होना चाहिए मेन। बाकी लोग का तो मेरे को इतना आइडिया नहीं है कि क्यों नहीं चल पाती दोस्ती वगैरह, उनके प्योर्स मैंने नहीं देखा। बट हमारा तो एक ही, हमारे को एक दूसरे पे ट्रस्ट है, तो इसलिए हम इतने लॉन्ग टाइम पे साथ में हैं।
अग्री करोगे आप माफिया के जवाब से?
बिल्कुल सही बात। थोड़ा लाइफ में से सेटिस्फेक्शन मिलना चाहिए कि हम किसके साथ रह रहे हैं, किसके साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मेरा ये है पर्सनल, जहाँ भी रहूँ मैं खुश रहूँ, ऐसा नहीं कि ज़बरदस्ती किसी और टीम में जाऊँ। जहाँ पे हूँ मेरे को वहीं बेस्ट बनाना है।
ऑफर तो बहुत आए होंगे ना?
तभी कह रहा हूँ ना, मतलब कहीं और जाता मेरे को उतना खुशी नहीं मिलता, कंफर्ट भी नहीं मिलता, तो मैं जाऊँ मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि ऐसा आने वाले सालों में ऐसा ना फील हो कि यार फुकट वहाँ पे गया ऐसा करके।
कोई एक नाम बताना चाहोगे बड़ी और का, बड़ी टीम का, जिसने ऑफर किया?
नाम नहीं, मतलब
सब नहीं?
ऑलमोस्ट।
सब ने?
हाँ, एक टाइम पे।
टोटल गेमिंग में भी किया था क्या ऑफर?
मेरे को आइडिया नहीं, फौजी भाई देखते हैं प्लेयर
साफ।
ये मैं कुछ नहीं बोलूँगा इस बार।
माफिया, अब थोड़ा सा सीरियस सवाल मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ कि काफी लोगों के सवाल हैं, काफी लोगों ने काफी बार स्टेटमेंट दी है कि यार लेजेंड को रिटायरमेंट ले लेना चाहिए। क्या कहेंगे आप इस बारे में?
वही है, कॉइन के दो साइड होते हैं। एक साइड अच्छा होता है, मतलब एक साइड फैन का सपोर्ट है, तो दूसरी साइड हेट तो मिलेगा, क्रिटिसाइज करेंगे ही। अब फैंस चाहते हैं कि वो अपने फेवरेट टीम को ऑफिशियल्स में देखें, बाकी अगर वो डिलीवर नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, जो कि इस बार तो वो अच्छे से कर रहे हैं, तो इस बार आई होप सो कि वो मतलब जिस वे पे चल रहे हैं उसमें वो सक्सीड करे, अपने फैंस को पूरा सेटिस्फाई करे, और उनके फैंस उनको सपोर्ट करती हैं। अभी उनकी एज ही नहीं है, अभी तो रिटायरमेंट के भी तो मतलब अभी ऑफिशियल्स तो बहुत सारे खेल रहे हैं उनको। अभी तो बहुत अच्छा करियर बनेगा उनका, मतलब उनका तो बहुत पहले से अच्छा करियर है, उसको और ऊपर लेके जाना है, तो रिटायरमेंट का तो अभी कोई सीन ही नहीं है।
अग्री करेंगे आप माफिया के जवाब से?
करूँगा अग्री, और ऐसा है ना, जब खुद आवाज़ आए ना कि अब हो गया, तब तक खेलते रहो।
देखो ऑडियंस बोलती रहती है, तो उस टाइम पे कैसे आप उसको हैंडल करते हो?
ऑडियंस अगर कुछ मेरे को हेट करती है या फिर कुछ ऐसा कमेंट पास करती है ना, तो मैं ज़्यादा सीरियस लेता नहीं हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे को पता है कि मैं क्या हूँ और मैं कितना टाइम खेल सकता हूँ, या मेरे को क्या चाहिए अभी तक, अभी गेम में आगे। अगर हमारे ऊपर भी कोई देख रहा है ना हमको, तब तक हम गेम खेल सकते हैं आराम से, कुछ बिना प्रेशर लिए। बट जैसे ही वो चले जाएंगे तो अपना भी थोड़ा हार्ड हो जाएगा।
बट मुझे लगता है कि ऋतिक तो छोड़ने वाला नहीं है आपको। आपकी ऋतिक की जोड़ी तो यार जय वीरू की जोड़ी है। अगर इस बार वो ट्रॉफी ना आई तो क्या फीलिंग होगी, या कैसे क्या?
ये क्वेश्चन ही मतलब वेस्ट है। कुछ भी होता है, चाहे मैं फर्स्ट से लेके एक दिन, तभी मैं नॉकआउट स्टेज हूँ, मैं कुछ भी हूँ, मेरे को अपनी टीम पे पूरा ट्रस्ट है कि मैं मतलब इनके साथ जीता हूँ, तो मैं इनके साथ कहीं पे भी रह के खुश हूँ। मेरे को इनसे मतलब ये है कि मेरे को फर्स्ट ही चाहिए, फर्स्ट नहीं है तो टीम छोड़ दी, तो मेरी टीम के साथ मैं जीता हूँ, तो मैं अपनी टीम के साथ एक टीम से भी आके खुश हूँ। मेरे को मतलब ऐसा है कि मेरी टीम बस ठीक है साथ में।
ये क्या जवाब दे रहा है माफिया?
हाँ, मतलब पूरा
पूरा
प्रिपेयर हो क्या है।
प्रिपेयर हो गए, पीआर ट्रेन। कम्युनिटी में ना बहुत लंबे टाइम से एक डिबेट चल रही है माफिया और पहाड़ी की। आपका क्या कहना है? हाउ टू सेटल दिस डिबेट?
जैसे रोनाल्डो मेसी का होता है, तो मेसी ने वर्ल्ड कप जीत रखा है, ऐसे ही माफिया ने काफ़ी सारी ऑफिशियल जीत रखी है, और कंसिस्टेंटली मेरे को लगता है माफिया खेलता है, ऐसा को कभी उसका मेरे को डाउनफॉल दिखा नहीं है। मतलब अगर जो ई स्पोर्ट्स प्रॉपर फैन होंगे वो अभी अभी के टाइम पे माफिया को ही चूज करेंगे।
आप किसे चूज़ करोगे?
मैं भी माफिया को ही करूँगा।
अच्छा, बट आपको क्या लगता है कि यार हम बात कर रहे हैं पहाड़ी की, तो एसएटीएल एलीट में ऐसी क्या कमी रह गई कि वो क्वालीफाई नहीं हो पाए? बिकॉज़ 167 के आसपास का उन्होंने स्कोर लगाया था। सबसे ज़्यादा पॉइंट उन्होंने लगाए थे। ग्रुप ऑफ डेथ जब अगले सप्ताह का आया, वहाँ पे दे वर एट द बॉटम।
अब मेरे को पता नहीं उनके अंदर इन गेम क्या हुआ था, बट ऊपर से तो ऐसा ही दिख रहा था कि उन्होंने ज़्यादा कुछ ड्रॉप्स वगैरह चेंज किए और कुछ नया करने की ट्राई की है। मतलब अगर कुछ करना चाह रहे हो ना आप, तो पहले टेस्ट कर लो, मैं ये कहता हूँ। डायरेक्ट अगर ऐसी स्टेज पे करोगे तो मतलब हो सकता है ऊपर-नीचे, तो उनका उस दिन हो गया। बट आई गेस वही दिन-दिन का फ़र्क था, अब नेक्स्ट टाइम हमको वो दिखेंगे ही। पहाड़ी अभी थोड़ा प्रेशर में खेलता है, मेरे को ऐसा लगता है गेम में। उसको अभी फैन्स का जैसे हम लोग को बर्डन है, उसको भी अभी आ गया है बर्डन।
क्या iQOO टोटल गेमिंग ओवररेटेड है?
थोड़ी-सी है।
टीएसजी का पहला ऑफिशियल है, देखते हैं फाइनल्स तक जाएगी या नहीं जाएगी अभी।
आप ये कह रहे हो कि टीएसजी फाइनल तक नहीं जाएगी?
50-50 है।
हमारा ये पहला राउंड क्लेम योर ग्राउंड खत्म हो चुका है। अब बारी है हमारे दूसरे राउंड की। पिक अ कार्ड हमारा दूसरा राउंड है और दूसरे राउंड के लिए गेस्ट को बुलाना चाहूंगा, हमारे पेट। क्या बात, ये अलग वाइब में है, हमारे पेट बहुत ज्यादा वाइब में है। भाई पिछले एपिसोड में भी तुमने ये सब किया था। लेजेंड भाई उनसे कार्ड लेके मुझे दे दो यार। आ जाओ भाई, मतलब
दे दो बाबू, दे दो।
कैमरा मत घेरो इतना। थैंक यू, थैंक यू, बाय बाय। चलिए गाइस, मैं इनको शफल कर देता हूँ। मुझे भी नहीं पता इन कार्ड्स में क्या क्या सवाल है, और ये मैं कार्ड्स यहाँ पे बिछा देता हूँ। सिंपल से रूल्स है, एक कार्ड आप उठाओगे, मेरे हाथ में दोगे, जो भी सवाल होगा मैं आपको पूछूंगा। एक कार्ड आप उठाओगे।
एक को ही पूछोगे?
हाँ
तो मैं उठा रहा ना, वो माफिया को पूछो।
चलो, ट्विस्ट के साथ फिर हम ये कार्ड भी बांट लेंगे। तो यहाँ पे हु वांट्स टू गो फर्स्ट? आप उठाओ, माफिया से सवाल करूंगा। ऑलराइट, विच इज द मोस्ट ओवररेटेड टीम आपके हिसाब से?
मेरे को देख रहा है यार।
भाई
आंसर देना है।
हाँ, आंसर देना है भाई, वो देखना नहीं है।
टीएसजी।
एक ही आंसर है यार।
माफिया अब आप भी, बहुत सिंपल सा सवाल है यार। विच प्लेयर ऑन योर टीम गेट्स अंडर प्रेशर द मोस्ट?
अब थोड़ा कम हो गया, वैसे आयुष लेता था। मेरे को ही बैकफायर हो रहा है ये सब चीजें।
मैं क्लियर करना चाहूंगा कि ये ना कार्ड्स रैंडमली स्प्लिट हुए हैं यहाँ पे, बट पता नहीं सवाल ऐसे कैसे आ रहे हैं। आपकी टीम में सबसे ज्यादा बेटर प्रेशर कौन हैंडल करता है?
अगर सिचुएशन दी जाए तो गिल्ड वाइज ज्यादा खेल सकते हैं, चलिए आई थिंक सो, यस।
चलिए बहुत बढ़िया। माफिया एक कार्ड आप भी पिक कर लीजिए। विच टीम डू यू थिंक डिपेंड्स टू मच ऑन वन प्लेयर?
आई गेस फिर ऐसा है तो हेड हंटर्स हो सकती है, वो अर्श पे मेरे हिसाब से डिपेंडेंट है। बाकी उनके रशर और जो नेडर वगैरह है वो शॉट में उतना कुछ नहीं कर पाता।
इफ यू कुड स्टील वन प्लेयर फ्रॉम एनी टीम, हु वुड दैट बी?
मैं किसी भी टीम का स्नाइपर ले लूंगा, मेरे को रशिंग करनी है, कोई भी मिल जाए मेरे को कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। T1 में से कोई भी स्नाइपर ले लूं,
यार ऐसा क्यों?
मेरे को रशिंग भी करनी है, वो है।
आप दोनों ने बहुत अच्छे अच्छे जवाब दिए हैं यहाँ पे। आई होप हमारी जनता को भी अच्छा लगा होगा। बट गाइस, पिक अ कार्ड का राउंड हमारा यहाँ एंड होता है। अब बारी है हमारे तीसरे राउंड की, जहाँ पे कुछ कन्फेशंस हो गए। तो चलिए कन्फेशंस की तरफ, कन्फेशनल शॉट की तरफ चलते हैं। अब बारी है थोड़े से इमोशंस की, बिकॉज हर एक प्लेयर की लाइफ में बहुत सारी चीज़ें होती है, अप्स एंड डाउन्स होते हैं। तो मुझे आपसे ये डिस्कस करना है। लेजेंड, आई विल डायरेक्टली कट टू द चेस। सबसे पहले मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, एवरीबडी नोज लेजेंड हैज बीन इन द सीन फॉर सो लॉन्ग, लेकिन कुछ समय पहले एक ऐसा लो आपने देखा जो किसी भी प्लेयर को, किसी भी इंसान को तोड़ के रख देता है। आई वॉन्ट यू टू डिस्कस अबाउट दैट, अगर आप कंफर्टेबल है तो।
तो वो टाइम था जब मेरे को लगता था कि मैं तो भी खेल ही लेता था, भले कैसा भी था। मैं एक साइड से बोलने भी नहीं होता था तब भी मैं खेलता था।
हुआ क्या था?
ऐसे फेस का ही हुआ था, बट हाफ ऐसे पैरालाइज हो गया था, तो इधर की मूवमेंट नहीं होती थी कुछ भी, एक साइड की।
राइट साइड की?
हाँ, कहीं भी
आपका
मतलब
आधा फेस नम हो गया था?
हाँ पूरा। मतलब मैं पॉजिटिव सोचता हूँ, कुछ भी मेरे को होता है तो।
आप उस टाइम पे भी गेम खेल रहे
उस
थे?
टाइम में मतलब कुछ दिन मेरे को ब्रेक लेना पड़ा, क्योंकि थोड़ा देखना पड़ता है हेल्थ भी। हाँ, मतलब मेरा ऐसा है कि अगर जो हम सोचेंगे ना वही चीज़ आगे होती है। फैंस का पूरा सपोर्ट था, फैंस मेरे को मैसेज करते थे। ऐसे ऐसे टाइम पे मैसेज आते हैं ना, ऐसे टैग्स आते हैं, तो और मोटिवेशन मिलती है कि जल्दी ठीक होके वापस से खेलने जाना है।
आई होप कि ऐसे ही आप लोग खेलते रहो, ऐसे ही आपके फैंस आपको सपोर्ट करते रहे। लेकिन माफिया, अब मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, जब एज़टेक गए थे, बीपीएल में हम थे, आई रिमेम्बर, मैं मिला भी था आपसे। सो व्हाट वर द इमोशंस जो आप उस टाइम पे फेस कर रहे थे, एक्सपीरियंस कर रहे थे? और कैसे कोप अप कर रहे थे वो डिस्कस करो।
तो हमारे मतलब टूर्नामेंट के फील्ड टूर्नामेंट के फॉर्म चले गए थे, सबका रोस्टर चला गया था। फिर सामने से आता है कि हमारे मैनेजर हमें बताता है कि ये एक टीम छोड़ के जा रहे हैं फिर से। तो वो उस टाइम पे कॉम्प्रिहेंड करना इतना मुश्किल होता है कि हम एक तो बीपीएल पे इतना फन इवेंट है, तो वहाँ पे हम इतना फन जॉली मूड में हैं और एकदम से मूड पूरा चेंज हो गया। तो वो कॉम्प्रिहेंड करने में मेरे को बहुत टाइम लग गया कि क्या हो रहा है। तो मैं तो उसके बाद जो भी एंगर वैंगर था मैंने बोला, बट वही है कि अब एक लाइफ है, रोलर कोस्टर जैसा है, इसमें अप्स होते हैं डाउन्स होते हैं, पर कभी पीछे नहीं जाता रोलर कोस्टर, हमेशा आगे चलता रहता है। तो हमारे को भी आगे चलते रहना, पीछे का छोड़ देना, जो भी हुआ अब आगे फ़ोकस करना है, जो हमारे पास अब हाथ में है उससे हमें कुछ अच्छा करना है। सबसे मेन आपकी मेंटल हेल्थ होती है, इस गेम में पूरा मेंटल गेम है ये। इसमें आपका कोई आपके बॉडी काम नहीं है इतना कुछ ख़ास, कि मेंटल हेल्थ सही रखो तो आप अच्छे प्लेयर ही बनोगे।
आपकी जोड़ी फौजी भाई के साथ हमने देखी है, डिलीट के साथ, एज़टेक, शैंकी, जितने भी प्लेयर्स हैं, बेसिकली वो जाने-माने चेहरे जो हमारे कम्युनिटी के हैं, उनके साथ तो हमने देख लिया। लेकिन आपके भाई को भी मैंने तो पर्सनली बहुत सारे इवेंट्स में देखा है, तो भाई के बारे में कुछ कहना चाहोगे?
उसके बारे में तो क्या बोलूँ, अगर वो मेरे साथ नहीं होता, मेरा बड़ा भाई नहीं होता, तो मैं शायद यहाँ पे होता ही नहीं। मतलब सच में नहीं होता ऐसे, मतलब स्टोरी के लिए भी नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, कसम से ना। ऐसा है कि मेरा स्टार्टिंग से उसने मेरा यूट्यूब, इंस्टा, अगर मैं गेम खेलता था ना रात को भी थोड़ा लेट हो गया तो पापा से सारी रात वो सुन लेगा, मेरे को कुछ नहीं, मेरे को बताएगा भी नहीं कि ये हुआ। फिर मेरे को अगले दिन बोलता था कि मतलब थोड़ा-सा देख लियो, अगर रात को शोर करे तो हल्का करियो। पापा कहते थे कि यहाँ पे आवाज़ कैसे आ रही है? तो वो कहता था कि मैं बात कर रहा था ना तू कॉल पे, तो सारी डाँट अपने ऊपर लेता था। जैसे हमारी फैमिली में मैं बड़ा भाई है, तो हमारी फैमिली बिज़नेस है, तो वो सारा काम खुद देखते हैं, जबकि मेरी एज भी हो गई है, मेरे को खुद देखना चाहिए। मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि मेरे को हेल्प करनी चाहिए, मेरे लिए बहुत ख़ास है वो।
सबसे खास?
हाँ।
आपकी भी लाइफ में कोई है ऐसा खास?
मेरे लाइफ में ऋतिक ही है, जो पूरा बैकएंड सँभालता है, सब चीज़ें मेरे को कभी मतलब कुछ मुश्किल में नहीं आने देता है। आज जो भी नाम है मेरा, ऋतिक के वजह से ही हुआ है। मतलब ऋतिक ने स्टार्ट में अगर सपोर्ट किया ही नहीं होता तो मैं आज होता भी नहीं यहाँ पे, गेम भी शायद कंटिन्यू ना करता। मेरे को यूट्यूब में, मेरे को इंसान बनाने में जो मैं हूँ आज यहाँ पे, वो ऋतिक का ही है।
दिस इज द फाइनल राउंड, दिस इज द वर्डिक्ट। आप दोनों से सिंपल सा सवाल, अपने हिसाब से आपको जवाब देना है। वैसे तो आज के दिन सवालों का सिलसिला चल रहा है, बट ये थोड़ा सा अलग टाइप का सवाल होगा। सबसे पहले सिंपल सा क्वेश्चन, आखिरी दिन पे ग्रैंड फिनाले में विच पोजीशन डू यू थिंक यू आर गोइंग टू गेट एंड विच पोजीशन डू यू थिंक दे आर गोइंग टू गेट? ये दोनों के लिए है सवाल। अपनी भी पोजीशन बतानी है और इनकी भी पोजीशन बतानी है, स्टार्टिंग विद माफिया।
फर्स्ट के लिए ये उसके अलावा
और इनका
इनका सेकंड हो सकता है।
आप क्या कहेंगे?
चाहूँगा तो मैं कि हम ही जीतें और ये सेकंड आए। ये सेकंड आए तो बढ़िया है,
मतलब आप जीतेंगे, ये सही।
ये सेकंड।
डोंट डू इट। चलिए अच्छी बात है, दोनों भाइयों ने सेटल कर लिए हैं स्कोर्स यहाँ पे। बट आपके हिसाब से कितने मैचेस में आप गेम खत्म कर देंगे चैंपियन रश एक्टिवेट करके?
मैं एम तो ये करूँगा कि 4 गेम में ऑन कर दूँ और फिर 5th में बूया करूँ।
अपना इज्जत से 15-15, 20-20 पॉइंट और गेम निकालो, और 5 गेम तक भी लोगे तो ठीक है, कोई गलती मत करो एक्स्ट्रा पॉइंट के चक्कर में, क्योंकि आपका गेम खराब हो गया तो कोई और अगर आगे अच्छा खेल रहा है तो वो एक मौका मिलेगा उसको, तो उसमें वो ले जा सकता है। तो अपना एवरेज लेके चलो और आखिरी गेम में बूम।
क्या हिस्ट्री बनेगी इस बार? क्या हिस्ट्री रिपीट करी जाएगी? ये तो हमें नहीं पता, इसके लिए तो ग्रैंड फिनाले तक का इंतजार करना पड़ेगा। लेकिन ये एपिसोड नंबर 2, आई नो आप लोगों को काफी ज्यादा मजा आया होगा। बाय, टेक केयर, हैव फन, लव यू ऑल।
हेलो एवरीवन, हार्दिक स्वागत है आप सबका बिहाइंड द ग्लू वॉल्स के एपिसोड नंबर 5 में। जी हाँ गाइज, और आज हमारे साथ कुछ खास मेहमान जुड़ चुके हैं जो बिहाइंड द ग्लू वॉल से जो है अपनी सीक्रेट्स आपके सामने रिवील करेंगे। जी हाँ गाइज, मेरे साथ मौजूद है द लेजेंडरी कास्टर एरो आईबी। उसके अलावा हमारे साथ आज मौजूद रहने वाले हैं iQOO टोटल गेमिंग के iQOO TG डिलीट AKA द गॉडजिला एंड none other than ज्ञान गेमिंग के जीजी इनसेन द पनिशर। कैसे हैं आप सब?
तो सबसे पहले तो कांग्रेचुलेट करेंगे डिलीट को, साथ ही साथ इनसेन को, कि आप लोगों को जो टिकट है अहमदाबाद ग्रैंड फाइनल का वो मिल चुका है। और अब सबसे पहला और सबसे सीरियस सवाल होने वाला है डिलीट के साथ, कि पिछले साल आप चैंपियन बने थे, आपने बोला था कि मुझे ट्रीट दोगे, तो वो ट्रीट पेंडिंग है, तो वो आप कब दे रहे हो मुझे?
मिलो अभी भाई, जरूर देंगे आपको।
चलिए वो तो मैं आपसे ले लूंगा ट्रीट, बट चलिए यहाँ पे थोड़ा सीरियस सवाल पे आते हैं कि आप मुझे सच सच बताओ, दिल पे हाथ रख के, कि iQOO टोटल गेमिंग ई स्पोर्ट्स पिछले साल जो हमें नजर आई थी, जो चैंपियन बनी थी, अगर उस टीम से आप अपनी करंट टीम को कंपेयर करोगे, वी नो लाइनअप सेम है, बट टूर्नामेंट स्टार्ट होने से पहले काफी सारे इंटरनल कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स आए थे, टीम टूटी थी, वापस से जुड़ी, तो अभी जो आप लोगों के बीच की सिनर्जी है, क्या वो पहले से बेहतर हो चुकी है? इसके ऊपर आपकी क्या राय है?
अभी जैसे बॉन्डिंग हमारी चल रही है ना, बहुत बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है और आगे भी फोकस कर रहे हैं क्योंकि हमारा मेन तो इंटरनेशनल ही है टूर्नामेंट। तो अभी तो मस्त चल रही है क्योंकि हमारे में कोई दिक्कत भी नहीं है और प्रैक्टिस तो बहुत हार्ड करते हैं हम लोग।
क्या बात है। और रॉकी देखिए अभी शैंकी की जो परफॉर्मेंस आई है वो भी हम देख रहे हैं कि जिस तरीके से वीक 2 में उन्होंने खेला 47 एलिमिनेशंस निकाले और इसके साथ साथ जो वो उनके एलिमिनेशन होने के चांसेस थे वो भी बहुत कम थे, मतलब सिर्फ 14 टाइम्स वो खुद एलिमिनेट हुए थे। दैट शोज कि लगभग 3 से ज्यादा का केडी रेट उन्होंने मेंटेन किया। तो जिस तरह के वो खिलाड़ी हैं, डिलीट से बेहतर आई थिंक इनको कौन जानता है। उनका स्पेशलिटी क्या है, इतना कम वो एलिमिनेट होते हैं, इसके पीछे का राज क्या है? गेम सेंस या फिर कुछ और?
भाई उसका गेम सेंस भी बहुत बढ़िया और भाई पूरा ऐसे एग्रेसिव ही रहता है क्योंकि उसको बस ऐसा चाहिए कि भाई बंदा सामने दिख जाए बस घुस के मार दे। और भाई उसका डेली रूटीन भाई गेम प्रैक्टिस 8-9 घंटे का मस्त। थैंक यू। तो
वेल अब बारी है इनसेन की। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर योर अमेजिंग आंसर्स। डिलीट आप पे भी और सवाल बाकी हैं जो हम दागेंगे जरूर, लेकिन अब शुरुआत होगी इनसेन की। इनसेन सबसे पहले तो आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा, 3 बैक टू बैक बूयाज और उसके बाद इतनी कन्विंसिंग परफॉर्मेंस के साथ ग्रैंड फाइनल के लिए क्वालिफाई। देख ब्रो, सच सच बताना, क्या वो लॉबी ही इतनी आसान थी या फिर आपको लगा कि भाई उस दिन आपका दिन चल गया इतना अच्छा कर गया? क्योंकि ये मेरा नहीं, ये जो आपके क्रिटिक्स है इनका कहना है कि अक्सर वो लोग आपको क्रिटिसाइज किया करते थे कि देखो ये तो मतलब अंडर परफॉर्मिंग टीम है और सिर्फ पार्टिसिपेट करते क्योंकि मैंडेटरी होता है, बट इस वक्त इतना जबरदस्त परफॉर्मेंस। क्या कहना चाहोगे अपने क्रिटिक्स को?
मैं तो ये कहना चाहता हूँ, मैं तो मतलब ऐसा दिन सबका है, मैं तो बोलता हूँ हमारा ना है, फिर देखते हैं क्या होता है।
रॉकी
कैसे
मेरा
क्या
एक इसी के ऊपर एक काउंटर क्वेश्चन भी रहेगा काइंड ऑफ, कि जिस तरीके से आपने बताया क्रिटिक्स काफी ज्यादा है ज्ञान गेमिंग की, अंडर एस्टिमेट किया जा रहा था। इवन मैंने देखा था iQOO यहाँ पे OGxTSG के लेजेंड ने भी बोला था कि वीक 1 में दिन चल गया था ज्ञान गेमिंग का, इसीलिए टॉप 12 में इन्होंने जगह बना ली थी। और इतना ही नहीं, जब सवाल पूछे गए थे कि कौन सी ऐसी टीम है जिसमें कोई एक खिलाड़ी पूरी टीम को कैरी करता है, तो वहां पे भी एस्टेक की तरफ से आया था कि ज्ञान गेमिंग के जीजी इनसेन टीम को कैरी करते। तो इन सब चीजों के ऊपर आपकी क्या राय है? मतलब बाकी अपने टीममेट्स के बारे में बताइए, बिकॉज वी नो कि जब आप इस स्तर की परफॉर्मेंस करते हो जहाँ पे स्टेज ऐसा है कि एक से बढ़कर एक टीम है, भारत की सर्वश्रेष्ठ टीमें कॉम्पीट कर रही है, और वहां पे अगर आप क्वालिफाई कर रहे हो तो वो कोई एक खिलाड़ी तो नहीं कर सकता।
जी बिल्कुल, ये बात से मैं सहमत हूँ आपकी कि सारे जो बंदे मेरी टीम में चारों प्लेयर्स हैं जो हम, वो सबका इक्वल कंट्रीब्यूशन था। और अगर मैं उस चीज़ का रिप्लाई दूं कि सिर्फ मैं अकेला परफॉर्म कर रहा हूँ टीम से या फिर मैं कैरी कर रहा हूँ, तो बिल्कुल गलत है। क्योंकि अगर देखा जाए तो लास्ट दिन जब हम क्वालिफाई हुए तो उसमें सबसे कम किल मेरा था, सबसे कम किल। तो ये चीज़ प्रूव करता है कि आरूप और शुभा और निंजा तीनों का भी इक्वल कंट्रीब्यूशन।
अब अगला सवाल मेरा डिलीट से रहेगा। सो डिलीट, मैं यहाँ पे स्टैट्स देख रहा था कि डे 2 पे नॉकआउट स्टेज में 153 अंक आपकी टीम ने स्कोर करे और जो सेकंड प्लेस पे टीम थी उनके 92 अंक थे, 61 पॉइंट्स का गैप। देखो ये नॉर्मल तो नहीं है, तो ऑनेस्टली बताना, क्या आपकी टीम उस दिन प्लान करके गई थी कि आज तो लॉबी तोड़ देंगे, या फिर क्लिक कर गया बस सब कुछ कि हाँ भाई सब कुछ सही जा रहा है हमारे फेवर में? सच सच
जैसे कि फर्स्ट डे जो हुआ था हमारा एलिमिनेशन बहुत ज़्यादा हो रहा था क्योंकि हम पोजीशन पे जा ही नहीं रहे थे। तो हमने थोड़ा सा बात की टीममेट से कि हाँ भाई डे 2 में करेंगे मगर प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट जरूर निकालेंगे। तो हमने ऐसे ही करके खेला कि शुरू में मारते रहेंगे और लास्ट में कैसे भी जोन जाके बैठ जाएंगे। तो यही सीन था हमारा, मारते गए और प्लेसमेंट भी आया और 2 भूजा भी किया हमने।
क्या बात है। अभी करेंटली अगर हम लोग देखें तो अगर हम एलिमिनेशन लीडर बोर्ड देखते हैं ना, तो उसमें से टॉप 10 में हमको 7 तो रशर्स नजर आ रहे हैं। तो ये सवाल मेरा आप दोनों से रहेगा, एक सिचुएशन अगर क्रिएट होती है जहाँ पे आप एक टीम के ऊपर रश कर रहे हो, आपका स्नाइपर आपको कवर दे रहा है, आपके 2 रशर्स आगे जा रहे हैं, तो सिचुएशन 1 ऐसी है जहाँ पे आपका स्नाइपर नॉक हो चुका है, अब आपके 3 खिलाड़ी ही वहां पे उस फाइट को लेने वाले हैं। सिचुएशन 2 है जहां पे आपका एक रशर एलिमिनेट हो गया, एक रशर फ्रंट पे है, उसको बैकअप देने के लिए बॉम्बर और पीछे स्नाइपर होने वाला है। तो आपके लिए कौन सी परिस्थिति ज्यादा मुश्किल है? सिचुएशन 1 जहाँ पे आपका स्नाइपर एलिमिनेट हो चुका है, या फिर सिचुएशन 2 जहाँ पे आपका रशर एलिमिनेट हो चुका है? बिकॉज अभी तो रशर्स बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, बट ये बात भी हम लोग जानते हैं कि स्नाइपर टीम की बैकबोन होती है। सबसे पहले इनसे
देखो मेरे हिसाब से तो अगर स्नाइपर खड़ा है पीछे टीम के तो वो ज़्यादा बेटर है अपने लिए, क्योंकि स्नाइपर अगर एक शॉट भी कनेक्ट कर देता है तो जो सामने एक बंदा भी बचा है, 2 बंदा बचे हैं, तो मोको आ जाएगी उनको, और नीडर भी अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन दे सकता है, और जो रशर है वो भी सिर्फ एक गोली में किल ले सकता है।
डिलीट
मेरा तो फर्स्ट रहेगा कि स्नाइपर अगर एलिमिनेट हो जाएगा तो हमारे लिए तो बहुत दिक्कत हो जाएगी, क्योंकि सामने वाले पे रहेगा, और वो जब हम रश भी करेंगे तो सामने से शॉट्स आएंगे, तो यही दिक्कत है थोड़ा।
देखिए, सवालों को और मसालेदार बनाने के लिए अब हम बाकी टीमों के प्रश्न भी आपसे पूछेंगे, और ये प्रश्न दोनों से है, इनसेन और डिलीट, आप दोनों से। कि मैं यहाँ पे आंकड़े देख रहा हूँ दोबारा से। फायर आइज गेमिंग को गॉड्स प्रोज ने 41 बार एलिमिनेट किया है, एरोबॉट्स ने 35 बार एलिमिनेट किया है। लिटरली मतलब सारी टीम की पंचिंग बैग बनी हुई थी टीम कि भाई जो भी आए पहले आके फायर आइज गेमिंग पे हाथ साफ करे, ठीक है। फिर भी वो क्वालिफाई कर गए। इनसेन आपके सामने भी वो टीम कई बार आई, डिलीट आपके सामने उतनी बार तो नहीं आए, बट सामना आपसे भी 1-2 बार तो हुआ है। अब जाहिर सी बात है दोनों की हो सकता है अलग अलग पर्सपेक्टिव हो, बट मेरा ये प्रश्न है आप दोनों से कि फायर आइज गेमिंग का ये डेथ फॉर इंफॉर्मेशन वाला जो अप्रोच था, क्या ये एक स्मार्ट टैक्टिक है, या आपको लगता है बस नसीब वाले थे जो क्वालिफाई हो गए? स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम इनसेन।
देखो उनने बहुत मेहनत की है इस सब के लिए, एंड उनने प्रूव करके दिखाया सबको कि ऐसे खेला जाता है। एक अंडरडॉग टीम आके उठ के और मार रही है सबको, चाहे वो मर रही है बट फिर भी उनके पॉइंट इतने हैं, वो क्वालिफाई हो रहे हैं, तो वो चीज़ें मैटर करती है और चीज़ कुछ मैटर नहीं करती। और रही बात वो इतनी बार एलिमिनेट हो रही है क्योंकि उन पर बहुत सारी थर्ड पार्टीज हो रही है। बिंगा शक्ति पे क्लैश होता है TSG और उनका और हमारा भी, तो हम तो स्मार्टली साइड हट गए, बट उनमें करेज था, वो फाइट दिया विंग पे, तो हेड्स ऑफ टू देम।
यहाँ तो प्रेज हो गया। देखते हैं अब गॉडजिला क्या रिप्लाई देते हैं।
जैसे कि वो बहुत अच्छी टीम है, जैसे हमारा क्लैश होता है पैगेट्री में, और भाई उनका जो कोऑर्डिनेशन होती है, ऐसे कैसे घेर के मारना है, कैसे गन पावर उनका बहुत अच्छा है। वो मेरे को नहीं लगता कि उनकी जो प्लेइंग स्टाइल है भाई कई T1 टीमों से भी बेटर है भाई उनकी, तो वो मेरे को पहले से लग रहा था, क्योंकि मैंने और फौजी भाई ऐसे प्रिडिक्ट किए थे कि डे 2 में भाई फायर आइज गेमिंग क्वालिफाई कर गई, तो हो गई भाई। उनकी गन पावर तो बहुत अच्छी है मेरे को।
चलिए,
Well
गन
said.
पावर की बात करी है रॉकी, तो K9 स्पोर्ट्स का नाम ना आया ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है? तो ये भी सवाल
Absolutely.
रहेगा कि डे 1 पे लास्ट पोजीशन पे आए थे K9 स्पोर्ट्स, और डे 3 पे जब वो खेले वीक 2 में, तो उन्होंने ऑलमोस्ट क्वालिफाई कर लिया था, बट कर नहीं पाए थे। सिचुएशन उनके विपरीत गई। K9 स्पोर्ट्स वो टीम जिसको 4 वर्सेस 4 फाइट्स के लिए जाना जाता है, जिसमें जियान और साथ ही साथ दाफिक जैसे हैवी हिटर्स है, तो इनकी जो परफॉर्मेंस आ रही है कभी अप कभी डाउन, इस मोमेंटम के साथ आपको क्या लगता है ये टीम क्या ग्रैंड फाइनल में क्वालिफाई कर पाएगी? और अगर वो ग्रैंड फाइनल में क्वालिफाई करती है, वी नो की बहुत ही हाई कैलिबर की टीम है, फायर पावर काफी ज्यादा है, तो क्या आप उनको एक टॉप कंटेंडर मानते हो चैंपियनशिप जीतने का? सबसे पहले डिलीट आप।
वो जैसे उनका एक जैसा है कि सारे गेम उनके क्लैश होते हैं पहले तो K9 के, तो वो थोड़ा ऐसे 50-50 होता है कि कई बार एक में मर जाए, पिगेट्री में मतलब मार दिए, तो उनका यही सीन होता है कि खेल लेते हैं पूरा, मगर वही है फिर पॉइंट नहीं निकाल पाते हैं, लास्ट तक नहीं पहुंच पाते हैं। तो अगला फाइनल में मुझे लगता है पहुंच जाएंगे, क्योंकि अब तो जो बड़ी बड़ी टीमें थी वो क्वालिफाई कर गई, तो उनका मतलब ड्रॉप पॉइंट भी खाली हो चुका है 1-2, तो कर लेगी मेरे को लगता है फाइनल में।
और दाफिक, उनका जो रिकॉर्ड है कई बार आपकी टीम को उन्होंने क्लच भी किया, तो उनके ऊपर आपकी क्या राय है? किस तरीके के प्लेयर और उनकी स्पेशलिटी क्या है? एक्यूरेसी, स्पीड, मतलब आपके POV से क्या उनमें ऐसा है जो उनको एक एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी खिलाड़ी बनाता है?
उसका गेम सेंस बहुत अच्छा है, मतलब क्या करना है, क्या एडिट से करना है भाई, उसका गेम सेंस और उसका गन पावर तो भाई वैसे ही है, वन टैप भी सब बढ़िया भाई। तो
इनसेन।
तो हम कंपेयर करें जो परफॉर्मेंस आ रही है उनकी, जो पहला वीक था और दूसरा वीक, तो अभी तो उनका बहुत बेटर हुआ है। थर्ड उन्होंने फिनिश किया था अभी लास्ट, जो टॉप 2 पहुंचना था, तो आई गेस वो हो तो जाने चाहिए क्वालिफाई टॉप 6 में, क्योंकि टॉप 6 आना है तो 3 दिन भी ऐसा नहीं है कि एक दिन खराब हो गया या फिर एक दिन अच्छा चला गया, तो 3 दिन है तुम्हारे लिए, वो जो क्वालिफाई जो अच्छा खेलेगा वो क्वालिफाई करेगा।
अगला प्रश्न आप दोनों के लिए लड़कों, आप दोनों से सवाल है कि कई ऐसे मैप्स के हिसाब से टीमें बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रही है, स्पेसिफिक टीमें। तो मेरा प्रश्न आप दोनों से ये डिलीट और इनसेन कि आप लोग भी अपनी टीम के लिहाज से पर्टिकुलर मैप के हिसाब से अलग रणनीति सोच के आते हो, या फिर रिगार्डलेसली आप बस ये सोचते हो कि नहीं हमारा गेम प्लान एक ही है, जैसा डिलीट ने बताया भी था कि प्लेसमेंट के लिए जाना है ना एलिमिनेशन के लिए जाना है। व्हाट इज द माइंडसेट ऑफ अ वेरी गुड टीम कि वो ये दिमाग में रखकर चले कि नक्शे के हिसाब से प्लान करें या अपना जो नॉर्मल गियर है उस पे खेलें? स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम डिलीट।
वो जैसे कि मतलब ये सब मैं नहीं करता, वो ऐसा ही करता, क्योंकि वो पहले से प्लानिंग करता कि भाई जिस रोटेशन में भाई कौन सी टीम आ रही है, कौन सी टीम नहीं आ रही है, तो उस हिसाब से हम देखते हैं। और यही होता कि भाई जहाँ मतलब जिस टीम को हम रोटेशन में पकड़ रहे हैं उसको मार के फिर प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट पे जाते, तो यही होता है हमारा कि मार के फिर चले जाओ, एक जगह होल्ड कर लो। ये
जी इनसेन, आपकी टीम के लिए मैप मायने रखता है या स्ट्रेटेजी ज्यादा सही रहती है कि नहीं एक ही गियर पे खेलना है?
मैप और मतलब जो स्ट्रेटजी है दोनों एक साथ ही आते हैं, क्योंकि जो नेक्स्ट टेरा, सोलारा और बरमूडा है ये हमारे मोस्टली हाई काउंटर गेम होते हैं, इसमें हम ज़्यादा एलिमिनेशन पे फोकस करते हैं। और जो परगेटरी जैसे जो बड़ा मैप है उसमें स्लो गेम चलता है हमारे लिए, क्योंकि हमारे आसपास इतना टीम नहीं होता, जो टीम थे वो तो एलिमिनेट हो गया आसपास सारे। और जो बाकी के मैप्स हैं जैसे नेक्स्ट टेरा उसमें हमें थर्ड पार्टीज मिल जाती है, और सोलारा में भी हमें थर्ड पार्टीज मिल जाती है, तो वो हमारी ज़्यादा बड़ी गेम जाती है।
क्या
Well
बात
said.
है।
ओके, अगला प्रश्न दोनों से ही है मेरा, स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम इनसेन दिस टाइम, कि अहमदाबाद में आपका ग्रैंड फाइनल्स होने वाला है, आपको पता चल चुका है, क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन है अहमदाबाद की क्राउड से, कितना सपोर्ट आप एक्सपेक्ट करते हो इनसेन?
देखा जाए तो अहमदाबाद में जो गुजरात के अंडर आता है, तो गुजरात में बहुत ज़्यादा फ्री फायर एथलीट्स हैं और बहुत ज़्यादा मतलब फ्री फायर के प्लेयर्स हैं जो नॉर्मल लोकल प्लेयर्स बोल रहे हैं और कुछ भी बोल रहे हैं, तो आई गेस बहुत सपोर्ट आएगा। और पिछली बार बीपीएल भी वहीं हुआ तो क्रेज थोड़ा सा और है, हाइप थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा है इस बार, तो मज़ा आएगा, बहुत सपोर्ट मिलेगा हमें।
वैसे तो भारत के किसी भी शहर में हो iQOO टोटल गेमिंग के लिए फैंस का हुजूम आता है डिलीट, बट फिर भी पूछना चाहूंगा अहमदाबाद से एक्सपेक्टेशन क्या रहेंगी आपकी, कितने फैंस आप एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हो वहाँ पे?
जैसे लास्ट टाइम तो लखनऊ का पता ही था फाइनल में कितने आए थे, तो इस टाइम गुजरात में तो आपको पता ही कि क्या है टोटल गेमिंग का, तो उससे डबल भी हो सकते आएंगे। क्रेज तो भाई बहुत क्रेजी रहेगा, मजा आने वाला भाई इस लैब में तो।
बिल्कुल मजा आने वाला है। बट इसी का चलिए आखिरी सवाल ये रहने वाला है कि आप दोनों तो क्वालिफाई कर गए हो अपनी टीम के साथ, बट अभी 12 टीमें बची हैं जो कि वीक 3 में 3 दिन आपस में टकराएंगी, तो उसमें से कोई एक ऐसी टीम जो आप चाहते हो कि क्वालिफाई करके आगे ना आए, बिकॉज वो आपके रोटेशंस में आते हैं या फिर थर्ड पार्टी करने आते हैं आपके अगेंस्ट, तो कोई भी ऐसा एक नाम जो आप चाहते हो कि वो तो क्वालिफाई ना करे बिकॉज हमको वो प्रॉब्लम्स देते हैं, वी नो कि हम उनसे फाइट जीत जाते हैं बट कहीं ना कहीं नुकसान होता है टीम का। सबसे पहले इनसे
मेरे लिए तो ऐसी मतलब कोई टीम नहीं है, मतलब जो आ रहा है आने दो, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है सर। और जो अच्छा खेलेगा उस दिन, जैसा कि जिसका दिन अच्छा होगा वो पहुंच जाएगा, वो क्वालिफाई कर लेगा टॉप 6 में, बस।
डिलीट।
मेरा भी तो यही है कि किसी टीम को ऐसे कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आती है तो हम तो मार ही देते हैं, तो वही बात है कि भाई जिसका दिन अच्छा रहेगा उस दिन तो वही क्वालिफाई करेगा। जैसे अंडरडॉग का दिन अच्छा हुआ तो अंडरडॉग क्वालिफाई हो जाएगी, और T1 की तो मतलब दिन खराब हो तो भाई वो भी
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2026 Spring Knockout Stages. Week 3, Day 1 it is. My name is Zorro. Joining me on the desk is Lucifer. This is going to be the final stretch before the grand finals in Ahmedabad. 12 teams, 3 days and 18 matches and just 6 slots up for grabs. No room for errors, no second chances. It all comes down to this. Lucifer, we're kicking off a crucial week here. How's the energy looking from your side?
It's going to be high from my end, especially because I know that's the same thing that the teams are going to be doing because they are feeling the fire. That is the entire motto and the hashtag they have to ride the next 3 days on. If they don't, they miss out on the chance of getting to the LAN, miss out on the chance calling themselves as the grand finalists, miss out on the chance of a prize pool of 1 crore. Major share. I think on your, I would say, basis of you getting on the top 18, you have a share of it. We'll talk about it later down the line, but I think the major masala right now we are looking at is going to be qualifying into the top 6, and there are some big names who are still not made it through.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at the tournament timeline. We kick things off with, the city qualifiers and the FFC mode. This is the very first time we saw an online qualifier and an offline qualifier happening. So many teams got opportunities. We started the group stages with 48 teams. And we played out 2 weeks, and definitely we saw some amazing matches there. Then we came on to the knockout stages with the best 18 teams. 6 of them have already qualified to the grand finals. In Ahmedabad. And right now it's the week 3 where we're just gonna find out the rest of the 6 teams.
Who are the next 6? It depends on this last stage of the knockout. 3, 4, 5 of April. It starts today, but it ends when game number 18 is concluded, and when we have the top 6, the best 6, and the only 6 who will make it into the grand finals on the 25th and 26th of April. But their entire journey, right, when we started from the tournament timeline itself, it was all the way in the first weeks of February, and right now in their qualification at stake, we are at the first week of April. Over these 2 months, every team is given their all. Even when it started with the knockout stage itself, as you can see, when week 1 started, we had all these 18 teams on an equal footing. Why I'm saying 18 is I'm kind of including the 6 who have already managed to make it through basis the week 2. They were on an equal footing, but when week 2 came, 6 teams made it through. Every day we had 2 teams qualifying and 2 teams joining, basing on their overall standings of what they performed on week 1. Hashtag 13, hashtag 14, 15, 16, 17 and 18 finally joined in week 3, making the final set of 12 not the grand finalists, but the last stage and the last leg of the knockout stage. They fight for it is what they're going to do. 6 games every day, and top 6 make it into the grand finals. Who they are, still a question.
Yeah, and absolutely, these 3 days going to be an absolute banger of a weekend, right, Lucifer? Because this is going to be the final stretch, as mentioned. Finding that pacing, finding that balance is going to be so important for all these teams. Since you mentioned the 17th and the 18th position teams will be joining hands with the rest of the lobby, and they will again get a chance to fight for the slots, 6 last slots for the grand finals, and everybody would want to end up on Ahmedabad. Definitely that's going to be up for grabs. The golden ticket to LAN is available, but this is day 1 of the grand finals, and what happens here, it's interesting to watch out because there will be 6 games played out, and after the 6 games, whoever has the highest number of points, they will get head start points for the day number 2, which is of course the Champions Rush stage. And whenever you have a good head start point, so for example, if you have 100 points after the end of day 1 itself, you will be awarded with 10 points. Now the second team who ends up with, for example, 95 points gets 7 points, and then thereon, however points you get, the points will lower down, but then you get an advantage for this day, which is the Champions Rush day, where the champions will be crowned for sure. But how do you activate that Champions Rush? By getting 80 points first, and you follow it up with a booyah. You are the champions of today's FFMIC India Cup 2026 Spring, Sam.
Yeah, and there is no limitation for you to be a champion, meaning we could end up with 10 games, 12 games. We will not look at the overall standings. We'll only look at the champion rush criteria if it is enabled. It could be enabled for all the 12 teams, but we've spoken about this. We saw this in FFMIC as well, where teams, even though the champion rush had activated, they did not win. And what do they win? They win, yes, the title, but on top of it, a big hefty briefcase of 1 crores major share, that is 35 lakhs as champions.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know that once the position gets lowered down, the prize pool or the chunk also dwindles down. So you can see it, second place 17 lakh Indian rupees, third place 7 lakh, fourth place 5 lakhs, and that's a little bit difficult, but then everybody would want that lion's share, and that's why they're performing right now. And also in the knockout stages, there's something up for grabs. That's an extra prize money. That's the 10,000 rupees per day. We have been seeing it in week 1, week 2 itself. So already we have given away 60,000 rupees on both the weeks combined. So definitely again 30,000 up for grabs in these 3 days, 10,000 on each days. Let's see who's gonna be those 3 teams, or probably one team can again repeat themselves. There's a chance, because all of these teams can get an opportunity to play in the 3 days and play 18 matches.
Everybody do get an opportunity to play, but once they play, it's about the number of points they secure. Yes, a lot of it includes on the placement points they get, depending on whether they grab the booyah or not.
Yeah.
But we've seen that booyahs completely don't come into play until and unless you have not pulled off many eliminations. Major share always walks towards the eliminations. So teams have to understand, while the placement points is going to be crucial, their number of eliminations is going to be even more crucial, because during the week 2 we did see one team who did not qualify instantly. I would say they did eventually qualify, just because they were stuck in a tiebreaker rule. And teams have to understand they have to either have more booyahs compared to the team they'll be tying up with, or total eliminations. And even if both of this match, the last and final thing is going to be having a better ranking in the final game against them. So let's hope that when we come to the tiebreaker, it's going to be even more interesting. I had only one intention over throughout our TEZ FFMIC 2026 spring, is see the tiebreaker once. It happened, I'm happy. But right as now, teams and us as viewers also have been happy because of this one unique active skill, because of which a lot of permutations and combinations is what teams are bringing out.
Yep, absolutely. And we have seen some amazing changes coming in. Teams have adapted. Players have shown some unique, abilities, definitely, where we did not expect them to pick those up. And definitely, again, using them, they converted those games and probably clutched those situations and also made their way towards the grand finals itself. They still have a chance, of course. And that is why this week 3 becomes so important. And here comes the 12 teams who are going to fight it out in these 3 days, in these 18 matches. Today, they get an opportunity to play 6 games and set the tone, since this is day 1, Lucifer, and all eyes would be on K9, a team like Revenant, XSpark, Aerobotz, iQOO, OGxTSG, because they have been performing. Yeah, you can say that, these are the 12 teams who under pressure could not perform, and that is why they did not end up in Ahmedabad already. But this is where, again, the character will be tested.
They will be along with Godlike, Metaninza, GG Instinct, Team Tamilas, Reckoning Esports, WindGodxTHW Esports, 4Ns, and EMZ Esports. Now, out of this, it has been all teams who played in week 2 day 1 majoritarily who have qualified. Wait, not even majority. All the teams who have played on day 1 of week 2 are the teams who have qualified. None on day 2, none on day 3 so far have qualified into the grand finals. Or this is even more interesting. Now, teams on day 1 and teams on day 3, plus with hashtag 17 and 18, are making this set happen, and out of which major pressure I feel like are on the teams we are seeing on the first page. K9, Revenant, Aerobotz, iQOO, OGxTSG, Godlike, Metaninza. Revenant had an opportunity to qualify, messed up, and Godsrain Pros and FireEye Gaming made it happen. Aerobotz, we've seen Mad God and Prodigy bringing up their best, but during this knockout stages, somewhere down the line, the amount of experience compared to the other teams is a tad bit lesser, which is showing that under pressure, they're not able to find a lot. iQOO, OGxTSG, I'm a blind slate right as of now. I'm not sure what happened. After week 1, this set of Arjun, Ayush, Legend, Krish, what they did to comparing to week 2 is no comparison at all.
Yep, for now, I don't see any changes in the playing for. We did see Godlike sometimes, go and bring in Nobita there, but Marco will be the one who's going to be playing the matches for today. At least I'm expecting that. But for now, it's GG Instinct. Again, a team did so well. I would want to mention the fact that today, again, we have the 3 teams from FFC modes. Oh, no, not from FFC mode. Actually, it's City Qualifiers.
City Qualifiers.
Yeah, exactly. GG Instinct is one of them. Team Tamilas is one of them. And also Metaninza is there. So, again, these 3 teams will get an opportunity. And knowing the fact that none of the City Qualifiers teams have ended up towards Grand Finals yet. There was one from the Lucknow City Qualifiers who got eliminated. But, more on them later. But this is going to be about Reckoning, or probably like a Team Tamilas, WindGod, 4Ns and EMZ. Now, they come into the picture. 4Ns and EMZ, they would have watched all the teams, in the week 1 or probably week 2 very closely, because they were not playing in week 2, to be honest. And they would have come much more prepared.
Preparation is something that the Giants and Titans need to make sure they make it happen. And out of which, how many Titans do we have? We have 7, but only 6 spots left. Is this the last chance, and will they be able to qualify is the question. The Titans being named K9, Revenant, XSpark, iQOO, OGxTSG, Godlike, Metaninza, Team Tamilas and Reckoning, out of which the new contenders here, Oro, are K9, we have iQOO, OGxTSG along with Team Tamilas. Everybody else in the 25 season made it to the LAN, but now still struggling for week 3's qualification.
I mean, to be fair, Reckoning Esports as an organization did play TEZ FFMIC 2025, but then back then the players were the players who are currently playing in SA2L, who got eliminated from this year's TEZ FFMIC 2026 Spring. But this is a new lineup, so if they get a chance to qualify for LAN, I'll still say they are also a new contender. But since the organization is known and they have played, so the organization has an experience, not the players. But then, it's so good to see that, players like a Sabo or probably like an Hemu get an opportunity under Reckoning Esports banner. But then sometimes we know that once these players get an opportunity to play under an organization, it becomes pressurizing for them, and they end up, in a pressureful situation. Just like how Sabo, he gave an interview out loud saying that Godlike players are free eliminations. Now, he has humbled down Lucifer.
He had to, because of how Marco ended up playing in week 2. And this is something that even Yogi said, right? They've been very inconsistent. They have to start showing up in terms of performances, individual aim duels, as well as bringing points. They did steady themselves, but not to a qualification stage yet. And that is the reason Marco said that it just fuels us when you make statements like that. And however, now they're coming in with a completely different mindset. And once the dust settles, they're going to be confident that Godlike will be on top. And we've seen that eventually Godlike get to their best performing criteria, their aura, all of it playing in the direction of them winning. However, Reckoning, their performance has taken a dive compared to what they did in the group stages as well as in their week 1 of the knockout, and Sabo had to rightfully bring that out as well. They have had situations where they did have to step up, but it didn't work out, even in terms of the total eliminations, damage, assist and knocks. Comparing with Marco, Sabo is a tad bit lower, and we did see that in the performance. But he's also said week 3 is all about consistency and respecting every opponent, and this is the best part that we see between the athletes, right? They do have banter amongst teams and individuals, but they respect every team when it comes to the sport.
Yep, sometimes probably low-keying yourself can be a little menacing, because teams just might not prepare against you. That is something Reckoning Esports can utilize in their favor. And definitely Sabo is a character that we know for sure. He will come hard at the teams, because he has been one of them who have performed so well for Reckoning Esports alongside Hemu, and also for Marco, because he has done again so well as a rusher. But as a team, if we speak, K9 Esports and Revenant, XSpark, they have done their part. If we speak about their performance in week 2, both the teams have had their fair share. They were inconsistent, probably, which both the teams have agreed. If we see how K9's statement have gone through, we had a rough start, but bounced back strong, especially with our Alpine performance. Absolutely agree with them that Alpine has been their best map throughout, but they need to step up in the default maps as well, because there are 5 more maps to be played in a day, and definitely that's where the key is, because you once start being consistent on those maps, I think K9 will go through.
They should, but this is a problem that we have seen with K9. And you could
Correct.
see how close they were in qualification, right? Hashtag 3
Yeah.
and hashtag 4 at the end of day 3 is what they look like, meaning either K9 or Revenant XSpark, and especially Revenant XSpark, who were there in the final battle, should have made it across, but they didn't. God's Reign Pros took it over with Fire Eyes Gaming playing better survival, and they were the two teams who managed to make it out of day 3 of week 2. Whereas K9, who had a booyah, who picked up a lot of points but ended up going towards the survival mode towards the last 2 games, because of which the table toppers ended up slowly being pushed out and K9 missed their opportunity. Revenant XSpark, similar happened. Under that pressure, they decided to play a tad bit survival, bought themselves some time, and God's Reign Pros took that time in their favor. So far, yes, this is their opportunity, but can they make it across? We'll wait and watch, as now we have the game schedule in front of our screen, starting with the first game on next Terra, heading towards Purgatory, and Solara are midway, where teams will understand where they stand at the end of week 3 day 1 to see if they have a gap or if they have to do a lot, and if they do have to make up for it, they have Bermuda, Kalahari and Alpine being the last 3 for the day.
I mean, we already have a word for the day, right, Lucifer? That's consistency for all the teams. And one more word that I would want to add for all the teams out there is being bold. To be honest, that's where I think these teams can hold the key, because whoever has approached the game in a bold fashion has been rewarded, definitely with a number of eliminations. But here comes our bold predictions. This is a unified caster prediction. The top 6 teams we think can make it to Ahmedabad. And here comes K9 Esports, Aerobotz, Revenant XSpark, Godlike Esports, Metaninza and iQOO, OGxTSG. You can already see 2 teams from the Giants list, which was shown to us, is not there, have not made it. So definitely this is something that's going to be very interesting to look at, Lucifer.
That is what I said. Even though they might be the giants, but we have underdogs, and that was especially Fire Eyes showing us of how well underdogs could play and make it to the grand finals, and a brilliant job, and hats off to them. And that is the reason we have Aerobotz in the mix here, because we do believe in what they can do. Yes, it's gotten a tad bit tougher, but along with it, we have the new contenders also we have put in play is K9 as well as iQOO, OGxTSG. Both these 2 teams did not even make it to the knockout stage when we had the 25 season being played. So to make them being seen here in our final stage of the qualification, and on top of that, we thinking that they should be qualifying basis their performance, right? Over the days and weeks of performance that they've played, they have gone up in trajectory. OG has also picked up slightly, but I think there's a lot to be expected here as we jump to the preferred drop spots of our game 1, that is next Terra.
Yeah, and next Terra looks fiery, right? Already, Lucifer. You look at Intellect Center, WindGod and 4N starting things up there. Towards mud side, there is a clash happening between Revenant XSpark and iQOO, OGxTSG. Revenant XSpark, they have had their own time fighting with teams, but definitely in game 1 itself, you want to challenge a team like iQOO, OGxTSG. This is already a bold move if this is happening already. But towards Deca Square, it's again Team Tamilas and Aerobotz. We know that this is of course the preferred drop spots, not the actual one, which once the game is live, we will know that where the teams are going. We have seen changes, but definitely there is a high chance that this would happen on the map of Nextera itself.
We see Museum being empty. Plazaria, where Godlike is being seen, could go down to Deca Square, where there could be a 3-way battle. All of this is kind of expected, and especially when we see teams talking about consistency, and as well as I said, right, they need to understand of whatever happened on week 2 and week 1, whether the performance was at par being the best or it was their lowest. They have to forget about it, Oro. From there, they have to decide to build their performance today, because week 3, as you mentioned, as we've been talking, as they themselves have been saying, yes, it is about consistency, because you don't qualify at the end of day 1. You qualify at the end of day 3 after your 18 games. But our viewers, you will get a new insight. Like last time we had our announcement of where the LAN location was after game 4. That is going to happen. Similar to something like that is brewing for all of you today as well. So stay tuned. Call a lot more of your friends who play Free Fire Max with you. Tell them that yes, it's a LAN, but they're making a new announcement today as we are jumping into our game 1 on next Terra. Let's talk about the teams who are playing right now. We have the 12 set Oro, 2 new joinees. That's going to be 4Ns as well as EMZ. I feel like somewhere they have the better opportunity. 4Ns and EMZ are coming on a clean slate, whereas the rest 10 are coming up with whatever hardships they faced in week 2.
Yeah, let's bring in our predictions on that call. Oh, wait. Hey, did you copy my prediction?
No, you did.
No, I did not.
I made this.
You who copied. Hey,
wait,
do
no.
you have any proof? I mean, it's okay.
Okay, I'm going to leave it at that, guys. But yes, I think we as casters, we have come to a unison deciding that it should be this when we start things off. And that is the reason we both decided. We played it a little earlier itself, deciding that we're going to keep our predictions as same as possible. It's like that Spider-Man thing where you kind of face each other like, who's the doppelganger? But yes, I think K9 should have a fantastic start. Along with them, Aerobotz, MadGod and Prodigy, they've been building their game up. And Revenant XSpark on the other end, I am kind of having a promising feeling of what X-Divine could do, right? He's led the team previously in the 25 season to the LAN. Yes, LAN did not work as best as he thought, but we know he has that capability with the new set of lads. What is your thought on having the same 3?
I mean, see, we did pre-decide on the act, but all these teams were the closest to qualify, and they have been knocking the doors of the qualification on Ahmedabad. Definitely, that's for sure. K9 have done their part. They almost qualified. They were the 3rd ranked team in day 3 itself in week 2. Aerobotz, I mean, they always have that average. I don't know how they still have not qualified, Lucifer, because along the lines of Fire Eyes, Aerobotz definitely is a team to watch out for. They have been one of my favorite teams in this year's TEZ FFMIC 2026 Spring. And absolutely, the players, Prodigy and MadGod, they are one of the most, I think, clean hitters in the lobby. And they have been rewarded with, right? You can see them in the elimination leaderboard already. And, we can't go wrong with a team like a Godlike or probably like a Revenant XSpark as well. Because also they know how to, be consistent, even though they have had their own problems. But still, they are an experienced team and they know how to fight back in such situations.
And all these teams have picked up booyahs. It's not like they've been lagging behind. It's just that week 2 that they've kind of had mess ups happening. I don't know where the issue happened, what did not go in their favor, and I'm surprised as well that we have not seen them in the team of the day. I understand not seeing them on week 2 because if you were there, meaning you've already qualified. But week 1, we have seen some teams who have gotten team of the day and still have not managed to qualify, meaning there is so much at stake between the teams that they've understood as they're jumping in for the very first game of our week 3 right here at TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup 2026 Spring.
Absolutely, this is gonna be a very, very exciting day already with the first game online. This is the map of Nexter and we definitely are feeling the fire right now. Let's find out who's going to be the first team who's going to get that booyah and start things off in a positive tone. Godlike in the driver's seat right now. They have the driver's seat for sure, but will they control or call the shots? That's for sure going to be a question for them to answer. But right now the plane path looks pretty much towards the center, where Farmtopia, Zipway, Rushtown, and even Museum looks accessible. Intellect Center, Revenant XSpark, they get that portion, so definitely some good loot coming in their favor.
Everybody would want good loot, and that is one of the reasons we end up seeing 4Ns actually take up Museum, which was kind of empty. EMZ, one of the players, is going in terms of reconnaissance, in terms of getting information, and as soon as he spots, he should be running back to his teammates, but he could caught up in a skirmish, and it seems like Avijit could trouble him. On the other hand, Aerobotz will feel safe and sound. However, GG Instinct might not, along with WindGod, who have gotten closer to iQOO OGxTSG. This could be a problem at mud side. Starting it off is going to be strong. iQOO OGxTSG picked up on elimination. One of the players did get knocked, but instantly they bring them back up. Confirm the second, but right behind them is GG Instinct running with full power and all engines ready to fire.
Yeah, absolutely. Ayush, he has a Winchester in his hand. Right now, WindGod and Aerobotz, MadGod, he somehow manages to pop off. He's here. He has announced himself. So, a third party up for grab for Aerobotz Esports, like OGxTSG. Question is, have they identified the other team inside this fight? Because GG Instinct power is right in front of Krish. But first, he will take down Swaroop. Wait, he was found clueless and off guard. He did not expect Krish to come up and take him down. Johan is very close by to iQOO OGxTSG. His position is known. Ayush knows where MadGod is. Johan's position, he is trying to make a different angle. It's going to be interesting to look at. Because if he finds one, he will definitely make sure that he has value.
value is what iQOO OGxTSG is running high on. Picked up 3 eliminations already. Ayush and Johan could be closer to a 1v1. Arjun relays the information. Riptide Rhythm on the other end. Mad God was all alone between Krish and Legend. But Johan runs right in, puts down Krish and gets that confirmation even before anybody else from the side of iQOO OGxTSG could answer to it. And now Aerobotz, their problems are being deemed. They've been put on their knees. And last player, Prodigy, he's spotted. And this is the reason I said Godlike will make it to next Terra. And they make it and spot the last player. And Aerobotz are the first team to be out.
Wow. Yogi. Such clean shot. But right now, they're focusing on iQOO OGxTSG Legend out in the open. Needs to find himself a cover first, but then it's Nancy and Mark who is dealing with. Don't get a 1v1 with Legend. Could have been troublesome, but Nancy says it's all covered for now. Uses a charge buster. Eliminates Legend there, but iQOO OGxTSG, they can decide to fall back. Arjun, he has the chance right now, but Ayush, he wants to engage. iQOO cooking a grenade there, but he decides not to. But Nero Plushie misses Ayush's position, but Arjun's position is spotted. Nancy has found him and using his AC-80 to that advantage. Arjun needs to fall back. iQOO OGxTSG, they definitely had a good start, but right now, they're not looking good.
Everybody wants to look good at the end in the overall standing, but as of now, iQOO OGxTSG and Godlike, they're trying their best. Nancy was taken down by Ayush, but Ayush is the last one here, so it's going to be troubling for him. He has to buy some time, but he's getting surrounded. Finally, he'll be put down by iQOO. Confirmation also comes in, and that's going to be a double for iQOO. Godlike as well with iQOO OGxTSG, starting off super strong. Mudside ended up becoming a laydown land for everybody in terms of eliminations. iQOO OGxTSG and Godlike made a lot more from it compared to any other team, and especially Aerobotz, who thought they could put a mix in of their own in this, were the first team to be eliminated. WindGod on the other end, who decided to run away. Now they've found themselves in front of GG Instinct. They also have 6 eliminations, meaning WindGodxTHW have found their footing and they're ready for a lot more.
Power's position, is it known right now? But definitely his position is known. Gokul finds him and we see an XM8. Probably I thought this weapon has gone extinct, right? Lucifer. So, the players have not used it in this year's TEZ FFMIC 2026 Spring. But right now, Tiger is trying to run away and he's using the XM8, but no damage whatsoever. Or probably he damages it so much that Tiger has to, take a launch pad and run away. Now, he uses that launch pad. He has covered a lot of distance, but the question is, Revenant XSpark might be interested in this situation because WindGod suddenly are right in up front of them, and these players are out in the open. They put in the glue wall. X-Divine and Revenant XSpark, they are in a very big split. Is this intentional? Because this is the first circle. Of course, teams do this, but this can be a little problematic if WindGod finds one opening.
WindGod already have 7. If they can find another, they'll be happy. But Arsh says no. Goku now in trouble, and Gokul gets put down. 2 of the players from WindGodxTHW, they instantly get rushed upon. Nice usage of the Oscars Valiant dash coming through, and they put them down. Thankfully, as you did mention, only 2 players from WindGod were here. They will be okay with giving away the eliminations. On the other end, Revenant XSpark, they will be happy that they were able to grab 2, but that is not going to be enough. As we did say, they need to have a better start. And it seems like they found the direction of where the other players of WindGodxTHW managed to move, and they're trying to go for a chase.
I mean, the Giants have come in with an intention. Literally pick up eliminations right now is the motto for all the Giants right now. WindGod, in a pressure. Now Nim gets taken down. It's Power who brings back the rest of the members from GG Instinct, but Django is the one who faces the Wrath, and it's Revenant XSpark who are picking up eliminations. It's good for them because they definitely need those momentum in their favor, because this is week 3, day 1 itself. First game would not decide that you qualify or not, but definitely you can have the momentum, that confidence going in those next matches. Look at Roshan. We have so much conversation about him that why is he being replaced by Black? We'll talk about that, but right now it's Reckoning Esports going up against Godlike.
Reckoning, they need a better footing. So far, they've had only one elimination in the start of this game, and Godlike have had 7, and it's not going to be the right fight. And instantly, Godlike face a little bit of a wrath coming in, but even Wild Fox 9 puts down their IGL. That was a bold move. Now he's going to be rushed, but what a shot from him! Instant with that ACAT. Marco did not even have a chance to respond, and now Reckoning, they are actually proving of what they did in week 1 being replicated here in week 3. iQOO in big trouble. Sabo on the chase, has the cord, did lose a lot of health. Now he's getting still chased, but eventually lands that blow as well. And Reckoning make up for their initial 1 elimination as they surge up to a total of 5.
Definitely, this was a fight to watch out for, because we knew it. That, while those statements were made from Sabo, that we definitely respect every team out there, but I knew there's an underlying statement there which we could not pick, because we definitely knew that Reckoning Esports would be coming in hard at all the teams out there, and that is what they're doing right now. It looks good for them, the confidence is there, but OGxTSG, this is Ayush stuck in a spot against Team K9. Wait, he still manages to take down one member. It was Honey Sunny got taken down there. He got immediately revived. And Roshan is still the damage king. Definitely Revenant XSpark. They have come in with a plan. Right now, they have 10 elimination points. K9, 2 shy of 10.
One thing that we've seen from iQOO TSG is after their initial fight, and once they have a team fight where they end up losing majority of their members, yes, the revival does happen, but they never find a spot where they could feel strong, where they could all unite their forces and then move towards a better battle. And I think that's what is going to be crucial for iQOO TSG. There it is, EMZ, they find Ayush once again, and I'm pretty sure this is out in the open or mid-air when he was diving down. Legend gets taken down, a lot more of eliminations going away. iQOO TSG, a strong start now being put to flat land. Let's hope they're able to make a comeback. It is still too early in the game. I wouldn't call that teams are going to be put down. Marco brings back Nancy, but K9, they are making a jump in the direction of where Arjun is. Could be trouble in that direction. WindGod could also see some trouble in case EMZ rushes up, because they are the ones who need to climb up the hill. Let's hope if that happens, GG Instinct will have an advantage. But looking at GG Instinct, I see them in a survival mode. Whereas Revenant XSpark, they've decided with the height advantage, they're going to lay everybody down once they're in their vision.
Yeah, even I was going to go highlight the same fact that they have the control of the rail tracks right now. And we have seen teams control, probably get elimination points from this spot itself. It's GDR Pros in the past, iQOO Total Gaming. Whoever has the control of the Intellect Center, they somehow manage to get this spot under control so that they can get those elimination points. And we know that in the map of Next Terra, finding value is where I think teams are looking at right now. To be honest, GG Instinct, of course, their movements are going to depend on what Revenant XSpark do right now, because otherwise, I feel GG Instinct have to hold their spot. They have to wait till Revenant XSpark makes their move. But Reckoning Esports, they're also here in the vicinity, and every other team have just decided to consolidate or probably plan that what their next move is going to be. I can also see K9 Esports slowly creeping in. Probably a fight which can happen against Reckoning Esports, but we only have 8 more seconds before the next circle moves in. And look at GG Instinct. They decide to move in. That's a very bold move, but they find a cover. But now, Revenant XSpark, they can probably challenge GG Instinct.
This is a very weird spot for GG Instinct. Now, while they were inside a majority compound which had a 4-way fortress, if you would want to call it, was a little bit of a better position, asking me. But if they're closer to the tracks, it is troubling. Meaning more teams will try to get closer to the height, and from there, even GG Instinct or Revenant XSpark might be under trouble. But right now, K9, they seem to be in trouble as they wanted to get closer at the edge of the circle. Xian's being taken down. They're trying to still find a safer spot, but Reckoning is not loving that. While Fox on the other end, nice launcher shot coming in, gets taken down, should be a confirmation. Ash is not close by to help him out, but he still makes a run for it. Another nade goes, but it gets missed because of the glue wall that was put. But Hemu, he flanks and finds one more down, and K9 with Dafiq also going down are in big deep troubles. It's only Honey, the last man standing. He gets taken down, and Reckoning are right now ravaging everybody for eliminations and surged up to 8.
Sabo looks super focused right now. He wants to decimate every team out there and probably prove everyone wrong. That once you count us, I think that's when you just are gonna start off a lot of problems, because right now 4 ends, they are under a lot of pressure. WindGod is the one who are firing a lot of bullets onto them. Probably have to deal with OGxTSG as well. They're surrounded by a lot more teams. EMZ are also in the vicinity. OGxTSG, they have to come inside the circle first. This is the third one. Caused a lot of damage there, but definitely Avijit finds Matt, but then now he's out in the open. He doesn't have the HP. He gets punished as well, but Raichu finds value onto Arjun. Like OGxTSG, Ayush, Legend, Krish, their movements are getting cluttered because there are a lot more landmines placed, and yeah, the one player definitely gives you a breakthrough. That's not enough. They haven't made their way towards the circle, Lucifer.
Making their way to the circle, but for now their intention is putting down iQOO, OGxTSG, who are the closest. If they get all the eliminations, they will get to the closer to the double digits. EMZ Esports are playing really well compared to any other team who have been playing here since week 2. The 4 ends ready for a lot more, spotting somebody else out in the open, but Legend is the closest. Legend will be in deep trouble as the circle will start closing. 4 ends will make a move and instantly they'll spot the player. EMZ right as in front are kind of acting as a distraction, and that is the reason 4 ends are not looking at their corners. And if 4 ends do not check their corners, Oro, I remember what God's Den Pros also went under, of how they managed to tackle a situation when the whole lot was there. But right now, as Godlike is trying to fight with EMZ and Nero Plushie gets sent, damage being done to Godlike over there, but there's a plethora of glue walls. Therefore, I think Godlike will be able to fend that fight out and survive, whereas 4 ends, they have to run out in the open.
Wow, I already seen the mini-map that Legend has gone in and given revive. Oh, he finds a vending machine, and obviously, meanwhile, we see 4 ends getting eliminated, but that's so much value, and he even managed to come inside the circle. iQOO, OGxTSG, and Legend take a salute, Lucifer. He has given a life-saving opportunity, or probably a chance to rewrite the script. But wait, Revenant, XSpark, they have different plans. They're taking out those members who are coming inside the circle. Vincent, he still is waiting outside the circle to find value. He's spotted right now and he will be caught. So is Yogi. He needs to be revived, but Godlike under immense pressure. He might find Metaninza out in the open, who are fighting against Revenant, XSpark. A lot is happening, and a chaotic situation has just outbursted, Lucifer.
iQOO, nice holding off on GG Instinct, and as soon as they put one of the players down, look at the run-up coming in from the team, the backup. They did revive him, but Riptide Rhythm, Glue Wall Melters, all of it being used, and that's going to be troubling GG Instinct. Their way in is trouble. Tiger gets put down, a lot more nades being tossed. Swaroop also on his knees, and now Nancy jumps in, spots the player, puts one more power down. It's all up to Swaroop, and Marco is already up close and will put him down as well with the help of his teammates' nades, and that is an end for GG Instinct. Godlike, they have surged past 20 eliminations right here in first game of next Terra, showing everybody that they're ready for a lot more. They even take down Metaninza now on Revenant, XSpark. Godlike, they are aiming down to every team in front of them.
Absolutely, they have the best spot in this, in this lobby right now. EMZ Aditya is the last man surviving. Yogi, he goes outside the circle. Probably he needs some resources. He needs some grenades. And once he comes back, he probably will utilize them. Aditya is found. WindGod, they have found Aditya, the last member from EMZ. They are closing in towards Godlike. It's a 4v4 fight. Nancy and Marco will be the one who will find the first opening. But look at Yogi. He's in a different angle right now. He can be the one who can create problem. And Django is not aware where Yogi is coming from. He's putting in glue also. But look at Nancy and Marco. They're creating that distraction. And probably Kingston and Nim, he needs to find value. Eco. He's buying time for the team. Nancy and Marco wants to find Django first, and then they want to deal with the rest of the 3 members from WindGod. Right now, Eco is in the spot of bother, and look at him handle the situation, and WindGod are finding value. Yogi is caught off guard. Now Eco is down as well. Gokul, Kingston and Nim, they would want to take down the last 2 members, that is Marco and Nancy, Lucifer.
But trying to fight with Django, they lost Yogi, and right as now Godlike, who are in the upper hand, are in trouble. 3v2 situation for them. Marco and Nancy are not together, but Nim, he decides to face them individually. He gets taken down, Nancy gets put down, but WindGod had the numbers. They together perform and open up with the booyah right here on week 3. Look at the happy faces. Kingston, Nim, Django and Gokul make it happen.
Absolutely, WindGodxTHW Esports have delivered in the very first game in day 1 of week 3. where every game matters, every point and every booyah would matter from now on. But Godlike, something going wrong with them, with closing out games or closing out situations. They are unable to do it this year. We have been speaking about it, but we'll speak about it much in depth in a situation. But right now it's WindGod who has the limelight, and definitely they have outperformed. They have been waiting for their chance as well, right, Lucifer?
They have been. And there was a similar strategy on both the ends. And here you can see iQOO, he has been the individual distractor. On the other end, it was Django. iQOO tried his best as long as possible, but on the other end, Django played even better, putting down Yogi. That is where WindGodxTHW got the advantage. If Yogi was not taken down, then Godlike, I feel like, still had the chance. And again, no credits taken away from WindGodxTHW Esports. Godlike still pulled off a big number of eliminations, but WindGodxTHW Esports, they were the ones who grabbed the very first booyah. And remember, there could be a tiebreaker criteria. If that comes into play, the first criteria is the number of booyahs that you have. And WindGodxTHW Esports, they've started with that criteria as a checkbox.
Yeah, but look at Godlike. They have 30 eliminations, my friend Lucifer, and they have cranked up the number to a total of 39, almost touched 40. So Godlike, even though they did not get the booyah, they will still be unhappy about the situation. They should have closed that game, because the kind of experience they had, they should be thinking right now that we could have almost converted that game and probably end up with 40 plus points. But nothing to be unhappy about, because they have 39, and WindGod follow up with 27. Even a very, very good start. You see the average already with the top 3 teams out there. Revenant, XSpark with 20, 13 eliminations for them as well. But Godlike, they're looking, at a very different stage with 30 eliminations, because this is not a usual number that we see in the knockout stages.
It is not at all. To get closer to a 40 bomber, and if they did get a booyah, they would have pushed ahead of it. Amazing stuff being done for Godlike from where they've started, along with WindGod, Revenant, OGxTSG as well. It's not the best, but even pulling off 13 points and how they started. But you could see still the same problem, that once they start and then they have trouble, they do not know how to stabilize themselves. However, let's talk about the MVP, and this is the reason I called Django was one of the reasons how WindGod managed to get this victory for themselves, get this booyah. If it did not hold off like how iQOO was trying, and also putting down Yogi over there, who was behind Django, while Nancy and Marco were trying to rush up closer, Django played amazing. 5 eliminations, 4 assists, and damage of 2,787, a sniper versus sniper battle. And if you look at the overall picture from the group stages and even our knockout stages, right? Snipers have been more crucial in your final fights.
Yep, absolutely, and he is the leader as well. So leading from the front, to be honest, for WindGod right now, I think he has decided that, okay, I will be the one who's gonna go in and definitely, grab those important situations for us. And definitely Nim, Kingston and Gokul have, reacted well. And definitely when you speak about their journey, right, it looks so good, because they have had their own ups and downs, but right now in the perfect timing, they get the booyah. And absolutely, they have made no changes in their, loadout, to be honest, because this is the very basic active skills which we have been watching. Yeah, you can say that Cassie with a rusher, with Gokul being there. So definitely, I think he was given the role, even though he was a rusher, he was given the role of a support, because he also had a beast. And so that's interesting as well, Lucifer, to look at.
And that is, I feel like, one of the reasons why Nim, Gokul and Kingston were trying to play together, and having a KC helps you out in taking up that damage, helping you in survival. Let's talk about the stats as well in terms of what Django did as the MVP and what everybody else did. Even Gokul with 5 eliminations. We did see earlier when there was a fight between WindGod as well as Revenant, where Gokul did get taken down, but eventually came back to a position of winning ways. 2,300 damage coming in from his end, 2,400 from Nim. And if you say it's the least damage, I don't think so. 1,900 in a game at high stakes as this, and to start off with so much damage coming through, WindGodxTHW is just showing us of what caliber they're made of and what they're ready for here on Wake 3. It's a direct qualification they're trying for.
Yeah, I mean, the conversion also looks solid. You look at Django, he got 5 knockouts, he converted all of them. Nim also converted 3 of his knocks, but only Gokul and Kingston, I think they're one short of their knockouts, but they did well. They, more importantly, converted the situation from Godlike, because Godlike were looking very strong and confident in the situation when a team is firing all cylinders with 30 elimination bombers inside the game. You would expect a team like Godlike to, pounding on you, put pressure, but then WindGod, they absolutely knew what to do in that situation, and they converted the game. Look at their positioning. I mean, Godlike, they're fighting right from mud side. They went towards the Deca square. Probably they wanted more fights. They again came back to mud side, found Reckoning there. They took a fight against them. They're fighting all around the south. You look at them, Deca square, mud side, that's their movement, and then they made their way towards boxing gym, and then moving in towards the circle. So I mean, it's very clear from the first picture that Godlike wanted to fight all around, even though the priority towards the circle have always been the case for them, but this time they thought that, okay, we will make it to the circle, but first we want fights.
Fights is something that, yes, Godlike did prioritize, and you could see all the way till the 6th circle.
Yep.
They did try their best, and even it was supposed to be them, and we have seen situations like this even tracking back to our group stages, right? Godlike versus Gyan Gaming, it was one of the first opportunities for Godlike to get their booyah. It did not happen. Gyan Gaming took it away. Similar here, but I think it is this confidence that we end up seeing from Godlike, and I'm happy to be proven wrong, right? When we made our predictions as well, we did not have Godlike in that. And one of the reasons I'm not putting Godlike on my predictions is I've seen when I put them and I have a lot of hopes, I feel a little sad on the other end. So right as now, knowing that they have the capability, we just let them do their works and just amaze us. They've done it right now, but again, missed out on the booyah. Chances of their issues showing up tad bit. Yes, high number of points that they've grabbed. Is it going to be enough? We'll answer on day 3, but right now time for game 2, which is going to be Purgatory and the preferred drop spots in front of our screens. Marble Works is where Godlike is heading over to, but I'm surprised to see Crossroads being completely empty and fields out open for only Revenant XSpark. So I think a lot of changes when we end up seeing the flight path coming up will happen, but as of now, there could be a big clash at Brasilia.
I mean, see, Revenant XSpark was happy on Nextera because they didn't have iQOO Total Gaming, so they got their chance to capture Intellect Center, and right now Godlike will be happy, right? Because Crossroads is empty. We have seen Godlike and iQOO Total Gaming fight out in that very spot. So Marbleworks is something they have kept in as a backup, but right now they can go clearly towards Crossroads and control the shots from the northern end. But towards Brasilia, look at the very center of the map with EMZ, iQOO, OGxTSG, and 4EMZ Esports fighting for Brasilia. That's going to be very interesting because 4EMZ did not have a good start, and so does EMZ. We expected something good and interesting from them. While we again will have an opportunity to look at our predictions, but which brings me back to the point that EMZ and 4EMZ have not been performing well, but still, it's just the first game.
It is the first game, and that is one of the reasons why both of us decided to have very similar predictions, just a play around to see if in case we mutually decide and it happens. But right now we've made our own decisions. I've gone in for Aerobotz. Unfortunate that they got eliminated like that. That was a surprise for me, going out as the first team on Nextera. But I still have hopes for them. But if it doesn't happen in this game, then I'm a little worried of day 1. On the other hand, iQOO, OGxTSG, same problem, and you also have them on their predictions, is they start off good. But once they have a problem, they don't know how to stabilize themselves. And I think that has been a cause of concern from week 2 that we've been seeing from their end. GG Instinct, the only reason I'm putting them is, yes, one of the reasons that they've gotten their booyah here, but also because they managed to pull off qualification when there is pressure. Somehow they do it. Today, start of the game, Nextera has not been theirs yet, but I still hope they have. But on the other hand, after seeing what Godlike did, you have to have it, and you've made their prediction along with Metaninza.
Absolutely. Since the map is Purgatory, which is going to be the next up, but the way Metaninza have played on Purgatory, so I feel a little confident picking them, and also for Godlike. So that's why I think have gone in with those two teams, to be honest. But the way we have seen Purgatory, right, the hard shifts of the circle, it has sometimes punished few teams who have not prioritized. So probably Godlike, if they're planning to do it again, like they played on next Terra, I think I have no issues with them collecting eliminations, because right now, again, the agenda is to be in top 6. So it's all good if you end up towards the top 6 position, but then you still need those survival points. Moving ahead, let's find it out on the map of Purgatory itself, because this is going to be the second map of day 1 itself, and let's see how Purgatory unfolds, Lucifer.
Unfolding is where every team would want to figure if they are the ones unfolding the red carpet in terms of eliminations. They're going to be laying everybody out here on Purgatory. Will they be the devils, as everybody will feel the fire as we start off here at Purgatory with the victors of the previous game 1? That's going to be WindGod, the flight path cutting the map incomplete half, I would say this. And we see Reckoning already taking a dive towards Crossroads. This is why I said we did see it being empty, but I don't think it's going to be empty. 4Ns also tag along, but 4Ns have a 2-2 split here.
Yep, Reckoning Esports and 4Ns, they will definitely start fighting. Hemu and Wildfox, they're very close by. And since you have already notified us with the big split, so this is intentional, that we know. And they want both Brasilia and Crossroads. This is very interesting to look at what the actual planning is. But right now, Avijit, he needs to find value, and he will be dealt with. Surya has already been taken out. Wildfox getting eliminated, but Avijit immediately, he also goes down. You know, this is not a good plan, right? You want to fight in 2 different directions. What if you get taken out in both the places? You will be the first team to get eliminated. This is a very big risk.
Sometimes higher risk, higher the reward. There was a situation, and we did see Avijit at least knock Wildfox 9 over there, which kind of seemed like there could be another knock, or at least an elimination. Did not happen. Reckoning will be happy about it. They get a little more in terms of looting time. They're going to be happy that Crossroads is going to be empty after that initial clash. But I'm surprised to see that we are not seeing clash anywhere else. Everybody themselves have toned things down. But Team Tamilas, after their initial drop, are making a run, and Aerobotz right in front of their screens. And Aerobotz, after what happened in game 1, they better tune around something different for game 2. And it started. Mad God is the one with the swag 7, putting down Yogesh and even confirming that elimination, forcing Team Tamilas to back off.
Yeah, absolutely. Aerobotz, we did not expect them to get eliminated at the very first spot in the last game. So definitely they need this game in their favor. But K9, Honey Sunny gets caught off guard. And you look at Tiger with that AC-80, connects a beautiful shot. Probably won't get the elimination point because Honey Sunny did land on the ridge. So of course, a chance for the teammates to get revive him. But look at Swaroop, he's already closed in the distance. He finds Honey Sunny. Surprise, surprise. Max 7 it is. And Zian, oh, he finds value. Finally, some retaliation comes in. But GG Instinct have decided to rush in towards K9. This can be a little risky. Puts in the glue wall. Patlu finds value probably. No, K9 getting eliminated. This is huge for GG Instinct. And K9, the inconsistency continues, Lucifer.
This is the reason I had GG Instinct in my prediction. When under pressure and they know it's about qualification, GG Instinct somehow pull off a rabbit from their hat and make it out. And right as now, they've put K9, the Titans, out, and that is trouble. This is not the start of Purgatory that some teams would have wanted, and similar situation for right now Reckoning. While they might have fended off 4Ns, right now EMZ is on their back. While Fox 9, he's been taken down. Last man standing, Ash. There is a vending machine, but it's not closed. If he tries to run out, there is Godlike, and Godlike are also hearing all these pot shots being taken. So there is no run from here for Ash. While Fox 9 will not be revived with the P90 and only 2 eliminations. How do Reckoning make out of it here?
I'm a little confused. He could have revived his teammate there. Wild Fox, chance was there, but right now the teams are closing in towards Ash. His position is known. EMZ Rupesh is right outside, and here you go. The peripheral shot comes in from Marco's end, and he finds value onto Rupesh. EMZ, they also need to understand the environment of this situation, because this does not look like a good fight for them. Wild Fox, they have the chance to again come back inside the lobby. He tries his level best, Ash, with the P90, but of course, Godlike, they had the numbers, so no problems there. After getting 30 eliminations, they have again got 5, so good start for them.
At least a savior start as well for Ash over there. He was able to get Hemu back up. I was almost a breath lost for Reckoning and even a game completely. Somehow they pull it off. Godlike, also after what they did in the previous game, they are having the same instinct and they are surging ahead. 5 eliminations already. They spotted a team above or top on the hills and a little bit of shots were taken and instantly they did not reap any benefit. It is going to be a challenge coming in from Revenant XSpark and you could see Vincent is the closest. They've been right now belted with a plushie, with a Riptide Rhythm, and Vincent is trying to close the gap. And it seems like it is a 2-foot approach while Vincent is trying to go towards Godlike for a fight. His teammates are moving in the other direction, so I think Vincent is just saying, I'm going to buy you guys time. You guys move in the other direction towards the circle. We'll just force Godlike to back off, but it seems like no is the name. They all start using the launch pads, jump right in front of Godlike, and Vincent is now going to act as the sniper with the Bolt Maker call.
Oh, the Bolt Maker, have definitely slowed down Revenant XSpark's movement. Godlike, to get some breathing space. Vincent moved out, way out. How will he create a backup opportunity right now? That's the very valid question. But Arsh and Roshan are stuck with iQOO and Nancy. They want to move in, put in a glue wall, toss the healing drone there, and now the nades are coming in. Probably that's Yogi who's throwing in those utilities, and Arsh gets taken down. It's iQOO was throwing those grenades. Roshan uses the time turner, but for how long? He finds one knock, but it's a very different fight we're looking at. It's Revenant XSpark, Godlike, iQOO in a 1v1 situation. He finds a different angle and he will surprise Roshan. He should have expected that. This is a very possible angle. And iQOO shuts him down. Godlike, now will they be able to run away from this situation is the question, because EMZ, they are still here in the vicinity, and 4ends, they join the party.
Godlike, while they were trying to fight with Revenant XSpark, their players on the outside were taken down by 4ends, and 4ends will confirm the last player, iQOO as well, and Godlike get eliminated. 7 eliminations. They were the elimination leaders right here in this lobby, and they are going to be the ones eliminated. 4ends will be happy about this. They spotted Godlike out in the open and they pick up those eliminations, but they're spotting a more in terms of eliminations. Mac, he's caught out in the open. 2 players with the vehicle make a rush towards him, a dash as well. Avijit does not land the blow, but Mac has hit him. Right as a now Riptide Rhythm blowing the glue wall open and eventually putting Mac down to his knees. And 4ends, they are continuing their aggression of what they showed us in game 1, even here on game 2, and now they have a total of 5 eliminations. The others from EMZ are also close by, and 4ends seem like they want to put an end to EMZ.
Avijit, he has an AC-80, he knows the positioning. Mr. Ani, he throws in the grenade, he is the IGN himself, so calls are coming in from his end as well. But look at Avijit, he's still going in, he's pressurizing EMZ to fall back. Melt has come in, but there's no stopping for him. Raichu has also made his movement and he's utilizing that Moss incognito mode. So his position is now known, but Avijit has closed in the distance right now. A lot of pressure onto EMZ. It's that M590. He wants to find value first. Mr. Ani is fighting, but for how long is the question. Cyber, he also has the M590. Oh, whoever first connects the shot will have an advantage right here. And Mr. Ani, he gets taken down. Oh, EMZ knew that this is coming their way. That is why probably Rupesh was sent for a fallback, or maybe he did not want to fight in that situation because the call was there. He was alongside Mr. Ani, but Mr. Ani was the one who was taken down. And Rupesh's position is known.
He did revive his teammate. That is the reason the vending machine was close by. That's the reason he was forced to run in the other direction. And now, 4ends in terms of their aggression, this is what they do. They spot a team, they rush towards them, they put them down. 9 total eliminations, and Rupesh, he will also be taken down. Thankfully, he did revive his teammates. Otherwise, if a mistake was done, EMZ as a whole team would have been eliminated. WindGod, after their success in the previous game, right now they feel confident, but they've lost player, Kingston. They are playing as a 3-man. They have 3 eliminations, spotted Aerobotz, but Aerobotz, smart enough. They want to survive for longer. They want to start grabbing points. They picked up nothing in the previous game, and they did move out of the play zone, went into the circle, making sure that they are not the ones to be worried about by the damage of the zone. But Aerobotz, that is not the only thing that they have to think about. They have to think about how they bring eliminations and they move towards the top of the chart. So far, they have 8 eliminations that they've picked up here on Purgatory, but they need to get closer to 20 or 30 if possible after what Godlike did.
Reckoning Esports, they start a fight with Aerobotz right now, and this was the perfect time to have a look at the circle, and the positionings are a little spread out right now. Is Aerobotz, one player towards Mount Villa, Mad God is near a vending machine. Kunal, he's going towards Quarry. Look at Prodigy, he's there towards Brasilia. I mean, 4 players in 4 different directions. This is a little interesting to look at, because what the planning is, I seem that they are looking for fights, they're looking for information, but right now Prodigy is in a little bit of trouble, because Revenant, XSpark, and probably Rupesh is also looking at him. Wild Fox, he finds Django. So Reckoning Esports, they start a fight against WindGod right now, and this is a bridge situation for WindGod. Time Turner being utilized, Nim falls back.
Same bridge that Aerobotz used to crash and rotate is right now being crashed by Reckoning as well as WindGod. WindGod, they're the ones who are facing the brunt of the bullets. One of their players have already been taken down. Nim was the closest as the rusher. Django right behind another glue wall. He's trying to buy some time as his teammates, they've moved in, and slowly Django is also making his movement. While Fox9 on the jumps has spotted Django. I think it should be an opportunity to take him down, but Sabo, he gets knocked by the play zone, and this is trouble. This is why we have fear the play zone, that you stay out here for too long, damage coming your way, you will eventually end up going down to it. But right now, rush is what they decide. While he's trying to fend off Django with the numerous numbers from Reckoning, he will not be able to stand for long, but that Nero plushie made players have trouble, and Ash will get knocked down. There is no way to revive him other than picking him up from a vending machine. Now Hemu and Wild Fox9, just because of the 2 eliminations that they wanted to pick and wanted to move from the bridge, they end up losing even 2 of their own players here, Oro.
That is why prioritizing the circle is so important, right? Circle can be evil if you're not, following up with it. Right now, GG Instinct, they have a good position, and Reckoning, we are coming in towards them. Power, moving towards the circle, and his positioning is in a spot out in the open, to be honest. But a decision has not been made yet. Go outside the circle, then come back in. Maybe they'll want some loot, but it's out in the open again. This is very risky. Now, Mad God and Prodigy both, and actually Kunal and Prodigy both uses the Riptide Rhythm coming in from their angle. The glue wall placements are going to be a little difficult. Oh, Power has been taken down. He immediately revives him. From the backlines, he first needs to come back in a cover situation. Otherwise, it becomes a little difficult for GG Instincts to make the movements.
Right now, making movement on the today's standings. Some teams are being eliminated. We just saw EMZ right behind them. Even WindGod got eliminated. So a little bit trouble being striked upon as Zeus's Thunderbolt on some teams. Purgatory not working their way, and it seems like it is a little bit of a hellish land for some. Damage King on Avijit, 2,459 already, and right now we still have 8 teams surviving. 4 ends are on another complete picture that they're playing. GG Instinct, a nice rush. They spotted the player, made an instant push with the Nero plushie, and this is why we've talked about GG Instinct of somehow they make their qualification happen. They do put an end to 1, but the trouble does not end there. Another team spots them, puts Swaroop down, and that's going to be Reckoning. They don't have the best of the strength here, Reckoning. It was Wild Fox9 and Hemu. Somehow they've gotten closer to the circle, but they don't see their teammates yet being revived. So if they don't act right here on the fight, they might be taken down. And along with it, Aerobotz have gotten closer, and instantly you see GG Instinct, they decide to regroup rather than going out in the open for a fight, knowing that there's another team close by.
Yeah, exactly. Reckoning Esports are waiting as well. They would also want to find value. Wild Fox, he's going to irritate these players. Tiger knows it. He has the incognito mode available ready. So he can be the one who can flank. But right now, Aerobotz is the one who's going to create a lot more problems than GG Instinct. They decide to move in, and these guys are wanting to run away. They use the launch pad and say that we can fight later. But right now, it's Wild Fox who's taking those shots against GG Instinct. Wild Fox, he seems interested. even though the circle can create a lot of problems for both the teams, fighting it outside. Oh no, Swaru finds the head and he immediately shuts Wild Fox down. Problems for Reckoning Esports. Metaninza Zap also coming in. Wait, Swaroop just might find him, but Swaroop gets taken out. Very unfortunate for GG Instinct, and their survival is up for question.
What? Aerobotz? They put an end to 4 ends just because of the launchers. They knock the whole team with one blow of a big nade coming across, and within a blink of an eye, 3 teams have been out of the running race, and we are down to the last 3 in this final fight. Revenant, XSpark, Aerobotz and iQOO OGxTSG. What a showdown, how it turned out instantly. This is what we spoke about of things can change here in Purgatory, and the momentum completely whiplashes other teams. Revenant, XSpark not in a safe spot, and they are sandwiched. One end they have iQOO OGxTSG, on the other end it's going to be Aerobotz, and Aerobotz, Kunal spots Ayush running out in the open, Riptide Rhythm, but it just doesn't miss the mark. It lands right there, but before that could happen, Chrono and the players been revived. So iQOO OGxTSG, now they have an opportunity to make it across right against the wall.
Absolutely, and that is why they're closing in the distance as well. Aerobotz, they want to move in, but then how is the question? Because they're going to be facing Revenant, XSpark, and both iQOO OGxTSG, Revenant, XSpark, they're again stuck, as you mentioned, they're sandwiched. Look at Roshan and Arsh, they're literally moving in and out, and they're trying to buy time for themselves. Kunal being shot at. It is Krish and probably the whole team of iQOO OGxTSG are firing at Aerobotz, and probably Revenant XSpark can utilize the situation and take shots at Aerobotz and then shut them down, because this is the best opportunity they will get. But Aerobotz, they have glue walls, and Prodigy, he drones down at the very 4th moment. He could have been down. If he goes down, maybe it becomes a chance for Revenant XSpark to shut Aerobotz. Aerobotz not giving up. And iQOO OGxTSG, Arjun, he becomes the damage king right now. The Nero plushie coming in. Kunal goes down. He's the first one to be taken out. The Riptide Rhythm is missed. The sniper shots from Arjun is going to be very crucial. Will he find the head of Prodigy with that VSK94? Let's find out.
Revenant, XSpark in between, they are still not deciding to take this as an advantage. They're letting iQOO OGxTSG as well as Aerobotz fight amongst themselves. And iQOO OGxTSG, the circle is moving in the other direction. Both the teams are in the direction, are inside the zone itself, so it should not be a problem. However, Aerobotz, they're closing the distance. As the distance is being closed, Revenant, XSpark, they're coming under the fire belt. And Revenant, XSpark, they don't have much to walk inside the compound that they're next to. There is no opening, so they're just shut down by a complete cement wall, and all they can do is jump above, go to the next side and fight with iQOO OGxTSG. But if they try to do that, climbing their own glue wall, they know that's going to be an easy invite for eliminations for iQOO OGxTSG. 10 eliminations here. Aerobotz on the other end have a lot more in aggression that they're working with, but their numbers are only 3. But look at iQOO OGxTSG, they make that plan of a glue wall ladder, want to go up on the roof, not on the other end, and Arjun is trying his best, but it doesn't happen yet.
You know, they have wasted a lot of time. Now Aerobotz have made their movements. They have got the better positioning. Ayush is on a different angle, but Revenant, XSpark, how will they move in right now? There's a lot of pressure coming in from Prodigy's end. Vincent goes out. But he again gets revived. Probably a Thiva from Roshan's end. But Ice Grenade comes in for Mad God. Mad God is the one being taken out. And that is Ayush. And finally, Arjun and Krish have got hold of the higher ground. And Team Aerobotz getting eliminated. It's only Roshan, and a lot of utilities being dumped onto him. Krish, he gets taken out, but Roshan, he doesn't have the HP, and it is iQOO OGxTSG. They finally find value, and here it is, the happiness in faces of legend. Arjun, Ayush, and Krish, they absolutely are amazed right now, and they get that booyah.
They needed this booyah to build their own confidence, and look at it. Ayush is happy, Legend is, but Krish and Arjun, they are yet building their confidence. But I think a little chuckle has been shared amongst themselves, and that is the reason even Arjun with a wide smile, but Krish is concentrating. He's zoned in completely. Like, this is just the first game that we got a really good result. The previous game they had 13 total points. They came up till the top 5 and they played. So adding on that and this was really well in the first 2 games of what iQOO OGxTSG did. And again, kudos to their movement. They were climbing down the hill. Aerobotz had the advantage, but then iQOO OGxTSG decided that we also need to retaliate. And once they did, Aerobotz gave them a little bit of a breather for iQOO OGxTSG. And after that, you saw Arjun manage to climb up on the roof we were talking about. put down Mad God, and as soon as Mad God was taken down, Revenant XSpark were the ones who would come under the grinding machine of iQOO OGxTSG's fire, and that's what happened. They had them surrounded in all directions, and unfortunately the survival game from Revenant XSpark, as long as they played, did not work in their favor. Maybe if that cement wall that we were talking about had an opening, I think Revenant XSpark could have played a little more on their own will, not be forced by the land of Purgatory. But right now, forcing their own booyah of how they played, iQOO OGxTSG total 27 points, and following that suit, not far behind, a deficit of 5 points, is Aerobotz at 22.
For Esports, they also did show a lot of aggression in the map of Purgatory, and they did manage to get in some value as well. 13 elimination, 5 placement points. Of course, there is a problem with a lot of teams and their survival game, but I think even though survival is a question right now for all the teams out there, but some are managing it well. So 4End Esports can at least be happy about the fact that they have 18 points, and so is Revenant XSpark. If you look at the last map performance, they were there. They had that top 3 positioning. They again got 16 points, and I feel 16-17 points have been that average, right, for that qualification. Right now it's top 6, so of course the numbers will come down, but how many points is the question. And here comes the today's standings. Godlike Esports right on top, even though the last map was not so good, but they had a very big game in the first one, which is why they have the lead. But not too big, because they have been covered by iQOO OGxTSG. Look at their points, they have 40 right now.
This is how it is. It's a weighing scale where you pick up points in every game, or you try to outbalance sometimes with some games going really big and some a little off, and then you again pick up with big games. So if it does work out, they'll be happy. But Revenant XSpark slowly picking up pace, 36 for them. WindGodxTHW with 31 points. 4Ends with all their aggression. Look at 20 eliminations. They're close to the top 3 in terms of the eliminations that they have. 28 points. Aerobotz close, not the best in terms of performance that we have seen, tying up with Metaninza at a total of 24 points. But however, with the more eliminations, that is the reason they're above Metaninza. But disappointments have already started with Team Tamilas and K9, who are sitting at the bottom, with K9 going out with 0 points in the previous game. So the 11 that we see was only of what they managed in game 1. But game 2 right now, it is going to be the sniper again. This is the reason I said, when in your final last matchup that you are in the top 3 or 4, your snipers come into play the highest, and Arjun was the reasons of how Aerobotz were forced to kind of slow down things, and he was the one finding knocks. 6 eliminations, and look at the damage on 3670, beating the record of what WindGod did previously.
I mean, even he was the one alongside, iQOO, who was trying to climb up that, glue or ladder was made, and that was intentional, right? To climb up above that warehouse, where you will get that opportunity to, of course, get value, and definitely he got that spot. Probably he did waste some time, but then he did not want to give up in a situation where you can get in some advantage for your team. So definitely big props to Arjun, and maybe also iQOO. He supported him pretty well, and also his role as a supporter, right? With that Chrono, with Joseph, Nikita and Thiva there, so definitely he can also crank up the numbers, but then his role initially is given as a supporter, and the way he has been creating value for iQOO OGxTSG is tremendous. And look at the conversion rate for iQOO as well. 5 knockouts and 5 elimination points. It's very difficult sometimes to see a player like Legend, because even we have discussed this, right, already, Lucifer, that Legend is not a natural grenadier. His natural playstyle is like a rusher, but then he has been given that responsibility of a grenadier, and sometimes I feel he can do a much better job on a rusher role, but that's how teams demand in modern day Free Fire Max situation.
Need of the hour, and that's how you have to play it out. And iQOO OGxTSG, they played it out from the crossroads, Marble Works, and from there they were already at where the final circles were ending. That was at Gold Course. We did see GG Instinct, who made their entry, but blowing them out of the entire rush. Aerobotz, they made a jump in, and from Aerobotz getting inside the final few circles, they caused a big chaos. 3 teams on a stretch together with the help of iQOO OGxTSG and Aerobotz together disappeared. We were not even able to see our top 4. Instantly it was top 3 from 6 to 8 teams surviving. That's how instantly teams got lost. You can see at Circle 5, we had 4 teams who were surviving. Reckoning, 4Ns, GG Instinct and Metaninza. All of them just within a second just disappeared. And in Circle 6, no eliminations. And then we ended up at Circle 7, where we ended up seeing Revenant, XSpark, Aerobotz, as well as iQOO OGxTSG. But you have to give props to iQOO OGxTSG. If it was not Arjun putting Aerobotz players down, it could have been Aerobotz getting that booyah, because they had the flat land. They saw the team who was climbing down the hill, and they knew where Revenant, XSpark were, and Revenant, XSpark never decided to fight them. They wanted to just survive. So they knew the only trouble was iQOO OGxTSG. But Arjun's sniper, the 3600 damage that we ended up seeing, the sharpshooter coming in from his end, is the reason that we end up seeing this being pulled off. And I think finally we can start talking about the graphic that we had earlier in the earlier weeks, which was the new Sniper God.
Correct.
Back again in that direction, and I'm feeling happy for Arjun.
Absolutely. I mean, he is one of the players to be watch out for, definitely. In week 3, he has the opportunity, and he is stepping up alongside a few more players from iQOO OGxTSG. They have a fight against WindGod, and WindGod, they don't shy away from a drop clash. It's Delta Isle for now. But look at TV Tower. This is going to be interesting because, Bloomtown, we have Godlike, but towards Casa Vista, it's Metaninza and Revenant, XSpark, and towards Eco Drain, it's Aerobotz. So, there are few opportunities of drop clashes, even though we saw, in the previous game that few teams showed interest, but there were not lot of teams showing interest in drop clashes, because it was only, I think, K9 ending up in a situation where they got eliminated. But other than that, it was other teams who were, focusing on their drops and maybe avoiding those early drop clashes.
See, I am not too sure to call it drop clashes or it's visit. Right? Because most of those fights that have happened, or to be honest, have never worked in any team's favor. One team starts a fight, they do put the other team down, they bring them down to the last two make a run, and the team who started a fight off, they end up having in a situation where they end up losing their own players. That is one of the reasons of Godlike, how they went down. All of this was happening around Crossroads, but hey, you don't know how these teams are right now fighting. Look at 4Ns. The aggression that they're bringing is, I don't know from where they're channeling that. But channeling something is going to be after game 4, an announcement for all of you. So make sure you are staying tuned. Bring a lot more of your friends and let them know there's another announcement. LAN was done. What else is going to be announced? So make sure you make your way here for TEZ FFMIC 2026 Spring, because still a lot of your favorite teams are fighting for their qualification. And while you are here with us, you can also let us know your predictions, as we are going to be going into the next game. That is going to be Solara. Felt like a favorite 2025 season's Godlike map, but I'm not too sure right now in 26.
Yeah, Solara has definitely given us some amazing, clutch moments where we have seen teams fighting all around, because, it is considered to be the aggressive maps alongside Kalahari, because you have that opportunity of fast rotations. Of the rail tracks are there. You can rotate so quickly and get in those third parties, probably the fourth parties. Yeah, let's bring in our predictions and see that definitely who we think that can perform well in this map. I again have opted for Aerobotz. Reckoning, I don't know, maybe I am still feeling that the way that they are one of the confident teams out there, but they have to understand that sometimes over-aggressing in a situation can be a little difficult. So they need to control that. Otherwise, I think they still can be a dangerous team inside the lobby. And Godlike, we have seen them, as you mentioned. 2025 season was so good on this map, but they need to bring things back.
Yeah, they themselves, even Yogi mentioned, it's about consistency. I feel like they're trying to tread in that direction, but you could see instantly after 2 games, a lot changes. Revenant, XSpark is my pick along with iQOO OGxTSG. We resonate with Reckoning, feeling like they should have a chance. But after what iQOO OGxTSG are slowly doing, 13 points in the first, 27 points in the next, and now they are closer to the top 2. Feels like they've found their momentum, their vibe. Same goes for Revenant, XSpark. A lot of spotlight is not on them. Even though we put it in the game 2 we had while they were in the top 3, they did not do much to kind of show us that they have aggression going in for them. They played for survival, and because of the survival, they're already in the top 6. I think that is their concentration right as now, and that is one of the reasons I feel like Revenant XSpark will continue this
Correct.
in the long run as well. They are now becoming a survival team. K9 tried to do this, but Revenant XSpark have done it better. Revenant XSpark should have qualified because of that even in our week 2 day 3. But unfortunate that God's Reign Pros and Fire Eyes had a lot more going in their direction, that Revenant XSpark were left behind after K9. So with all that said and done, going into Solara, it could still be a clean slate. Some of the teams who have not done anything could instantly surge up and find their booyah, and team as such is going to be K9. Something that we are looking at. EMZ as well. They started with a fight with Godlike and Revenant XSpark happening, but then they decided to completely separate off, and that troubled as we jump towards Solara.
Absolutely. Let's find out that all these teams who have not been able to perform yet, can they find value on this map of Solara? It is K9, it is Team Tamilas, EMZ, GG Instinct, or for a fact Reckoning Esports, and even Metaninza. These teams are still alive and definitely feeling the fire right now. They need points. iQOO, OGxTSG, after converting the last game, should be super confident. And Arjun, he flips his hair and says, okay, I'm here and we will definitely perform.
Everybody wants to perform. Flight path right now, even Stevens, not something that we are ever worried about. Only sometimes we end up seeing a very different flight path that everybody is worried. But right now, TV Tower could be a position where multiple teams could clash out, because you can see a plethora of them all diving from there in Solara. But I think we've hit a quick pause before we resume this game itself and we jump back into the action on Solara. You don't have to be worried. None of the teams have had any clashes where they did lose out on eliminations. We've just hit a quick pause. We'll let you know about what happened. We'll let you know what's next as well. But looking at even the flight path and what Reckoning did take a jump at the hub tells us that Reckoning again slowly tending towards a little bit of survival, because in that last game what we saw, Oro, Reckoning were again playing as individuals. Something that we don't like. Reckoning playing on survival, I don't think is their own natural game. Whereas I think K9 eventually are trying, Revenant XSpark are trying, and they are benefiting on top of it.
Correct.
So teams have to understand which is their natural lingo of which would work for them in a high intense lobby where qualification is at stake. It is not the week 1 result that we are looking forward to. Week 1 you had to stay in the top 12, you get to start early, or you stay in anywhere between the 18, you will still have a chance for qualification. But right now, all the thread that we were talking about, that hey, week 1 no elimination, week 2 no elimination, now there is, meaning 6 will qualify. What happens to the other 6? All their efforts throughout the weeks is going to go down in the vein, and we don't want anybody feeling that, but you need to understand that's the intensity of the competition.
Yeah, and that is why performing in each and every game is going to be so important, and probably few teams have cracked it. Revenant XSpark, even though they do not have a booyah yet, they have somehow managed to balance everything. The elimination points is there, and of course the survival game is there. You see them, surviving. So definitely that's where I think all the teams should follow, because you already mentioned the fact that a natural play style. Follow that. Follow your instincts. If you want to fight, just fight. Do not get into that loop that maybe overthink a situation, probably overthink a fight. That's where problems are going to be. Reckoning Esports, they are in a situation where they were in a situation probably where they wanted to fight. They were caught off guard. They did not know how to pull back from that situation, and they got eliminated. So in such situations, you need to be very clear. If you want to fight out, I think you just go all in, just like how Godlike did. They were stuck in a situation in Crossroads. They knew that we are gonna get eliminated, so everybody ended up fighting in that situation, and that's how they got 7 elimination points, and they still maintained their top spot. They have 46 points right now, and that is how I think teams should approach the game, because right now we are on day 1, right, and day 2, day 3 looks like it's gonna be tomorrow and day after, but it's gonna come soon. So definitely points is gonna be very, very crucial.
The maps, the games that you're playing is going to fly within the blink of an eye. If you mess up, you messed up completely. You end up losing a lot of points that you did not gain. And I think that is already kind of going through the minds of the teams who have not performed really well. Now, I think you have to carry the mindset of what WindGodxTHW Esports managed to do, right? Because WindGod, their very first game, nobody would have ever thought that they will end up pulling off a booyah against when Godlike had 29 eliminations. that is how much of Godlike was lifting themselves up to show what they're here on week 3 to start off on. But WindGod, they played really smart. They played both survival as well as strategically of making sure where they are holding off is also the final circle, because WindGod were around Mota Ruins. From there they had a fight with the other teams. They held that position. And then they got the booyah because eventually the circle even came in that direction. Whereas when we go towards iQOO TSG of how they pull the booyah, they went all around Purgatory and then came to the final fight. They saw Aerobotz, held them off. So the strategy is between how smart you hold off at a position, initially getting a stronghold, but on the other end is also about just fighting across everywhere, rotating. But with that, we jump back into the game. It was just paused, a little technical hitch, but with that, we have resolved all of it. I thought a lot of fights could break out at TV Tower. It didn't happen. Teams actually went in all different directions, but at Delta Isle, again, iQOO TSG and WindGodxTHW Esports, who we are talking about just now, seems like they're going to be breaking a fight up.
Absolutely. Arjun, he finds a weapon and he immediately starts firing K9's up. He also starts a fight against Godlike, but that's happening somewhere else. Right now, it's WindGod against OGxTSG. Crazy has a max 7, finds Django off guard, shuts him down, eliminates him, gets the elimination point for Team OGxTSG. But right now, they have lost Legend. They would not like any more eliminations right now because WindGod, all 4 members, are in the vicinity. I told you, Lucifer, that WindGod is not the team who would shy off from a fight. They have always liked these kind of drop clashes. They have challenged Godlike in the very first game. You already said that they were not the expected team to pick up that booyah, and they are here challenging an iQOO OGxTSG who are doing well, but WindGod, they're doing better or want to do better.
They would, but right now I think they're strategizing to move away from this position. One of the players has taken the tracks and they've made the run for it, whereas iQOO TSG, as soon as they hear it, they're trying to close the gap. Another player is taking the tracks, and the last one, Kingston, he will be spotted by Ayush with the AC-AT, makes a quick jump, takes the tracks, and I think he should be safe and sound, as he's also put up the glue walls as cover. So WindGodxTHW, they realize that it seems like iQOO TSG is stabilizing themselves, so let's not make any mistake and give them an opportunity. Again, a smart move, because both these two teams in terms of how they fight are a tad bit similar. They want to fight with everybody. They want to close that fight in their direction. But once the mess up happens, WindGod stabilize themselves better compared to iQOO TSG. But right as now, let's talk about the elimination leader. It goes to Honey Sunny. 2 eliminations. And we did see it started off right here around Godlike, and K9 picked up one of the eliminations. But right now, Godlike are in the other direction at TV Tower, where Revenant XSpark thought maybe they would have had an opportunity to control the tower and send signals out.
It did get, but Godlike, I think, came in too quick to grab the opportunity. Now they have the control of TV Tower. We have seen multiple teams approaching towards this very position and have fought in the past. Right now, Revenant, XSpark and WindGod, both, I think both the teams have shown maturity that they do not want to fight in such situations where there is a disadvantage for them. But wait, they have not stopped fighting. There's again a fight between those 2 teams who started things off. In Solara, Ayush is out in the open. The time turner already committed. The blue walls are not there. And Ayush gets taken down. Arjun, he needs some kind of support. He puts in the Riptide rhythm. He needs to come in to save his teammate, or else he needs to run away so that he can find a vending machine or a recall tower so that he can bring back his teammates. WindGod. So now you see, Lucifer, the decision was to shy away or probably move away from that fight and start it in a different direction where they have the advantage.
Yeah, this is what I said. Stabilizing themselves. Really well done. Aerobotz quick to revive the teammate, but Johan did not see the trouble right behind enemy lines. However, Kunal, he tries to step it up, but Metaninza, they stay we are 1 above, and they also come back in, get the elimination, push it to 3. That was quick, one after another, an eye for an eye, completely cascaded one after another. But that will be put to an end. Thankfully, the other player from Aerobotz instantly decided to make a run for it. Metaninza at Casa Vista will have control for the time being. On the other end, Revenant XSpark, they are picking up players. Aerobotz, thankful to the run they did, they will be able to revive their teammates. Reckoning right now, they are on a fight head-on punching bag of GG Instinct.
GG Instinct, this is part 2. He has a Trojan, but Wild Fox, this time Trojan was better. Emu flies off in a very different direction because he knows that probably we need to bring back our teammates. There's a recall tower nearby. He looks back, thinking that nobody's chasing him. For now, they can duck away. But this is iQOO OGxTSG we're talking about. Legend. He's back in the lobby. He got one elimination, but then he gets taken down as well. This is Godlike, and Launcher is there in hands of iQOO. Who? Fortune. In that range, M590 connected. Takes down iQOO. The trade comes in. But Marco needs to trade. He needs to counter-attack in this situation. But Legend, he's revolving in this area. Delta Isle, they have not left this position yet. But Godlike, they have come in with the approach that they want to fight in every corner. They've showcased interest from the very first map of Next Terra, and they're continuing it with Lucifer.
Marco has to make a run out of here. That was not the fortune fight that they would have wanted in terms of elimination. They tried with WindGod, and even that did not play out in their benefit. Thankfully, Godlike will be able to make a run, but unfortunately, Revenant XSpark, they were close by and the hit list gets activated. iQOO OGxTSG, however, their trouble is not put to rest. Yogi from the backline quickly acts, puts the player down, gets the confirmation, but Yogi is in trouble. He is going to be surrounded. More players running right close to him. Riptide Rhythm, and then it seems like it's going to be Godlike, where iQOO OGxTSG thought, hey, we were the ones getting closer to them. It was only Yogi here. Where did Marco make a jump? And as soon as they lost Legend, you can see instantly iQOO OGxTSG retreat back to Delta Isle. This is a back and forth that's happening right at the start for both iQOO OGxTSG and even Godlike.
I mean, they were there towards TV Tower. They actually gave away the center of the circle, came towards the eastern end, and took down Godlike over there, challenged them. They have not taken them completely. Nancy is in a different direction.
It's still happening.
Yeah, this fight is still happening. They want to fight. They have shown interest. Godlike has come back. No, it's iQOO OGxTSG who has come back in this situation. Ayush and Arjun have made their way.
Oh.
Nancy is in a very different direction. So he is the one who's gonna bring back the members if something goes wrong. But yeah, definitely Lucifer, the circle. EMZ and TV Tower still has the control. So if I would have been in Godlike shoes, I would be a little bit pissed, because that should have been the position they shouldn't have left.
Right, as of now, Godlike, they could be happy. They're trying to pick up eliminations. Even K9, they have picked a plethora. They're sitting at 12 eliminations in this game. I think slowly they have started making a mark. While they're protecting their teammate, Revenant XSpark, they're the ones who've activated the hit list. They've gotten closer and instantly spotting them. Shots being taken. Riptide Rhythm sent. Divine is left behind. They've already spotted. Divine thought his position is not revealed. And now he's in trouble. A dash coming in from the fake and instantly putting X Divine down. But that's not the trouble. There was another teammate, and thankfully, Honey was close by, and therefore Revenant XSpark, who thought they had the advantage, will be shut their doors. And right now, troubles still keep acting. Vincent, his vehicle not the best. Charge Burster being used, and Vincent, he is on another level. He is fast and furious, doing all the stunts, somehow still surviving, but aim on the tracks, unable to stabilize his aim, and finally has to get on the ground to go for a 1v1. Sniper versus sniper action. Vincent should have better of it, but they've closed the gap again as Zian and Honey get closer, and Vincent, before he could send his sniper bullet out, it is going to be another player from Revenant XSpark who gets confirmed.
While AIM was dancing over there, I think Honey, Sunny and Zian said that, okay, enough of your shots. We would want to close in the distance and probably challenge that member from Revenant XSpark. But, Vincent did showcase some effort there before he got taken down there. Like OGxTSG towards Casa Vista. So from Delta, they have finally decided to leave that spot. Because of course, they have to rotate towards down south, with the circle movement is towards their EMZ. They still are controlling TV Tower. Look at Aerobotz. They're in the vicinity. They have the positioning. Right now, you would want some elimination points, because that gives you the confidence. If you look at the total points right now, Godlike with 49 already. They have gotten 3 eliminations in this game. So they are building. And so is iQOO OGxTSG. But it's Johan who gets one knock and elimination point for themselves. And they're fighting against Revenant XSpark.
Revenant XSpark, they've had a total of 9 eliminations so far, and right now, we are going to be moving very soon to the 3rd circle, and we still have 12 teams fighting it out, and this is the most brilliant day and the game for our week 3 action, because so far in game 1 and game 2 we have had super early elimination of teams happening. But right as now, all 12 teams are fighting. K9 with the highest number of eliminations so far compared to anybody else, sitting at 14 of just this game. And you could see they've jumped closer to the 10th spot. But there is a lot more that they have to pick up in terms of pacing to get to the top 6. They have to find more 5 points. If I feel they get to 30, they'll feel comfortable. But if they get 10, they will get closer to 40. That should be the aim right as now. But right now, an aim for iQOO OGxTSG is stabilizing themselves, and thankfully at the edge of the circle they've found a safe compound.
Aerobotz, we have a good split. Kunal's position can be little, a situation where he can create problems and definitely give that intel towards his team. You can actually look upon Reckoning Esports for actually in the vicinity. Maybe they can start fighting against Aerobotz. They're controlling their very edge. So they would want to gatekeep Reckoning Esports. They would not allow them to come inside the circle. And here we speak about K9 and they get eliminated. And that's where the problem lies, Lucifer. We have been speaking so much about Metaninza or K9, but the reality is very different. Right now we'll talk about the reality about Aerobotz, because Prodigy is the one who finds value onto Sabo with that AMA2B. Johan shuts down Wild Fox as well. The M590 coming in handy. Johan, he has the AC-80 in his hand. Ash is alone from the backlines. He shuts him down as well. Aerobotz shows supremacy, and I told you Reckoning Esports will be in a lot of trouble because they were intentionally gatekeeping them.
Reckoning so far that we've been seeing in all the games that we've witnessed have been playing as individuals, whereas Aerobotz, they've always tried to play together as one, and that is the reason again we end up seeing their conversion. WindGodxTHW Esports against Revenant XSpark, the same TV tower from where broadcast signals were being sent by Godlike, who are now all over the game. Revenant XSpark have decided to take that control, but same direction even WindGod. Both these two teams at an instance did try to fight out with iQOO OGxTSG, but Godlike, they are getting closer to reclaim their TV tower that they let go of it earlier. Revenant XSpark, with these two teams close by, they activate a hit list, but that goes to EMZ, whose closest is going to be right now Godlike. And what a weird four-way clash that could happen if it does.
Imagine, there are still 10 teams surviving in this game of Solara. Once the fight starts, which has already begun against Metaninza and Team Tamilas, Anshu, he's been taken out. Zarvis is the one. He has the M90. He takes down one. Want to heal himself up quickly, where Khonshu takes down the players. Zap, he is incognito. This is a good way to survive, but for how long? Ginotra is outside the circle, tanking a lot of damage. Will he be able to survive? Zarvis, is there a possibility? He has the Thiva, but no, he would not want to revive him. He wants to prioritize the circle. This is the fourth. In 2 seconds, the circle closes in. Of course, the new circle has arrived and 4 ends gets eliminated. Aerobotz are decimating teams, and Ash, he survives. He's still there, alone. For how long will he be able to, capitalize and survive for his team is the question right now.
But Aerobotz, they'll be happy about it. They've been able to take fights in their favor, but Ash is finally making a run. Mad God is close by. One shot taken should be giving the information, but they see the glue wall. That should be enough. Mad God is trying to hold off, but as the zone is closing in, they don't want any trouble. Prodigy also, and you can see nades being tossed, making sure Ash gets taken down. And Ash, it is going to be troublesome for him to get closer, find any points, but it seems like there is a slight opening. They've kind of disregarded where Ash is, and Ash has made it into the circle. Zone is closing, but still he's in. He's ready. He's finding an opportunity. If he had a launcher there, Oro, it would have been a complete elimination pool. But finally, Ash slowly creeping up will be taken down by the sniper Prodigy, and that elimination confirms another end for Reckoning. Even after all their tries, they are losing a lot of points. One last person surviving, but WindGod, they have their entire 4-man squad. They're fighting with Metaninza. Ginotra in trouble out in the open all alone, and instantly Ginotra will be put down. WindGod will win that, but Godlike, they're making a rush. This is the 4-way battle we were talking about. Revenant XSpark, they're left outside the zone. Godlike holding it off really well, and WindGod, they started it off. They did win one, but now Nim is taken down, and Godlike, they're holding holding it off. Melter's being thrown across. Arsh is the only man. He could be the man in the menace. Kingston taken down. Django as well, and Godlike rush right to the faces of WindGod, and they get put down. Confirmation coming in as Godlike want to prove Solara is back again in 2026 as theirs.
Absolutely finding 12 elimination points already, eliminating Revenant, XSpark there. Aerobotz, they haven't stopped yet. Finding value against iQOO, OGxTSG. They would want to take that revenge from the last map of Purgatory. Aerobotz, they find value, they eliminate iQOO, OGxTSG. EMZ are waiting, but they only have 4 members. Oh, wait. EMZ have all 4 members surviving. But right now, it's Godlike who wants to engage a fight against Aerobotz Esports. Melters are coming in, the ice grenades are coming in from Aerobotz. Probably Kunal and Johan would be interested. Prodigy, he wants a different angle. He has the sniper in his hand. But look at EMZ, they're moving in from the backlines. Aditya have got off guard. Eco gets shut down. Rupesh finds value. It's Aditya who got that elimination point. Yogi, he tries to run away, uses that monster truck. Look at Marco, he's doing the same thing. This can be a big mistake, but Aerobotz, they have closed in the distance between them and EMZ. Marco, he runs away, but looking at right now, this is MadGod's moment. This is Johan's moment. Kunal have been taken out. Johan finds 2. Johan and MadGod still fighting. Mac is the last man alongside Rupesh. MadGod gets taken down. Rupesh and Mac survive. Marco, he finally finds the moment. He comes outside the circle, puts in the glue wall. Will he be able to? He shuts both of them down. But then the fight has not got over yet. It's a 1v1 against Prodigy.
Marco, what a play he made with the monster. Put these two teams to battle amongst themselves, and now in a 1v1, Prodigy has his sniper, the one he used to get an elimination and confirm a team. But right now, can that M82B work in his favor? Marco, Riptide Rhythm in front of him, not much health. M590, but instantly it still makes the damage, and Prodigy finds the booyah for Aerobotz. And what a way to pull it off. And this is the distance that we talk about, that the snipers need to hold off when the team needs them, and Prodigy seals this booyah when Aerobotz already had it as theirs, but a trouble struck. Prodigy didn't.
Let that sink in, because Aerobotz have delivered. What a way, I mean, to convert a 1v1. Because Prodigy, big props to him. No doubt that he's still the player who's calling the shots, and that is why he's there in the elimination leaderboard alongside MadGod. I mean, what a team they have turned out to be. They don't have the experience, but they are proving out to be the mature ones in the lobby. Even though Marco decided, we will see that, right? Marco was the one who took the perfect timing to, do that third party, and they got value. He took down Rupesh and Mac, and got that last member from Aerobotz as well. That was MadGod, who was knocked out, but that information game was given away to Prodigy. He had that sniper in his hand, even though he used that dash. Still, look at Prodigy. You can, replay that and watch it. But Prodigy, man, I mean, how amazing that player has turned out to be, right, Lucifer?
I think a great storyline is brewing for Aerobotz. In our earlier weeks during the group stages, it was MadGod with all the things that he was going on with and still delivering in such phenomenal passion. You have to give kudos to him. And from there, Prodigy picking up and being the prodigal son for Aerobotz. And in such a manner, when those teams were forced to be fighting with each other and then delivering in a manner like this, what a play coming in from Aerobotz. But Marco, you have to give it to him as well in terms of being the smarty pants over there. Yogi decided to run away from the matchup that was happening when they knew they had the deficit, and a surprise came from EMZ. Tried his best with the monster truck, but Marco took it even further. Total 26 points is what right now Aerobotz pulled off after winning it as a booyah, but Godlike were not far behind. They have one extra elimination and they have a total of 24 points, but you have to give to EMZ as well. So far, Oro, we have seen 4 ends delivering really well. Yes, this game was not there, so I might count it out. But both these two teams, EMZ did not have a great start, but finally now with a 23-pointer game, they have stepped up. Both the teams at hashtag 17 and 18 on the first day of week 3 itself are playing to their best.
But then you look at K9, they have 14 eliminations. They have actually, equaled the number of eliminations with Aerobotz Esports, but they don't have the survival game. They were eliminated at the 11th spot. Imagine that, we were speaking so much about K9 Esports, about that they are the elimination leaders, they have this, they have that. We know that they have the talent, but then they are not able to convert it into a situation where they can, lead or probably call the shots. But this man have called the shots, even though it was Prodigy who clutched in that very moment, but it was Johan who had the higher number of eliminations. He had 9. Wow, I mean, out of the 15 eliminations this team got, he had 9 to contribute. That showcases that M590 came in handy, and that too with that Homer as well. Of course, that Homer drone helps you in that situation, and of course that Nikita again gives you that advantage where you don't get stuck in a situation with your reload at least.
See, right now, it was not just about getting stuck in a reload or anything, because I think that never troubled Aerobotz or Johan or anybody from his team. I think it was that strategy play coming through, even with the character abilities that they have in play, with the amount of damage that Johan himself has done. This was a complete team game. Everybody was talking to each other, making it happen, and you can see Prodigy might be saying this as a support, as the indication of that image, but we know this is just the subtle hint of, yes, they are the support for the team, but they act as a sniper. Some of them act as a grenadier plus rusher, which right now Kunal has been doing, and he's been playing with Alok, a character which we were kind of discussing yesterday that we would want to see a lot more. Look at how the combination changes. This is why we said nothing is set in stone. Nothing can be said that this is the meta. What you make your team work for is the meta.
Alok has only been picked 157 times and then been activated only 104 times throughout in this tournament. And I'm giving you an overall stat, so you can just imagine that if a grenadier is in the picture, you would expect something like a Nero probably, or maybe some thing like a Chrono, or maybe like a Oscar, but then he comes in with an Alok. Wow. But see, we did not see the conversions. He did not get the elimination points. Probably he was experimenting, but then his team delivered. Johan stepped up. He got 9 elimination points, and knowing the fact that he got 9 knockouts and he converted all of them into elimination points is, just immense value. Prodigy, he would be super proud about that last elimination in that 1v1 situation. He would be very happy that he got that booyah for his team.
Will be super happy indeed. But again, I think we have to kind of talk about their characters. But before we jump into that character deciphering mode, let's talk about how this entire thing happened. Deltile, we ended up seeing a lot about iQOO, OGxTSG, Godlike. We saw WindGod, all of these fights being brewed. But Aerobotz around the aquarium region, while they were pushing off all the teams, they were just moving inside. From the eastern end, they were slowly getting towards the edges of the circle. Casa Vista, we spoke about it. A lot of teams were getting that position as their safe haven, but eventually when numerous teams propped up, Aerobotz started holding that southern region of the circle in their own favor. But when it came towards this fight, when we talk about it, right, you look at this circle 3, we had all our 12 teams still surviving, whereas in the previous games, right, in Circle 1, or just when the Circle 1 was about to end, we ended up seeing teams being eliminated. Maybe if K9 and GG Instinct did not get eliminated, I think we could have seen even teams till Circle 4. K9, similar situation, had a instant sporadic jump of eliminations that they picked up in 14 in their name. But as soon as that happened, we've seen this. This is like their flame completely ignites. They feel the fire, but as soon as that dies down, right, 14 eliminations, they understood, oh, maybe we have done enough for this game. Let's try to play a little survival. As soon as they kick in the survival mode, I'm not too sure it is that. But when we have seen, when they kick into the survival mode, they're gone. Done for.
I would want to throw some light on how Godlike made their movements, right? And even though the circle ended outside Casa Vista, but they literally came in towards TV Tower where they challenged Revenant XSpark. They made them run away from that spot. They again came back to Deltile, fought against iQOO, OGxTSG, again came back to TV Tower, fighting all the way long. You will see them fighting in almost all the circles, to be honest, and they got value. Again managing themselves, in the very important moments, controlling their aggression, and also enter towards the very moment. They could not convert that 1v1, but then they should be very happy because, to be honest, right now the goal is to be in top 6, not winning, because even though if you are qualifying at the very 6th spot, you still are qualified.
Qualifying is what everybody is fighting for. Yes, you might think, why are we going ham on just qualifying? Right here at day 1, there is still a lot of games. We've only seen 3 more games today, and then 12 games in the later 2 days. Every day is going to be crucial. Every game is going to be crucial. If they mess up a little bit, they know it is a hard task to jump back to the top 6. Yes, it might be a bigger buffer compared to the top 2 we had in week 2, but it's 6 games every day, and every day a lot can change, and you have to be in the top 6. But all you have to do is you guys have to join and stay on the stream to know what the announcement is. We've been talking about this quite frequently because all these teams are literally hyping us in terms of how the games are turning out to be. Look at how Aerobotz converted this. We thought maybe Godlike Marco would have had a situation where he would have made a highlight reel for his team of how he ran away, then helped Aerobotz to eliminate EMZ, then made a run back, putting one of the players of Aerobotz down and then bringing it to a 1v1 situation. But Prodigy did not crumble under pressure. This is what we said, right? Yes, there might be a little inexperience on the lads of Aerobotz when we saw in week 2, but over the course of action, they've understood how teams play and they know how to hold their foot strong. That's what has been done. Games been delivered, but this is just 3 games, and if day 1 is as good as this, I'm worried for every other day we are going to be facing Oro. Our casting and our throats is going to take a toll, but we are going to enjoy it till the very end.
Yep, I mean, we started enjoying in this very game itself where, towards the very end, 10 teams were still surviving, and there's a lot more to come, because right now we'll take a short little breather. After we come back, the 4th game will be live.
Well, hello, survivors of all ages, welcome back. The final knockout stage has been set, and to see who are the final 6 to enter into the grand finals, you have to watch TEZ FFMIC 2026 Spring. And on desk is me, Auzora Aiden. Alongside me is the brains over brawn guy, Crips. How you doing, man?
Kind of offensive to say brains over brawn. I don't even know if that's a compliment or if that's
It's a compliment, man. You're very good at analysis.
I mean, I don't think there is much brawn over here. But anyway, not to take things personally, I'm not the one who's being targeted over here. Team
That's
Tamilas
right.
are. My God, what happened to Team Tamilas? They got barely anything done in the first 3 games. Now, I know they have plenty of games at their disposal, 15 more games remaining over the course of their weekend, but it's still not a good start for them. And
True,
I
man.
guess I can say the same for K9. At least K9 have been fragging out, right? They have like some 24, 25 something eliminations to their name, but they have almost no placement points. So yeah, these guys are picking up fights. They have the bronze, but they're clearly lacking the brains to get out of that situation.
Exactly, man. And that's been most of the cases for all of these teams, right? They need the positional advantage as well. And that's the one place that they're falling short with. And in the first game, even though Godlike, they got insane amount of eliminations, still they lack the potential of getting the booyah. And that's where I would say, yes, you need a booyah in order to take away the problem. Go ahead and see what will happen next in Bermuda. We have the preferred drop spots.
And in these preferred drop spots, you can see that massive little cluster over there between Pochinok and Factory. Generally, Clock Tower and Factory was considered to be a little bit of a safe spot because not many teams were dropping over there. But now that Revenant, XSpark and K9 are both present over here, and because K9 do not like to go towards Cape Town anymore, it has become a bit of a problem for these teams to start rotating around the Factory and Clock Tower region. Team Tamilas, they thought that hangar was a good spot for them. At least in the group stage, Team Tamilas felt extremely safe over there, right? Because barely anybody was challenging them over there. And now that some of the bigger names like God's Reign are no longer in the server, Team Tamilas are safer because God's Reign love to drop near observatory and then they go down towards hangar, which puts Team Tamilas right in their path of destruction. So Team Tamilas might feel a little bit safer, but then again, they're not completely out of the woods just yet.
Yeah.
Same for Metaninza, you know. Metaninza used to avoid Mill and they used to drop somewhere between Mill, split drop towards Keratin and Cape Town because Total Gaming was no longer, because Total Gaming was in Mill, but now that they have already qualified, Metaninza feels safe enough to go towards Mill. Unfortunately, even 4Ns feel safe enough to go towards Mill.
I mean, there's a lot of safety cushions. I'm not going to lie about that part. But there's one team that Team Tamilas need to be super careful about. WindGod, man. They are the absolute jack of all trades towards hangar. They know the ins and outs. They easily enter towards the skirmishes as well. And the best part is they always fall back to safety. They have one player fallen apart and he's going to go ahead, plug in all the fallen comrades into the vending machine and they will be back again without any wear and tear. So this is one of the places where they need to be super careful about, and have seen Khonshu always running around the entire southern end so that he can revive the entire team. So I believe that Team Tamilas, they need to be prepared for more fights, and winning them will be a key aspect in order to get those early points so that they can stay confident like they were in the initial times.
Correct. I mean, so far, Team Tamilas have just been on survival mode, you know. They've been trying to escape and sure, they often escape. They are able to somehow stay alive for a couple more minutes, but you can't keep on playing with that mentality, right? You can't just keep running away from every single fight and donating points to the other teams. At some point, you gotta start winning those points. You gotta start putting your foot down. In fact, better than putting a foot down, you need to start stomping people with that foot. So, yeah, a lot more firepower is needed in that department.
Exactly. And guys, we all know we are trying to go ahead and give some kind of an information, and for that you have to stick around. We are going to soon reveal what that is, but for that you need to stay for the end till the fourth map gets over, and the moment we get that thing done with, you will get to know the biggest reveal. What's going to happen, what's the leak, what's the information, I'm going to give you in the middle of the game itself. So be aware, be tuned in, and lock in your favorites as well. Who is it? Who are the top 3 teams you think will win in this map?
Okay, I know that's a question directed towards the chat, but I am tempted to answer it as soon as our caster predictions are up on the screen.
Likewise.
To be honest, up until now, every time somebody has asked me to give my predictions, I have not really struggled. I already knew who my favorites were, and like 50% of the times I was mostly correct. Like out of the 3 names I picked, at least one of them will end up in the top 3, right? But today I was struggling so much. Like every time I looked over at the options and I was like, it's Bermuda. Who's gonna win? I was tempted to say Godlike because they're on peak, and I'm like, okay, yeah, they win on peak all the time. But then I realized, hold up, even Aerobotz win out on the entire northwestern side because that area is uncontested for them.
Always.
And then I was like, how do I pick so many names? I want to pick so many. So I was like, okay, no Aerobotz, no Godlike. I'll save those predictions for another map. And this time I'm going to go with iQOO, OGxTSG, GG Instinct, and Reckoning Esports.
Okay.
Now, I know Reckoning haven't really been performing that well now, but I mean, keep in mind, I made this prediction a few hours ago when I thought Reckoning Esports were looking hot and heavy.
Fair enough. But there's the only problem that I feel for iQOO, OGxTHG to even have a very nice safe house in this particular map is that they usually head towards peak. But now that the entire team of Godlike is very, on the heel to head there and take a fight.
Yeah.
Same thing goes for Reckoning as well. They love to call in the rotations in around those parks. They have moved their entire drop location towards Shipyard. And Shipyard has been such a curse to them that majority of the times whenever they are there towards that corner, they usually enter towards such a sporadic fight that they're not able to win those. And I'm very glad that Godlike, Godsrain are not there in this lobby, because Godsrain was the perfect threat to them. And now that they're out of the equation, let's see how well this entire map is going to be jotted down. It's your prediction against mine and against the chat as well. So chat, let me know if you're feeling the fire.
Honestly, your prediction is something that I have used, but for a different map, not for this map. I mean, I can't keep repeating my predictions, right? It's a curse. You have to be original. You have to be creative. And these teams will have to be creative as well. Look at GG Instinct instantly dropping towards Cape Town. Not too many surprises over there, but you got 4 ends heading towards Sentosa, which clears up the room for Metaninza on Mill.
Oh, Mill, Metaninza. And Cape Town is one of the favorite places for GG Instinct, so they're pretty happy with their flight path as well. It's dissecting from the eastern side to the western side, Hangar being the last stop, where iQOO, OGxTSG will be heading towards Observatory, if not this place called Hangar. And okay, Graveyard, that's the closest that they can head towards, but there's a lot of threat lying around in that vicinity, so might as well use your binoculars, know where the opponents are, and do not go in for a drop clash. And that's where Vincent has been caught off guard. And there's the kill leader, K9.
Okay. Excuse me, are you gonna cook this
doing?
one? Yes, he did. Sabo grilled Swaroop alive, and him who's caught out in the open barely puts up a glue wall in the nick of time. But Reckoning have a lot of angles. Xian might just have overextended over here. Can Honey back him up? Oh, okay, it's not just Honey. Even the flank from Xian comes through, and Reckoning might have got the first blood, but right now they're suffering a lot. Sabo also almost going down. How is he still alive at like 17 HP? He just always somehow survives by the skin of his teeth. Duffy can't be caught in the middle of that cross. Xian dashes in, but how has Sabo done that? Lovely connection onto Xian. Sabo is single-handedly turning this fight around, and K9 have squandered their advantage. Duffy crawling up to Sabo. This guy's on fire today. Nobody can stop him. He might not have been able to
exact his revenge against Godlike Esports, but he's taken out that anger and channeling it towards K9. But when you have so much anger inside your body, when you're harboring this much hate, you summon the things you hate the most, and Godlike are in the vicinity. There's a very good chance that they will third party on them this one.
Man, Sabo, he has wings right now and he's just constantly on the lookout for the opponent. Honey Sunny, you better be aware. All of that fire on your name, it's not going to work out if you're going to be the last man surviving and you will be eliminated. That comes the final blow. And look at the smile. Evil Knievel, Sabo. Super confident, and those are the 4 points that they were itching to look for, and it's just Sabo all over the place.
Sabo, he's not just all over the place, he's all over his opponent's face, yo. He's putting bullets in their brains and there's no way for them to survive. Now, Godlike realized that the fight between Reckoning and K9 is long done and dusted. They can't third party over there anymore. So, they divert their attention towards Revenant XSpark. And while Roshan has been doing a pretty decent job of surviving so far, can he actually escape? He crosses the road, gets over towards the other side of the fence, which, let's be honest, isn't much of cover. But I don't see the rest of his teammates close enough. In fact, any other Revenant XSpark members on the top of the hill are already caught up dealing with other Godlike members. The 3-1 split for Godlike is making sure that Roshan doesn't get back up. How is he still alive? I mean, somebody must have flanked him by now, and now they're trying to go for the jump shots. They don't connect. It's really not working, bro.
That fence is made of steel, man. Look at Marco. Now he gets the opportunity. Roshan out in the open. Finally, his wings have been clipped. Could not do much there. And the support. Arsh, he did try his level best. Unfortunately, it is the same fence which has done a lot of heavy lifting. Godlike, couple of points, and Roshan right in front. He's itching to go ahead and finish it off. Marco finally gets to see his opponent bleed out and get that point. Godlike, right now calling in the final comrade, which is Yogi. Could not do much there in that fight. Now that he's already back into the picture, there is even 4 ends right around the corner. This can be a lovely fight being brewed right in, but it's Mad God trying to square things up against Team Tamilas. Mad God right checking around the corners, trying to see whether there's any other person just waiting out in an ambush situation, trying to get those points, and it's Prodigy trying to take a fight against iQOO, OGxTSG's Krish, and Krish has unfortunately fallen down. Could not do much there. Prodigy pretty confident from his game number 1 tactics, and now that he has spotted even Ayush, instant time turner, that's not going to help you out for a longer run. Kenta shield right in front. Prodigy chasing his opponent, and Ayush, he's going to be put to rest as well. It's Johan joining into the fray, and this team is looking unstoppable. Even though they're outside the circle, they're doing their 100% to get those fallen numbers right into their pockets.
Yeah, and they're filling up their pockets, man, lining it up with the blood of their enemies. Lovely play by Arsh. Ginotra going down. And Revenant XSpark have done really well to recover from their incident against Godlike. Now, of course, they can't exact their revenge against Godlike, but they will shoot at anything that moves in their vicinity. GG Instinct, on the verge of rotating away from Cape Town, have been cut by EMZ. But GG Instinct can still rotate to some other path. They're not in a lot of danger just yet. Aditya gets caught by himself. Yeah, that's what happens when you rush a compound by yourself. You don't have any backup. You're going to get cornered over there. And Patlu's about to make the same mistake. He's trying to take on a 1v2, even though his teammates are not anywhere close to him. So he better rein in his horses. And I mean, he's doing all the damage. Finally, the backup from Tiger comes through. And that's one more down. Mac now realizes that he's bitten off a bit more than he could chew. He tries to go for the vending machine.
No way!
How did Patlu miss all that?
He squandered that one opportunity, you know, to go ahead and shut down the team, not to rest them up. But now they're going to be falling down like flies. And I believe GG Instinct, they're prepared for this bit. But what on earth? Did I just see a drag shot to the head? That did not connect. That's painful to watch.
It's more painful to speak about it, honestly. I mean, it's the kind of mistake you expect me to make, not people of this caliber. Johan doing really well for himself. But still, as long as Team Tamilas have access to that vending machine, they are not gonna be lacking members by any stretch of the imagination. And Johan continues to spray people down, but Caustic comes through with the actual spray. That P90 ripping them a new one. Yogesh has been knocked, but instantly he can be revived as soon as Caustic is done healing himself, obviously. Electrotherapy also comes through, so they can get the heals instantly. And now with the Morse active, they're trying to go for the external houses, the external walls. Nim, lovely shot with the 1887. Great use of the chrono as well. Basically keeping himself safe and forcing the opponent to play at his range. Nice nade. He cooked it to perfection. A lot of damage done. And now that's the cue for Kingston to go inside. Gokul and Nim come through with 2 eliminations of their own, and they're camping the vending machine as well. Team Tamilas are not going to get out of this one.
Absolutely not. Scratch free? Nah. Scratch that, retract that. It's not gonna work out against WindGod nonetheless. WindGod, I do not know what just happened to them. They're on a different level compared to the last week's performance. This week, they're taking good amount of fights. They're not losing the early skirmishes as well. And those elimination points is just working out for the best. They needed the confidence and they get that as well. Forens, they're trying to take things very slow. They have a compound named to themselves and it looks like a perfect barber shop. They're going to get a very nice haircut just like you, Crips. And they would wait around the corner, see where the teams are heading towards. Might as well put in the binoculars to work and wait it out. And the moment the circle just crunches things up, that's when they're going to open up. Guns blazing, and I can see an arm in the backpack of Raichu.
I mean, this building is one of my favorite buildings, not just because of how it looks and how unique it is, but also because it lets me say that this team gives their opponents free haircuts when they put bullets in their heads. It's one of my favorite lines. I never get to use it. Like, I get to use it like once a day, if at all I'm casting a Bermuda game, but I'm hoping that we get to see that fight over there. But for now, the Battle of Milk continues to rage on. GG Instinct are now going out of their way to pick up this fight against Aerobotz.
Oh, no.
I think both these teams just came here to get the vending machine, but now they are locked in a battle with each other, which they did not even want to take. Power was getting shot in the back. Prodigy, he got blocked by the glue wall. Somehow they find Johan, but Prodigy, yeah, he will succumb eventually. No. He got cornered over there. And now Mad God is going to have to go to some completely different place to res his teammates again.
Rinse, repeat. Even though there's one player just waiting out in the open, trying to see where the rotations are being called in. Aerobotz, they have 11 points. They are taking risks, and that risk is paying them off in dividends, and that's amazing. Revenant XSpark, I can see them going ahead and taking the height advantage, all thanks to that one launch pad. It's going to work out to perfection, but they need to cook it up. And if they do, then they can get good amount of points as iQOO, OGxTSG, they're very close to this vicinity. Bhima Shakti strip is going to be heavily populated, and if you have a hard compound, then it's the best for you.
I don't know why they're using the launch pads already. I mean, there's not much resistance. And GG Instinct have already used their launch pads like, what, twice now? They won't be able to use it much after this. I mean, there's only four uses allowed, so they better save it for the other circles. I mean, right now the path was pretty much clear. They could have walked up. But yeah, if any team is stuck in this kind of a situation, they will need the launch pad to get out of this one. Just look at how many teams are present over here. You got WindGod, you got Aerobotz, you got Metaninza. GG Instinct also approaching from the other end of the circle. But as soon as GG Instinct see that there's so many fights happening in the valley, they might not even enter this Bhima Shakti strip area. Tiger gets the confirmation. Nicely done. But, I mean, they can always bring Kudal back, man. They're camping the house which hosts the vending machine. So GG Instinct avoid the Bhima Shakti strip. They try going towards the barber shop, but then they run into Revenant XSpark. And because both Revenant XSpark and Forens are in the same building, they don't fight each other. They fight anyone else who's outside the building. So now these guys are getting targeted by two teams. Still, Tiger is doing a pretty impressive job at keeping Revenant XSpark humble, Azura.
Indeed, man, indeed. One with the window of opportunity and the other with the terrace. Both of them are looking for some really good points. But unfortunately, it's Tiger just holding the back like a crouched Bengal tiger. He's just instantly bouncing at the opponents, getting them knocked, and just going ahead and keeping them invested in constant revivals in order to quickly patch them up as well. And well, from a far off angle, I can see even Metaninza trying to close right in, and the only team that I can see in that vicinity is Aerobotz. Are they lucky enough to go ahead and take this fight and win it against them, or they might just get pincered?
This
Let's wait
looks
and
like
watch.
this entire place looks like Mumbai in 2030. There's no real estate available. There's no place to live. We have run out of houses. We've run out of compounds. Where are you gonna go,
Water,
bro?
maybe?
I mean, sure, that's a good idea, but this is just the beginning of the peak, bro. There's no water over here.
Next day, they will be in one of the islands.
I mean, Bermuda is a massive island if you think about it. Anyway, let's not get into geography. I'm starting to genuinely get worried about these teams because some of these teams will have to use their glue walls and their chrono shields in the open. Meanwhile, Godlike Esports have to invade this time turn and get inside EMZ's noses to shoot them from below. It's just Yogi left, and while he's playing away from his team, it allows him the opportunity to escape. But like, where are you gonna res your teammates now? There's no place left. I think he might just take his chances. There's just Aditya left, right? So
yes,
they already had a 1v1 against EMZ in the previous game, and this time he might just win the 1v1. Marco couldn't do it last time, but Yogi might just pull it off.
How is he able to go ahead and do a 1v1 out in the open as no one is even looking towards him? What is going on?
They've got their own problems. They've got their own problems.
Yeah, they got their own problems, and this guy is definitely not one. And there you go, GG Instance finally pouring down, looking for that 1 point in Yogi. He's stuck out in the wilderness. 112 HP is what he has, and now he's in the smack center of 2 different teams. Oh, sorry, scratch that. 3 different teams.
How is he still alive? I'm genuinely surprised Metaninza go out before Godlike gets eliminated. And somehow in all of this, WindGod are just farming, brother. These guys have discovered the secret of the soil. It's like the Indus Valley civilization over here. They're growing their own points out from the ground. iQOO, OGxTSG are doing well for themselves. They've got the cover of this L-shaped compound and now this cell phone tower as well. So they should be pretty fine. But Revenant, XSpark and EMZ Esports, as long as they are inside this barbershop, nobody is safe. Look at XDivine. He's taking pot shots at power, and yeah, sure, GG Instant can probably revive power without any more problems because they've got the high ground. But eventually, these teams will have to give up on this compound and move uphill. And that's when GG Instinct's chance to shine will come along. Oh no, Arjun finds Kingston. And that's the end of WindGodxTHW.
Unfortunately, he didn't have enough storage. Could not enter inside the circle. And that one Riptide rhythm just broke the entire momentum game, man. Today's a day of foundation nonetheless, and looking at the way Arsh is already establishing that, it's looking super important. It's very vital. They've already checked out their backs, and now that they're looking forward towards another skirmish, this is going to be insane. But look at the way Arjun just completely demolishes the back of WindGod. Cyber inside that one vicinity thinking that he's safe. They have completely glue-walled the entire area, but it's not going to be helping them out as Vincent from the bottom, he's unleashing hell onto the opponents. One by one, they all crumble down, and there goes 4ends. Could not meet the 4-end at all.
This was like a SEAL Team 6 execution. 2 guys enter from the window, 2 guys enter from the staircase, and they corner 4ends from both the sides, from above and below. And now the next target is iQOO, OGxTSG. Revenant, XSpark close in the distance. One glue wall is all that stands between them and one of the strongest opponents in the lobby. Meanwhile, another fight, GG Instant versus Team Tamilas is also happening. And in all of this, Yogi is managing to stay alive somehow. The moment I say that Team Tamilas goes down, iQOO, OGxTSG turn their attention towards the upper side of the hill and they find Godlike Yogi. No, wait, that frag was stolen away by GG Instinct. And now iQOO, OGxTSG are like, okay, never mind. GG Instinct are no longer a threat. Revenant, XSpark are on our heels, and it's up to Legend to somehow hold them back. He connects 2 lovely shots with the charge buster, but finally Roshan puts him down on his knees. 3v3 between iQOO, OGxTSG and Revenant, XSpark. And it might just turn into the same situation for GG Instinct if they don't revive Patlu. It's a 3v3v3 Azora. This is as even as it gets.
It's not going to happen that soon, but still, GG Instincts, they're just keeping their calm right now, Patlu, even though he has been knocked. It is RNTX were just bouncing forward. They won those points. They're already on 13 and they won more than just that. Good amount of shots being knocked right in and they are in a sandwich position. GG Instincts, what are they doing? Good shots being connected and this is all together iQOO, OGxTSG just doing their bidding on the best. And look at them roll right in. Vincent being the last man standing against the world. It's a 1v3. Let's see whether Vincent can clutch it out or not, but it's not going to be possible as there's going to be so much noise around him, and that's the booyah that iQOO, OGxTSG were looking forward towards. And Legend, well, finally he got a change of shirt.
Yeah, forget change of shirt. They needed a change of pace, and this is exactly it. Yet another booyah in the back for iQOO, OGxTSG, as they seem to be taking everything by storm today. They are on fire, and I hope that they can continue this form throughout the rest of the day and build up as much of a buffer as they can for themselves.
Indeed. Man, last time, Legend, he was trying to show that, yes, iQOO, OGxTSG, but the TSG logo was not there. And this time, he has both the orangutan alongside TSG right on top. And what a game, man. What a game. They knew it's a sandwich situation. GG Instincts, they have nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Revenant XSpark is just right at their throat. And that's where iQOO, OGxTSG started taking their own pot shots. And look at that. Vincent completely sent out of the entire lobby.
Yeah, Vincent. Let's be honest, it doesn't matter if he finished second. He has done more than enough for his team.
Yes, sir.
I mean, the way Revenant XSpark were using that Team 6 execution against EMZ Esports is some of the most advanced stuff that you will see. They wiped out their opponents in 10 seconds, maybe even lesser. But iQOO, OGxTSG, given the situation that they were in, given the little hairball of fight they had to go through, these guys, they were surrounded by blood and they should have been reeking of something extremely disgusting, but they got out of that situation smelling like roses. 26 points for GG Instinct. Despite everything said and done, despite the fact that they weren't present for most of the battles and they were just taking pot shots from far away, this is what happens when you are able to get the high ground over everybody else. This is what happens when nobody is targeting you early game. And even the mid game for that matter. GG Instinct end up with 18 eliminations because they never had to deal with any close range battles up until the last second. Revenant XSpark, on the other hand, they had way too many targets near them. And honestly, given the situation they were in, I am surprised they even made it to the second place. 15 eliminations, I'm sure that number would have been higher, but maybe a couple of frags were stolen away from them.
And I don't know, I'm just trying to think that GG Instincts out of nowhere, 18 eliminations. They were so low-key hidden till the very end. They were struggling to enter inside the circle, and that one movement of them taking the launch pad, reaching towards Yogi, and Yogi still surviving that. I don't know how I can even digest that, but still, it's a very lovely game coming in from GG Instincts. So let's see in the near future how well they can grow up in the upcoming maps. This is for sure giving them a lot of momentum. But iQOO, OGxTSG, this is the second booyah that they've received in today's knockout stage. And it's beautiful to see them getting back their groove on. They're super confident. They have 74 points on their name. They have 2 booyahs. But look at Revenant XSpark, 0 booyah. But the way they're converting those eliminations alongside the placement has definitely something to do with the amount of points that they have.
Oh, 100%. I mean, in this particular battle itself, Revenant XSpark had so many enemies around them, so many targets at their disposal. I'm pretty sure a couple of the frags were stolen away from them, even though they got the knocks. I'm sure that GG Instinct must have stolen something or the other away from them, and that's why they are now tied up with iQOO, OGxTSG at 74 points. But what's most impressive is that Godlike are in the lead without a single booyah. That is what peak firepower looks like, man. 55 eliminations to their name. Aerobotz following closely behind at 61. And hey, this was an actually decent game for Team Tamilas. They were at 9 points before this one? And now they're actually within spitting distance of K9 Esports. So while it's not much and while they're still at the bottom, at least it's better than nothing. But instead of talking about the people who are at the bottom, let's now talk about the people who did well in this game. Arjun is the MVP, rightfully so.
Oh, yes, the rotations, the way they took their fights against the opponents, every single thing down to the nitty gritties, they were amazing. And Arjun, we know him, man. This guy gets an opportunity, he will always shoot the shot in the between of the eye of the opponent. And Skylar with the Rip Ride rhythm was a menace to the society, man. No matter how many people were trying to run away, escape, hide towards the tower, reach there. I still remember there's the one player from WindGod. He tried his level best to stay hidden in plain sight, but it was Arjun getting the first shot. And from there on, the team just feeling even more confident to head towards the circle. I was kind of concerned looking at the position towards which they were like at the bottom, and the height advantage was there upon so many teams, and they still made their way through. They still made it into a very pinching situation where Revenant XSpark could not do much, and GG Instincts, they just had very less mankind advantage to even convert anything. But talking about the way the combinations have been working, team boosters being picked twice, which means Ayush and Krish, both of them needed those points a lot in order to fortify those glue walls alongside get the enhancement of even healing.
Yeah. And with all this at their disposal, you can see that none of them are really using the enhanced hammer. And I guess they don't need the damage amp when they have so much firepower already. They've got tactical markets at their disposal, team boosters at their disposal. And it's been a while since I've seen all 4 player logos on this particular screen. You know, they've got Arjun as a dedicated sniper, Ayush as the dedicated healer, Krish as the rusher, and Legend as the grenadier. Normally these teams have like a double rusher, 1 sniper, 1 grenadier, or something like that. I mean, I've barely seen some guy actually call himself a dedicated support guy, and Ayush really lives up to it. I mean, you can see that he has, I mean, all the players have pretty much almost the same damage, everyone above 1000 points of damage, but Ayush was clearly more focused on healing rather than actually attacking, because he's got, you know, he's somewhere on the lower end of the damage bar. But OGxTSG, this Booyah did not come easy to them. In fact, when you take a look at the circle and their movement, you will realize that they were almost never in a situation where they are away from danger or where they are safe. I mean, they were actively taking fights against Aerobotz in Observatory, and then they took the jump pad, came towards Bhima Sakti Strip, and then they just held the southern end of Bhima Sakti, right? They held that building, which is very close to Revenant XSpark and EMZ Esports, very close to the barbershop building. They held that triple compound with the L-shaped house, and when they were finally forced out of it, they were trapped between Revenant XSpark as well as Godlike Esports. They somehow managed to best them and still come out on top. So yes, while they were playing more defensively, I don't blame them for doing so, because they can't afford to go all out fighting, right? They were surrounded by a lot of teams. They were in the thick of the action, and at that point you have to play more, you know, passively as opposed to more aggressively. You can't afford to overextend when you don't have the advantage with you.
You know, but there's one thing, hats off to Legend. Hats off. I could see him. He was still at bullseye, trying to wait out towards a vending machine, knowing that if the opponents are going to fall victim to observatory fights, then he can instantly respawn the fallen comrades. But looking at the way he just stood there, he was very happy seeing those numbers rolling in their pockets, and he kept moving on. He's like, now that the team is already feeling confident, let's just keep moving right inside the circle. And the prediction that is going to reach towards the Bhima Shakti Strip close to Clock Tower, that was incredible. So kudos to the entire team. I'm definitely feeling that this team is very confident compared to the previous weeks of action in the knockout stage, and for sure this is going to give them a lot of rewards moving forward. So, well, very happy to see this.
Oh, and I have something that will make you guys very happy to see this stream. We have a massive surprise for you guys. I think I might have just given it away. I think I might have just revealed the surprise accidentally when I say you guys will be happy to see this. You want to see your favorite players in person? You want to see what the best esports experience
Chat, it's all pinned there. You want the tickets, go grab it. I know for a fact that it's going to be sold out very soon. So go ahead, tap on the link that's there in the chat section, pinned there. Just click on it, reach towards that area, and then get your tickets. No matter where it is, which section, whatever it is, please do the needful and get your tickets. So that's the entire gist of it. And I don't know how we did a very good job, Crips, in just keeping it in our belly, not at all like blurting it out. So very happy about that.
I guess it was slightly easier for us to, keep it in our belly and not get too excited and not reveal it too early, partially because we know we're going to be going to the LAN ourselves. So, there's a little bit of satisfaction within our own hearts, but I'm super excited to see all of you guys over there. Please go ahead and book your tickets. And I mean, Ahmedabad at this time of the year in April is actually very affordable. So even if you're not from Ahmedabad, you can travel over there. It's one of the most connected cities in the country. Buses, metros, flights, it's all very, very easy in Ahmedabad. And the best part is I've never been there, Azora. So I'm low-key very excited to see what that city has in store for us.
If you're gonna be here, Crips, trust me, we can go for a Methi Nagota. It's amazing. It's one of the delicacies in Ahmedabad, which is specifically sold there itself. It's made in overall Gujarat, but it's very popularized in Ahmedabad. So it's a beautiful place. We can even have Gujarati thalis as well. So I'm right now having a very nice session.
Yeah, you're getting into the whole tourism mode already. Yeah, you're getting into the tourism mode already. I'm sure I want to explore all of this in Ahmedabad when I get there. I mean, we're probably gonna get there a few days before the event. So yeah, I hope you guys also plan your holidays already. And if I'm not wrong, most teenagers will have holidays during that time, right? Like schools and the colleges will be right in the middle of the summer vacation. So come on guys, it's the best chance to visit a LAN event. I mean, on no other day will you get to actually take the day off, take the weekend and travel to Ahmedabad. It's the summer vacation, so it's insane. Obviously, I wish I had summer vacations of my own, but now I'm a little too old for that. But hey, I get to travel for the job that I love, and I think that's as good as it gets for me. So
exactly, man.
One more time.
And the best part,
Yeah.
Grips, the best part is it's mango season, man. What do you think? Summer season equivalent to mango season, and we all know if you guys love eating fruits, specifically mango, when it comes to the seasonal part of it, please enjoy all of that. And alongside, as you can see down below, there's even grand finals tickets as mentioned, as advertised. They are live, so might as well go ahead and get your own tickets. It's super vital for you to go ahead and do this so that you can get the entry inside the stadium. So yeah. You want to see Free Fire Max action? Get it.
Yeah. There's a tiny QR code on these tickets as well, so you can just scan it and it will take you directly to the site.
Wait, let me try.
Right now, you're gonna try it. Why do you need a ticket, bro? You're gonna be coming there anyway. You're actually trying it.
Yeah,
you're actually trying the QR code.
Yes, I'm trying. Oh my god, it works. It works.
Of course it works, bro.
Oh my god, it directs me directly towards the place and I can book right
Very good.
Right here. If I have the permission to show it, it's one step away, chat. It's one step away. Like, look at that. It's right there. You can just book it instantly, and that's the best part about it, right? The redirection is so crazy, and it's an initiative taken by the esports club. Whenever they take an initiative, they take it to 100%. They take it down to the nitty-gritties, and that's how you can get your tickets, chat. So might as well tap on, hop on, and get that link, get those tickets, and make sure that you reach there, because this action is just gonna get intensified.
Yeah. And I know the LAN action is going to be intense. I think as the tournament progresses, with the last 3 days remaining in the online stage of this tournament, in the knockout stage of this tournament, the heat might just become a little too unbearable inside the server.
Precisely.
Obviously, I mean, I'm sitting in an air-conditioned room, but if I was a player, I probably would be sweating bullets right now because of the stress. I might just have to take this off for this, to deal with the heat. But that being said, though, for some of these teams, it is free-flowing. It is easy breezy right now.
Yes.
Teams like Godlike Esports, teams like Aerobotz, teams like all the teams in the top 4 right now, these guys are going to be super chill. But everybody who's not inside the top 4 right now is going to be super stressed. Now, I know that there's 6 teams who will be qualifying. So why did I say top 4? It's because the day 1 is generally the day where teams try to get as much of an advantage as possible. And then later on, if they've built enough of a buffer, they will play even more aggressively because then they have the luxury of getting eliminated early on. They can afford to take more risks. But if you don't have a good start today, then you will be playing passively on day 2 and day 3, and that further affects your performance. It's like a vicious cycle of negativity
Indeed
that
it is.
keeps on dragging you down.
And here's the thing, right, Crips? It's about the mentality as well, the mindset through which you're just entering towards a fight. And if you face losses after losses, you yourself will start playing passive. And the aggression all of a sudden, which is your natural playstyle, will vanish. That's what happened with iQOO OGxTSG. Their natural playstyle is being aggressive. Now that we can see that they're prioritizing even the circle, they're heading towards the circle, they're getting the booyah as well, which means straight up 24 points have been awarded to them. And all thanks to their aggression, they're able to make space inside the circle. And that's their natural play style. So first day is a day of foundation. The moment you set a very nice foundation, you establish those points, you become the go-getters, and you are already on top, afloat with good amount of points, then the chasers are going to be right behind you. And the chasers have to start doing one thing better, which is showcase even more aggression. And due to that, they might fold. So it's like you mentioned, Crips, it's a vicious cycle. And now heading towards Kalahari, let's see how vicious this map gets.
Yeah, and as you already know, Godlike are extremely strong in Kalahari, partially because they love dropping in Refinery and taking control of that. And once they've got their feet planted in Refinery, it's very difficult to uproot them from that spot. So that's why when you see my predictions later on, Godlike is like my literal number 1 choice for Kalahari.
Okay.
But for all the other teams, things are gonna start to get a little hairy over here. You see, there was a point when Total Gaming and Team Hind were both in the mix, and they both love taking Santa Catrina and Stone Ridge for themselves. That's why that entire southeastern corridor is empty. And now that these teams are not here, I hope that somebody in the northern part of the map will actually go down there. Revenant and XSpark are not going to move from Shrines, we know that. GG Instinct, I don't know if they will actually stick to Council Hall. They don't like changing their drop spots in Kalahari all that often. But Aerobotz also not going to move away from the northern side. And with these 3 teams being super stubborn, I think it's in the best interests of WindGod and 4ends to just abandon the northern part and take the south for themselves. It's open, and you know that Revenant, XSpark, Aerobotz and GG Instinct are not going to move from their spot. So I think WindGod and 4ends might just be safer off towards the southern part of the map now that it's empty.
And the best part here is I'm just feeling this hunch that Metaninza is gonna drop a nuke in this map. They're towards a sub for sure, but they can easily chase down Team Tamilas from Mammoth and keep rotating from those corners and reach towards Refinery if it's going to be a centric circle. But in any which case, Metaninza, I believe they have some kind of a plan in their head going on that they want to go ahead, get this Kalahari map on their name, but with big elimination numbers. And I'm hoping that I'm not jinxing this one.
Okay, I mean, I wasn't thinking about the jinx until you said it. So if anything happens to this team, guys,
Damn it!
I mean, you know who to blame, bro. You know who to blame. You have
Hey,
to
not
blame
me, huh?
Solara for this. You said it, bro. Anyway, I'm gonna stop pulling your leg now. The one team that I am a little unsure about in this entire situation is Reckoning Esports, because historically Bayfront hasn't been bad for them, right?
Yeah.
They never really get eliminated early on, but then they don't do super well either. Kalahari has always been like a kind of like a middle-ish kind of map for them.
Right.
And I'm guessing that if you want to experiment, this is the perfect chance to do it. Reckoning have enough points for now. They can afford to take a risk. And I mean, they've never really changed up their playstyle in Kalahari as much. So they love dropping into Bayfront, but then they love rotating out of there pretty quickly as well. I guess today is the day you can maybe experiment with those rotation paths.
I believe the days of experimenting things are already gone. It's how well you can go ahead and establish and get those points earlier on in this map. We all know it's a pretty aggressive map whenever it comes to the sniping point of view, alongside the grappling hook. The amount you have in your pocket, if it is 3-4, it just limits your entire movement. But if you have good amount and you can keep recharging it, then well, Kalahari will keep giving you the fruit that you will at one point of time start bearing, right? So that's where I would say the others who are trying to establish early points, get those elimination point up and running in the early phase itself, it is going to be amazing for them. At least the elimination point of view will give them good amount of points. And if you're prioritizing the circle, then you might as well start contemplating, start understanding where the opponents are going to be and look towards the elimination feed, because that's going to give you a lot of information on where the opponents are. So keep your eyes peeled in this map, and it's the 5th one nonetheless, so it's even more important for you to set an establishment right about now. Else tomorrow it's going to be even more tough for you to start with your experimentations, and if that experiment doesn't work, then all of a sudden it's going to be a huge downfall. Do not fall prey for that, please.
Yeah, and this is also the one map where your chrono is not going to be as useful, because when you get into these kind of situations, right, when you get into the refinery areas, there's plenty of room to hide around, but unfortunately, because there's so much verticality, you can still get naded from above, and that's something the glue walls will never keep you safe from. So you need to make sure that you use that chrono super wisely, because it's not going to protect you against the nades, which are an essential tool of this Kalahari battleground.
Yeah.
So that being said, though, let's head towards the predictions. I see that both of us have picked Godlike and Aerobotz. Pretty obvious over there. But
yes,
iQOO OGxTSG in Kalahari, I can see why they will be successful. But I probably would have expected you to pick this for either Bermuda or maybe like an Alpine or something, not Kalahari.
You know, they're very much towards a momentum point of view, right? iQOO OGxTSG, they love momentum game a lot. If it is really good in the previous game, which I did not think it would happen, they made it all the way through, man. They got a booyah nonetheless. So I'm just like, I gave this prediction even before this map even came up. So iQOO OGxTSG is just like what, stars being aligned part, which I can say. And Godlike, we all know they're pretty bombastic when it comes to this map. Aerobotz, they're showcased such good plays with elimination, and no matter what the situation gets, they reach towards the top itself. So these three are my picks. Revenant, XSpark on the other end. Crips, I would love to know your POV on this.
So Revenant, XSpark, I don't believe they can win this game. I mean, I've only picked them as my second spot team, because I know that they can get a bunch of eliminations for themselves, and it's going to be a good game for them. I mean, they're going to get like at least 10 points, maybe even 15 points out of this game. But there's no guarantee that they're going to win this game, right? Because given how Revenant, XSpark love dropping towards the northern part of the map, and then they, have to normally take a very long rotation up ahead, it's a pretty dangerous journey for them. So my guess is that Revenant, XSpark are just going to go around slaying all their opponents and farming up eliminations. I don't really expect them to get the booyah. If they do, it's a bonus. But at this point, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are down and desperate for the points, anything can be a bonus for you. So without further ado, let's hop into the penultimate game of the day. We are going to Kalahari, and this is gonna be the acid test for all the teams who are currently not inside the top 6. If there's a time to step up, it is now.
Well, it's about time. You gotta step up, and I can see Aerobotz already heading all the way towards Shrines. Can be a lovely rotation being called in. Wait a second, what is Tiger doing in the vicinity? Is he here for some free points and then instantly dash back to safety? Oh, no. It's the entire team heading all the way towards Council Hall. And confinement is completely vacant. So let's see who's going to head all the way towards that very direction. The maze has already been contested by iQOO OGxTSG, and I'm just loving the aggression from each and every one, respecting even the places where they're heading towards. But GG Instincts, they're onto a very dirty track.
I mean, when have they ever been on a cleaner track before?
Okay.
I said that you can probably abandon your safe houses up north, go towards the south. It's empty. EMZ took my advice quite seriously, but so did GG Instinct. At least GG Instinct haven't sent everybody over
Nice.
here, right? They still have a nice split drop. They've got 2 players over here near Stone Ridge. 2 players are still up there in confinement hall in case something goes wrong. So these 2 guys are just here looking for skulls, looking for scalps, and they find what they came here for. They get Aditya.
They're just so good at this. Mr. Ani is just stuck in such a weird, pickled up situation where at least one player is back into the action. And EMZ, they don't have enough coins to bring in the 4th. And that's where Swaroop is just trying to do his level best. Take away all the points, take away the position as well. Godlike, near Refinery. It's a fight against Team Tamilas. And Team Tamilas, they are the ones facing the wrath of Godlike, as this is not at all their location to head towards.
Godlike Esports also, I mean, they can continue fighting around with Team Tamilas, but is it gonna be a zero-sum game? Do Team Tamilas actually get anything out of it? The UAV sent ahead. I don't think Team Tamilas can keep their position a secret for any longer. Yogesh has already been spotted. Takes a lot of damage going up. He tries to go ahead and smash iQOO back. iQOO forcing the time turner out of him, and now 2 players just jump up right on top of him. He's realized he's bitten off more than he could chew. No escape, no survival. Even Script goes down. Yogi's able to find him all by himself. He doesn't even need the support of the rest of his teammates.
Oh, that's true, man. Godlike, they are super confident wherever it comes to Refinery, but there's another team facing the wrath. First it was GG Instincts, now it is Reckoning. I do not know what is happening with EMZ. They're just getting squared up in every given fight. But there's a hit list being activated. It's Metaninza against Reckoning. Let's see where this fight takes us. It's going to be a very weird turn as 4ends is very close in this vicinity. Jarvis alongside Anshu, both of them charging forward, but Hemu, the escape god, is already on the pinnacle and he would love to go incognito to give in more information. 4ends closing in and Reckoning, they are running away from the fight, unfortunately.
It's fortunately for 4EMZ Esports. 4EMZ Esports want them to get out of here. I mean, they've already suffered way too much. Them and EMZ, both of them have been struggling in Stone Ridge, and even Metaninza is over here now. Oh my goodness, man. The cover does not end for them. At least Ash gets taken down, so that's one less pressure point for 4EMZ Esports. But what is Cyber doing? He's about to get himself shot by Metaninza. He walked into the Hornet's nest. And what do the Hornets do when you go into their nest? They sting you, of course.
Yeah. And removing that sting is such a tedious process. 4ends, now that they already have tasted their own medicine of going for a third party, they are not at all running away. Raichu on the other end, he's on the back foot. Yes, I can see that. And he instantly takes the car and runs away from this fight. Smart decision. But Zap is right around the corner and he can zap Raichu at any given moment as the others are just falling down. Surya, his rays are not seen anymore. And looking at the way the plushie is just giving away so much information. This is not at all a good sight for this team. 4ends. They were onto a very good track in Bermuda, and now that the confidence part has already been removed away, it's going to be a problem for them in Paradise.
Well, at least Raichu's able to get all his teammates back up, but he had to spend all his money for that one. So yeah, 4ends, they survive, but at what cost? Very pricey one. EMZ at least have been able to get out of that little situation. They were stuck over there. And now that they're in Refinery, and now that even Godlike is no longer here, EMZ are actually pretty happy about this because they had a lot of problems at the start of this game. But now that Refinery is available to them, they should be able to recover. K9, can they recover though? They must be wondering where it Godlike go. Here they are, kicking the hell out of K9. They not just find them, but they eliminate them. Damn.
Make way for Noddy.
Yeah. I still remember that little policeman from Noddy.
Oh, yes.
Saying you can't escape the long arm of the law. And right now, Godlike is saying, I'm the sheriff around these parts of town.
Revenant XSpark. The other end. They're also itching to take a fight against GG Instinct. Patlu instantly gets demolished. And dude's not even there in the map anymore. The others, they need to go ahead and revive him up. And this one player thinks that he's going to be safe. Did not work out. Metaninza, so far, they're doing justice to what I just thought about. Getting 7 eliminations. Even though they're not leading the charts just yet. But this, I believe, is the game where Metaninza will change the entire course of action. Hit list on them. They have to defend, protect, zap. In fact, being chased by the opponents, it's going to be a very nice situation where they have the information of the opponents, which is Reckoning. And Reckoning, they are on a very good end of this entire battle. Inside command post and inside the circle.
Yeah, and they should be able to even gatekeep Metaninza. At least
sure.
Metaninza have the option of going around them, you know, so they don't have to necessarily get into command post. But Revenant XSpark are actually trying to take the high ground up here against Team Tamilas. Poor Kaushik, that is, drops down to his death. No problem though, because Yogesh is right next to a vending machine. Just buy your teammates back. Vincent, this blue wall will not protect you if your opponents take a few steps further, maybe onto the other platform. So Rashan has to somehow find his way. And you can see how Arj has already made his way upstairs. Oh, he thought he was being sneaky, but he's been spotted. X-Divine also now has the high ground. Team Tamilas are not going to give up control of this vending room. They are not going to move away from this room at all. No matter how much Team Revenant XSpark riders around them.
Indeed. And Tamilas, El Plushies being thrown at them. Couple of players fall instantly. That's a very nice combined play coming through, but there is a vending machine right around the corner. Conchu revived and the others slowly charging forward. Revenant XSpark, they're taking things up a notch, taking down Script. Another player falls simultaneously. This is not at all a good sight for Team Tamilas. They thought that they can stand here for a longer time, but I think staying inside the circle is always going to take a lot of toll on you, and that's what happens to this team. Instantly dashes back to safety, and now looking forward, it is EMZ taking a fight against Aerobotz. One by one, the opponents are falling down, but Mr. Rani, all thanks to that one nade, he's been taken down into bits and pieces. Somehow, that one player survived, but unfortunately, that one flick shot coming from Mac has taken all the hopes from the hands of Aerobotz. Unfortunately, no survival in Kalahari.
Yep, there goes one of our predictions. One of our common predictions. And now they're just slicing and dicing each other. Why not? A little friendly fire can be tolerated. Meanwhile, iQOO OGxTSG are taking shots against Revenant XSpark. But where? I thought Revenant XSpark were in Refinery.
Oh well.
Are you telling me iQOO OGxTSG have also made their way over there? Oh, they're on the northern platform of Refinery. Okay. Okay. They have one zipline which connects them to the central platform. But I don't think iQOO OGxTSG want to take that just yet. They are more than happy with just, you know, shooting at their opponents from afar. Arjun on top of the oil spire. No problems for him. He has also cleared up the other oil spires from this spot because he's got the visibility. And if at all iQOO OGxTSG want to split up, they can afford to do so. Normally, it would be nice to have control of that recall tower as well so that nobody can sneakily use it. But that's like on the other side of the valley, so that's a little bit too much of a split. Maybe your teammates can't cover you over there. So yeah, there's iQOO OGxTSG. That knock they had against X-Divine, probably just a little pot shot. It won't result in any eliminations just yet. EMZ, on the other hand, are in a little bit of danger. They have to not only battle the zone, but they are gonna end up probably running into iQOO OGxTSG if they continue going down this way.
Oh well, WindGod right in front, Godlike. They want to get that number 10 on their name. And I just love the way they're just taking those shots. iQOO. Just want to casually mention that we are here. You better do not mess around with us. YM joining hands, and there you go, the buzzer for the circle to close right in. This is one of the prime spots for Mayhem, and WindGod is not wanting to itch or take this fight. They're just running away, instantly skedaddle. Gokul, taking a jump pad and Django alongside. So the team has vacated the entire vicinity, and Godlike is going to be super happy about this, as there's no contest in order to head towards the circle. It's just going to be a plain task for them now.
I mean, the fact that Godlike is sticking to the edge of the circle, even though they were in full control of Refinery at one point, is a bit weird for me, because I've seen them prioritize compounds first. I've seen them take the compound and then try to shoot at everybody from that spot. I mean, Refinery was good enough for that. I do not know why they moved ahead towards the sub. Maybe they expected the circle to shift down there, but this is more of a centralized shift. So, because it's not a massive hard shift, all these teams are not going to be in too much trouble just yet. iQOO, OGxTSG now have one of the prime spots, but oh my god, 4EMZ Esports, they tried to get out of there, but they run into Revenant XSpark. X-Divine finds the shot against Avijit, and he's down in the open. Cyber tries to shoot down Ursh, but Ursh dips behind the container just in the nick of time. 3v3 once again, wins and lands the headshot against Raichu, and he blows apart Surya's head. Oh my god, how did it all go wrong for 4EMZ? Khonshu, he takes down Roshan from afar. Okay, this might just be the saving grace for Cyber, because now Revenant XSpark decide to cut their losses short. They've got all the eliminations they needed. They got 3 eliminations, right? That's more than enough. They do not need to end Cyber's life over here. Not when there's a potential third party on the horizon.
But this just might be that slap on the wrist. Khonshu right around the corner. Cyber, what's he doing? He has no weapon in his hand. He's constantly running around, but look at the way he takes a 1v1. Open arms, and that's one of the elimination points that he will welcome till date. He needs those points, he needs those coins so that he can revive, and he has a vending machine as well. What a lucky Chad.
Yeah, a lucky and an ungrateful Chad. I mean, Khonshu saved his life over there. Otherwise, his team would have been eliminated. And how does he repay that debt? By shooting Khonshu down? Ungrateful. Anyway, this is Free Fire. You're not here to make friends. You're here to shoot them in their faces. But Yoki gets shot in the face by Ursh. How? How did Ursh even have that angle? Are Godlike overextending?
Crazy.
They definitely need to keep their reins in control and maintain that high ground advantage. Because I can see Avijit trying to fly up over there. Revenant XSpark are deliberately going to tank a little bit of blue zone damage so that they can go ahead and flank Godlike Esports from the other side. They know that they can't take the staircase. They have to use their grappling hooks from the other side. And now the circle hard shifts towards the edge. Oh, I see now. I see why Revenant XSpark are tanking the blue zone damage to go from outside of the edges. That's why they want to save for rotation. And Team Tamilas, on the other hand, have been eliminated. I think Godlike might meet the same fate again, because Yogi finds himself down on his knees again. And is there a revive for him this time? iQOO has to take a massive risk. He wants to get the res, but no, Vincent finishes them off anyway.
They're still inside the circle. Avijit right in front of him. 4EMZ, they somehow made their way towards the 10s, but unfortunately, it's just gonna be one nade to pummel things down. 4EMZ out for the count, and Godlike, they have the entire hype to their name unless they take down the entire force of RNTX, and that's what is gonna happen. Nancy, he's been chased around the world, and there is WindGod as well joining the fray, and they've been poked for far too long, and they want to square things up right about now. Kingston just charging forward, knowing that the opponent might be right in front, and Ursh, what a lovely way to retaliate. This guy is so on par around this corner that he's keeping tabs on each and every opponent. Now that the things have come down to a very nice stalemate, NYM and Gokul, both of them joining hands. They would love to know what's happening here, but that nade can shatter a lot of hopes. Nancy, what a lovely way to stay inside, and Goku, that instant gratification of putting a glue wall was insane.
Yeah, but Nancy's gonna have to get out of that tent, and Nim is guarding the gate. How long are they gonna stay here? It's a battle of patience, and now it's a battle of shotguns. As soon as Nancy goes down, Ursh steps in to get those elimination points, and Revenant XSpark reap all the rewards. That's what happens when you try to rush 2 tier 1 teams who are busy fighting each other. WindGod, they basically overextended so much they had no way to back each other up, and then they get eliminated. At least they take down one massive team with them. They take down Godlike with them, which sets up Revenant XSpark for success. That is, unless they can best Metaninza, who now have control of this side of the circle completely uncontested. Sabo Sabo can be a threat to them, but I don't think he can accomplish much. He's just too busy trying to save his own skin. He gets into the monster truck and heads straight to the cliff, hoping that he will be safe under the noses of iQOO OGxTSG. But Ginotra wants his head. He can't stay under their noses. He smells the danger and he sniffs out Sabo. Ginotra finally blows him to smithereens, and Reckoning are now on the verge of elimination yet again. But Metaninza have spread out so much. Zap can take control of Ursh. Ursh diving in deep inside. He's trying to run away from iQOO OGxTSG, but there's no escape. He runs straight into Metaninza.
Absolutely. Oh my god, the height advantage is giving iQOO OGxTSG yet another shot to get another booyah. And I believe this is gonna work out for the best. They have spotted the opponents. They have made them perish. They have made them vanish in a jiffy. And this is the third that we can see. iQOO OGxTSG, what a lovely way to retaliate. They were spread way too thin. But calculating, tabulating where the opponents are going to be was their second-hand task. And what a lovely way to call in those rotations and get those shots on the opponents. The only team I believe that could pose any threat was Metaninza. And Metaninza, the only disadvantage was that they were in the bottom ridge. They could not see what's there right above the horizon. And it's just like staring at the sunlight. You could not see much there.
Yeah. iQOO OGxTSG just can't stop winning. 3 booyahs on a single day. I was really unhappy for iQOO OGxTSG at a point because they had like 2 booyahs and they still were stuck at the second spot behind Godlike Esports. Surely now they must have taken the crown away from Godlike. Surely now they must have ascended to the top of the overall points table and taken that #1 spot for themselves. 31.
Wow.
Yo, 19 eliminations. That's crazy. I mean, did they even take as many fights as they did in the previous game? I thought that they were playing for positions based on whatever happened in Bermuda. I thought they were just opportunists. But tell me something, if you're just playing from position to position, if you're just playing from opportunity to opportunity, are you going to be able to get 19 eliminations worth of opportunities? Surely not. This is iQOO OGxTSG feeling more and more confident and more greedy. I love it.
Yeah, and they were like GG instincts in the previous game, man. Like low-key, hidden, getting those eliminations, and then heading towards placements as well. It's just that GG instinct could not accomplish that one part, but iQOO OGxTSG, they have already tasted what booyah feels like. And constantly getting it again and again. They remind me of Gyan Gaming all of a sudden. It's like... it's that history rushing right in. And Gyan Gaming, the way they performed and they established that second spot on their name, that was insane. And now that iQOO OGxTSG knows that they need to start the first day with a banger, they're doing it, man. They're doing their 100%. And this has for sure given them the prime spot, the podium finish.
Yeah. It's a banger upon a banger upon a banger. I'm so glad you mentioned Gyan Gaming over here. I'm so glad you mentioned GG Instinct and all these other teams who love taking position advantage. The inherent characteristic of teams like that is that if you take a passive position and you try to play for the booyah, you don't get as many eliminations. But if you have a high elimination game, the common sense dictates that you will take a lot of risks if you're going to get into a lot of fights. You'll risk losing players. Tell me something, how does iQOO OGxTSG have that many eliminations and still keep all 4 of their players alive up until last circle? How do they still play it safe
Adaptability.
and get the aggressive perks as well? Like, this is like having your cake and eating it too. 8 eliminations on Arjun.
Hey,
bro,
it
like,
it's mine.
One MVP wasn't enough for this guy, huh? 1 MVP wasn't enough for him.
He's like, I'm gonna go for back-to-back. Who cares about 1? I need 3 under my belt. Arjun, 8 eliminations, 4 assists. The similar composition, VSK 94 in his hand, and we all know that this weapon, 1 shot to the head, and is just gonna do numbers on the opponent. And that dude is just gonna be thinking, wait, what? Where did I get shot from? And the moment he gets to know, there you go, Arjun just finishing things off. Rafael, Moko, Maro, all of that used to get information on where the opponent is, the constant ping for under 4 seconds. And Rafael, we all know the silent shots, whenever it hits the opponent, you start bleeding much faster.
Was he using the Skylar in the previous game or was he using the Nero?
Yes, he was.
He was? Okay, yeah.
Yes,
My
he
memory is
was.
failing me a little. I mean, it's been a while since I've seen one person dominate the MVP chart so much on a single day. So, yeah, it's really impressive from the side of Arjun. But now let's take a look at the rest of his team. Have they changed much? Nope, not really. It's still the same composition. So even between maps, they don't really change up their compositions all that much. All of them have R1 now. They still use Skylar and Nero, which is nice because in Kalahari, like these two walls need to be busted up much sooner. And with the Nero equipped, you can even deal damage behind hard cover, so that's pretty decent. But apart from that, the team composition doesn't really stand out that much. It's not like they're doing something absolutely new or unheard of. It's still the same old standard composition that we have seen from a lot of teams in the past, but the way they use it to ensure safety and get the elimination points, it's a genius mix. That's what we haven't seen.
Always having the smoking gun, even though their tactics are plain and simple, they have showcased it even in the previous game. Nobody is able to hit them and make them wonder where their tactics are failing, where their characters are failing, their meta is failing. Not at all. These dudes have no doubt whatsoever in order to bring the meta, and they're just rocking it. Well, we have already seen the eliminations from the hands of Arjun. The others have contributed in such a manner. 4 eliminations from Ayush, and he has even given 4 knocks with 5 assists. Legend, as usual, doing a phenomenal job in micro-adjusting the entire team, alongside telling where and when to do what. So that's a very good point that I can go ahead and mention. Krish, on the other end, 5 eliminations, 5 knocks, and 3 assists. So overall, they have set a very nice tonality. They have controlled the entire map of Kalahari, and this is the way we can see it even more precisely. Where are they? Taking a rotation all the way from Mammoth, reaching towards Sub, and taking fights every single spot they head towards, and wiping floors with the opponent. That's crazy, man.
That is indeed crazy. iQOO OGxTSG, they took that little ridge on the top of the circle over there, as you can see, and they never really entered the refinery area. They just crawled around the outskirts of refinery, going from cliff end to cliff end, and they went from those zipline areas without actually using the ziplines themselves. You know, they don't want to be shot while traveling in a straight line, but they want to control the powerful rotation points. So that's amazing stuff from the iQOO OGxTSG players. And you can see that they didn't even take that many casualties. Like, so many of their players were alive. They barely had to go and use the vending machines very often. That is incredibly rare. Normally, when a team ends up getting that many eliminations, they also need that many revives and that much survivability. It's very cool to see that these players retain their players and take eliminations. So, man, I mean, iQOO OGxTSG is just feeling it today. And if they continue this run of dominance, they might just create a lot of trouble for Revenant, XSpark, and Snowfall in the next map.
They're creating a huge gap between them and the second position. And as long as they're able to do this, they can keep themselves afloat, and they can constantly try their mixes, try their combinations. And looking at the way in the map of Alpine, I can already see that they want an early skirmish heading all the way towards Snowfall. But this is against a giant, and that is Revenant XSpark. And Revenant XSpark, they are very good at drop clashes. They love to use those mini Uzis just to take down the opponents and berate them, just to say that, you know what, I had a very weak weaponry and still I could take you down. So there might be a split coming in, a 2-2 split, rather, Garrison and Snowfall from the likes of iQOO OGxTSG. But if they 100% commit, then they need to win that one, as they already have the Booyah, and they might go through the factor of having the Booyah curse whenever it comes to Alpine. But so far, they've been doing a really good job.
Yeah, they have indeed been doing a really good job. I it's weird to see such a massive cluster near Militia and Sunside while so many areas lie vacant. I am really excited to see what's going to happen if these teams actually stick to their drop
Likewise.
locations over here. I mean, you have one massive cluster near the Militia area and then another massive cluster near Forest Red. If those two clusters start fighting independently without, many teams escaping away, if at all they need to escape, when they lose their players and whatnot, we might just see very few teams in the last circle. This might just be one of those rare Alpine games which has like less than 4 teams remaining in the last circle. Otherwise, generally, Alpine is pretty packed towards the end.
Pretty packed, yes. Till the very end, it's pretty packed. And that's a very nice observation there, Crips. So, brains over brawn, yet again. Railroad is one of the places where I feel that the opponents are going to be heading all the way towards that area. Even though we can see a huge cluster towards Sunside and Militia alongside, like you rightly mentioned, towards Rivermouth as well. But all of this might change. The micro adjustments from every single IGL is one of the things that I'm going to be looking through with a pair of binoculars. And as long as they're going to call in the right rotations, as long as they can reach towards the very place where they can get those elimination points alongside stay inside the circle, that's going to be the best possible scenario. Crips, just to be at the other end of the spectrum, I'm going to say this is going to be a crazy map. And at the final circle, there'll be at least more than 6 teams alive.
Despite the early game fights?
Despite the early game fights.
Wow, we are really defining.
Just to stay at the other end of the spectrum, dude.
All right. You take your pair of binoculars, or I think you need a little pet R1 in real life over here.
Oh yeah.
You're not even playing Free Fire right now. You're casting it, and you still have the binoculars available. Either way, normally we see a lot of fights, and if we see a lot of fights and a lot of teams are eliminated early, we don't see a very packed circle. And in Alpine, generally, most of these teams manage to escape. Right? There's plenty of vending machines at your disposal. There's plenty of fights happening. And I hope that this is one of those games which, like you said, is both early game heavy with a lot of fights and it's back towards the late game. We generally don't get to see both. We generally get to see either or. But ladies and gentlemen, if we get to see both things today, if we get to see such action-packed games today here while you guys are sitting at home, imagine how intense it's gonna be when you guys come to the LAN. The QR code is right here, right under me. Scan it, book your tickets now. And I mean, even if you're not from Ahmedabad, go ahead and book it anyway because I mean, travel to Ahmedabad is quite affordable. And for most youngsters, you guys will most likely have your summer vacation while this tournament is going on. So it's like the perfect time to travel. You guys, you generally take your summer vacations anyway, right? I mean, I used to go to my nani's house when I was a kid. Bro, if I went to a LAN as a kid when I had my summer vacation, my life would be so different.
It would be, man. It would be. And right now we are like living the dream as well. Living the childhood days when we used to game a lot and be scolded for it. Now it is like, you know what? We are gaming for a living. So that's one of the best parts of it. So I'm just going to say this one thing. The link is also there in the chat section. It's pinned right there. All you have to do is tap on the link and reach towards the website and get your tickets. It's available. It's going to soon run out of stock. So might as well get yours and pre-book it. It's as simple as that. Plus, the reservations have already been called in, man. I'm just hoping that Alpine, the places where the teams are going to head all the way towards, I hope they can get a sunny side up. And if they do, they're going to enjoy it. They're going to savor the entire taste and they're going to enjoy till the very end. But for that, they need to stay alive. Just like iQOO, OGxTSG, they've been staying alive till the very end with 4 players always. And that's, I believe, the golden ticket to get the booyahs, man.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. Like, keeping your players alive up until the very end is generally the best way to ensure a booyah. And that's why whenever you've seen these final battles, if it's a 4v3, there's a 80% chance the team with the higher number of players will take it. Unless like you pull off a massive 1v2 or a 1v3 clutch, or if there's a throw, we generally see the team with the numbers advantage win it out in the end.
Always.
The only unpredictable fights we've seen so far were the ones in Purgatory where, you know, it was like a 4v4. And even then, it was low-key predictable after the first 2 knocks. So yeah, with iQOO, OGxTSG keeping all their players alive. And it's not like, oh, they lose players early on and then they get the res on them. No, they literally just keep them alive. They don't even need to use the vending machines. That's how good they were. So then they have money left over to spend on other items like your mini launch pads and all the other things that you need. So yeah, you have more money at your disposal. You don't need to res your teammates. And I think iQOO, OGxTHW are playing textbook Free Fire Max today. This is the kind of
Indeed.
playbook that you always want to implement, but you never get to implement it because things always go wrong.
Yeah, because there are like some teams who want to take fights against you and test your patience, and that's where they're losing it. Now that they have the entire license to kill, license to eliminate the opponents, they're doing it willy-nilly, man. Right around the corner, pop, 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 there you go. The opponents fall prey to it. And the best part is, if they have a Suzy in their pockets, then that's going to help
More
them
money.
even more money. So cha-ching those places where they can instantly get the pocket tactical market, and they're bringing in bolt maker, they're bringing in active card skills as well. And well, in some places we can always see a launch pad which is giving them some kind of an advantage to head towards that location earlier on itself. And here's the best part, right, Trips? Whenever you're taking a zipline, you're prone to get shot, right?
Yeah.
When you're taking
It's like
a
an open
launch
target.
pad, it's just like that. Thanos.
I mean, for people like us, it's safer to take the launch pads because people at our rank can't shoot us down that easily. At this level, even the launch pads are not safe, but they're definitely safer than zipline.
Yeah.
Like
That's
I can
where I
shoot
was
down
getting
people
at.
moving on a zipline. I can't land my shots midair. That's probably a skill issue, and I have no shame in admitting that. But that being said, though, in a map like Alpine, I think with those zip lines at your disposal, you're gonna have to be super careful with those launch pads, and your positioning has to be even more precise. And Alpine is generally one of the easier maps to predict the circle in, so all the teams are gonna start populating that center very early on. So that's why I've picked up Aerobotz over here.
Okay.
But there's a massive if over here. There's a massive if. If Aerobotz get that circle prediction, if they get a compound of their choice early on, only then they can win the game. If Aerobotz get caught out, they can't do much. And they have been kind of struggling today. I mean, they're not having bad games, but
not consistent.
you can now,
ones.
not consistent ones. So they are shaky. Now, we both have picked up Metaninza and we both put them at the second
Indeed.
spot.
Second
I
spot.
put them at the second spot because I believe that they can easily get the compound that they want. But I don't know if they can hold it. That's what they've been struggling with.
I would say I believe they can fly. I believe that they can touch the sky. And that's why Metaninza can easily do that. Even in the previous game, they were just unfortunate enough that they were at the other part of the entire height disadvantage point of view of it. So that's the reason they got bombarded. Like, clearly they had iQOO, OGxTSG had the information, they had the number of where the opponents are, and that's where they just took a huge tumble. Metaninza, they could not do much there. But moving forward in this very map, I believe they would want to take those fights more personally and then just dissect the entire chord of the survivability of the opponents. And GG Instincts, just for the fun of it, man. GG Instincts, they are such a dominating team. They're such good underdogs. And I would love to see them shine again and again. They have a lot to prove before their fire can even extinguish. And I'm just hoping that it just keeps burning through eternity. So GG Instincts, I'm hoping that either first, second or third spot, they reach there.
Okay. So now while we have spoken about Metaninza, Aerobotz, GG Instinct, iQOO, OGxTSG.
Yeah, I want to know K9 Trips before we can hop there.
Yeah,
before we
bro,
can jump
I'm
on K9.
kind of regretting my K9 pick now. I mean, at the start of the day, I was very confident in K9's abilities. They are a very
Likewise.
nice team when it comes to firepower. They can shoot their way out of any difficult situation. But what happened, bro?
They need the fuel.
Yeah, they need the fuel to fuel that fire. But if everybody's standing around them with a bucket of water and a fire extinguisher, how are you going to fuel that fire? Generally, K9 have not been the best team when it comes to rotations. They do get caught in difficult situations quite often. But most of the time, because their firepower is just so immense, they can shoot their way out of a bad situation. And I would place K9 and GG Instinct on the opposite ends of the spectrum. GG Instinct are very smart when it comes to positioning, very smart when it comes to rotation. K9 don't have the same smarts, but they have way more firepower. So even if they make mistakes when it comes to positioning, they can at least shoot their way out. Except today, that firepower is not working for them. So they have neither the brain nor the brawn. I mean, I'm sure they have the brawn, but for some reason their muscles are deflated today. So I don't know. I no longer feel confident about picking them.
K9, I have a very strong feeling that K9, they are very confident whenever they win their early fights, their early battles, and that's where they are failing. Even though they're winning that, the mid game is just falling apart. They're not at all looking for survivability. As long as they're looking for survivable tactics, I believe they can do wonders. And wait a second, next Terra was one of the places where I thought that K9 could do much better. But unfortunately, that entire ship sailed right across. It went to a different map altogether, and now we're at Alpine, and we are nowhere to see where K9 has reached. So they need to buckle up, man. It's day one, and we have always mentioned that foundation needs to be on point. If your foundation is wonky, then your entire building will be like this. Or rather,
Can I tell you a fun fact? Actually, it's not very fun at all.
Okay, fine. It's a
K9
fact then,
Esports,
Crips.
It's just a fact. It's an unfortunate fact. At the end of the third game, K9 Esports had 29 points. They still are stuck at 29 points. Team Tamilas at the end of the third game had just 9 points. Okay, 20 points behind K9.
Oh my god.
Now Team Tamilas have overtaken them. Team Tamilas are sitting at 31 now.
I'm gonna take it with a huge pinch of Himalayan salt.
Take a bucket of salt, bro. Like, this can feed a whole village if you put it inside a little cauldron.
So
what happened?
Might as well buckle up. K9,
Yeah.
they have such good firepower, Crips. I'm not gonna lie about that. Aim, Xian, there's even Dafiq. Dafiq has been so good, so effective in dismantling teams like Godlike, teams like Total Gaming. We could see that 1v3 he pulled off against them, and now all of a sudden they're on a part where they're like, you know what? We have showcased our part of aggression, and now it's time for the other teams. No! You don't say that. You don't drop the towel right inside the fight and be like, I'm just calling it off. No, you can't do that. You have survived. You have reached so far. Might as well hit the opponents where it hurts the most.
And they
Disrupt
tried
their
that.
game.
They tried that. They tried to ambush Reckoning Esports in factory while the fight in Bermuda was going on. They tried to ambush Reckoning Esports. They got the first knock. In fact, they got the first 2 knocks. Somehow Reckoning still turned the fight around. And like, they're losing fights against Sabo. They're peeking him one by one. So yeah, they really need to buckle up right now, guys, because it's the last game of the day. It's not just K9. Every other team that is in danger right now. Team Tamilas, 4N Esports, Reckoning, EMZ, even Metaninza for that matter. They all need to buckle up and step up in the last game of the day as we head to Alpine. You are about to feel the fire, because some of these teams are feeling colds. They better bring their catalyst. They better turn this fire into a raging inferno, because if they don't, they will have to wait for the next 2 days.
Oh yes, the next 2 days will be the days of reckoning. I mean, not the team reckoning, but you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Redemption would be a nicer word, but you have to avoid confusion.
Yeah. To avoid the drop clash, let me use the word redemption. So Garrison all the way, we could see K9. Okay, Rivermouth is not a good position. Even they understood. So heading towards Garrison is a very good decision. And same thing goes for iQOO, OGxTSG as well. They're reaching towards Snowfall, but they're just a bit short to reaching there.
Oh no, Aerobotz get into that early fight against Team Tamilas. And Team Tamilas generally do not do well in these kind of fights. Kaushik goes down. At least Konsu is able to retaliate.
What?
He confirms Kunal as well. But he's not able to save Yogesh. I mean, all of Team Tamilas have now stepped into this tiny little house, and Johannes is running circles around them. He tries to pre-fire around the corner, but he was at like 10 HP, so Script is able to get the better of him. And Team Tamilas have been able to revive all their players. Not respawn, just revive. So yeah, Aerobotz are a little late to the party. Mad God comes through once again, but instantly get traded by Script. What is happening to Aerobotz? This is so unlike them. They're just peeking into Team Tamilas one by one, knowing that Team Tamilas have all their players stationed inside that one tiny room. So yeah, this is a problem. but Godlike Esports are a problem solver. They take one knock to themselves, and now they're looking for more. Now that they know that Team Tamilas are on the run and they're heading towards the recall tower, they deploy the UAV just to make sure that their backlines and their sides are clear. And now they're just gonna try to run straight towards the recall tower. Script is able to get onto, but Gossik is kind of pinned down behind that rock.
Battlefield versus God. And I feel iQOO, once he goes crouch mode, he's gonna hit all of those shots accurately. And Godlike, this is 1 point waiting out in the open. Khonshu still trying to run around, reach towards his teammates, regroup. But in the midst of all of that, his HP is way too low. This can be that opportunity where iQOO just goes ahead for conversion. And he would love to go ahead and do that. But the entire team, they're heading all the way towards Script. That one lone survivor in the pack of Wolves.
I really hope they can use their binoculars now. It will tell them where everybody is. Oh, they used... Is that 3 UAVs? Okay, that's a little too much now. That's a miscommunication over there. I'm pretty sure somebody must have said, I'm gonna use the UAV, and the other one said, no, I'm gonna use it. That's okay. They can always get the UAVs back, but they will not get the opportunity to get Team Tamilas out again, because if this fight drags on for any longer, there might be a potential third party. Script is already cornered. Johan shoots him. Okay.
Yes.
At least the confirmation is acquired by Godlike Esports. So Johan's effort was kind of useless over here. But still, he's given away his position. And now the element of surprise that Aerobotz had is gone.
Aerobotz, they're gonna fall prey to such good marksman spirit right here. Marco trying to find all of his shots. And so far, he has damaged Aerobotz so much that they have taken a different route altogether. They have a concussion on their head that they want fixing towards. And now heading all the way towards the bridge. From underneath, they're reaching towards Godlike. Kunal, he's already aggressed forward, trying to scout in, know where the opponents are. And Yogi is the only person who is out for vengeance. Him against the world. And Yogesh, he's stuck there. Team Tamilas, they know that it's just a 1 point lost. And the others, they have ran across, knowing that this fight is going to be against Aerobotz and Godlike. So might as well stay away from it.
I don't think they can stay away from this one. You know they're tempted. You know that it's calling their name. One more UAV. This time by Team Aerobotz deployed towards Godlike. Yogi might just get cornered over here.
Oh, what?
Oh, no.
Moonwalk out in the open?
Yeah. Unfortunately. Kunal, I don't know about
Oh
moonwalk,
my god,
but look at that
deception!
space. That's amazing. Johan landing lovely shots onto iQOO. And with that, the high ground advantage is kind of gone. It's just up to Nancy now, and he can't cover Marco from here. But he can definitely take down Prodigy. How does he keep finding these angles, man?
Crazy shots. But Prodigy is put to rest. And now he's going to be burning down in the inferno. Nancy been shot from the back, and it's Kunal. Yes, he was unchecked. He was the only person who could take the launch pad, instantly head towards Godlike. And Marco, what's he going to think about? He has an M590, but it's going to be a close range battle. Mad God already has taken a huge chunk out of his opponent. And there you go. The God strikes at the right time. And Mad God, the Mad Lad, has already activated himself.
Nah. This is not Godlike. Definitely there's some communication issues going on over here. I mean, we saw that while the triple UAV was deployed, and that was a little hint about the problems that they are facing. But right now, as they keep losing players, you can see that they're actually struggling. They will be able to get everybody back online, but Yogi, he has been targeted by a hit list.
Oh my
God. The people who are targeting him have bigger problems, because Metaninza are just trying to get away from this double bolt maker zone that GG Instinct have shot down upon them. And even Revenant XSpark are trying to take pot shots at Metaninza. There's like multiple people holding Metaninza down, putting so much pressure on them. X-Divine, Vincent, like a pack of wolves with hungry guns heading straight towards that Arsenal, getting inside. Jarvis is trying to hold the line. He's holding his own ground, but no frags will be found. Revenant XSpark, they get everything. You know, Trezetli is able to get the revives. That's some grace for Metaninza. But wow, the way Revenant XSpark just used all their vehicles to surround Metaninza is insane. They basically corralled them inside that tiny arsenal.
Yeah, maul them down. Swaroop on the other end, he's also towards the receiving point of view, and WindGod, they are swooping down, getting those points, and instantly dashing towards the circle. So that's a really good scene. As I can see, WindGod 4 eliminations. But here's the thing, right? The weapons that Metaninza already harvested in that arsenal is long gone. Now they have to fight for it. Now they have to unlock yet another arsenal and get those weapons, which is going to be a tedious task.
Yeah, and now that the second circle is already about to shrink, there's not going to be that much room available for Arsenal and shopping around either. Yeah, at least Godlike Esports are able to recover. And nice to see that base camp is completely available for them. Even though they're being targeted by a hit list. I don't know which team it is. But yeah, even though Yogi is being targeted, I don't think he's in much trouble. And there's plenty of money available for them, so they can use the vending machine to actually get their upgrades rather than just spend it on bringing their weapons, bringing their teammates back. Aerobotz, they're going to take this little end of the circle, the southwestern side of it, just next to Rivermouth. So that is also pretty cool. But there's another fight happening on the other end of this game. It's Team Tamilas versus Reckoning Esports. Even 4N for that matter are taking losses against MAC. EMZ, they haven't put 4Ns on the verge of elimination just yet because Surya is so far away. 4Ns might not get eliminated now. Hold up, GGX didn't get eliminated. How? Where? I'm gonna need a replay of that. But Avijit and Cyber, how have they kept themselves alive? I mean, these both guys were about to get knocked so many times. They keep reviving each other, and finally, now that they're both down, their streak of revival comes to an end. So much damage farmed up by Aditya and Rupesh, and they only get 2 eliminations for it.
Not gonna lie, Mac is just cheesing things up for the entire team. EMZ.
I know you're hungry.
Yeah, I am very hungry. So any and everything thrown at me, I'm gonna take it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take it with a pinch of salt or a dab of whatever it is. I'm gonna do that. In any which case, EMZ, couple of eliminations on the name, and they are looking forward towards entering inside the circle. And I'm hoping that there's no one who's gatekeeping them. So far, we have seen them, man. In Alpine, they just completely changed themselves. They're a different man altogether. But oh wait, shit. He is not able to keep his grounds intact. Taking him off his entire game. Reckoning is right around the corner, and this is the same spot where we could see Godlike being completely perished. But not completely, but close to being completely perished.
Yeah, but at least Godlike have recovered well.
Yeah,
I can't say the same for 4N because they have just been on a revival mission since the start of this game. Reckoning Esports are doing well for themselves. 9 eliminations. Plenty of room to get into the zone as well. No gatekeepers. Oh, I think they know that there's somebody hiding around the corner.
You go. The Labubu being launched right at the opponent. Cyber. His information known, and there you go. Another point being awarded for Reckoning. 10 total eliminations. And if this goes on and on, then I can just see a duck just walking and just saying, this is life.
Lots of references over there today. Clearly a man of culture. Clearly a man who spends most of his time on the internet. Okay. So they're just gonna stay there, right? Like Godlike have such a massive area under their control.
They want to bask all the sunlight, man. Look at that.
Yeah.
Charging their batteries with a sonar panel.
It's funny, you know, I was just listening to the Hindi casters today, and they said that Solara doesn't have any solar panels, even though, you know, it's in the name. Alpine has a solar farm.
Yes.
And it should be like a named place, but it's not. Okay, I see a massive cluster over there towards the other side. Look at that team. Tamilas, Aerobotz, WindGod, all of them close to each other. Surely there's going to be some teams that go down over there, right? Meanwhile, Revenant, XSpark, Reckoning Esports are also fighting each other. Where is this? I don't see this happening. Revenant, XSpark eliminated. How? Where? Brother, show me.
Oh, goodness. What is exactly going on? Finally, the Bolt Maker being activated, and I believe it is from the likes of Metaninza. because they want to take this entire area afloat. Ginotra, unfortunately, he's the first one to fall. Riptide Rhythm coming in at the right time. Yogi striking hard, and he's just constantly keeping the damage, amping it up. And Zap, he's not able to find an opening. What's going on? Zap, he needs to help his teammate. Unfortunately, the only pot shots he's taking is so less that even the Bolt Maker is doing more damage compared to him.
Oh my god, yeah, that is a very concerning stat there. But at least Metaninza have managed to sneak into the Solar compound. Godlike were trying to keep them out, they were trying to keep them at bay, but they haven't been able to repel away the invaders, so now they must fight them head on. Nancy leading the charge. He's the tip of the spear that goes ahead, takes a bunch of damage, forced to deploy the time turner, but Anshu invades the time turner and gets him up onto Nancy. Nice retaliation by iQOO, but look at Yogi, his flank could be everything. They just need to take care of Zap. And Metaninza bit off a bit more than they could chew. Godlike survive this onslaught and they eliminate Metaninza.
The lightning never strikes twice, and we could see it happen 4 to 5 times. And Godlike, they are surviving with all 4 players. Instantly, Yogi gets shot and he's flat on the belly, trying to patch himself up. And he knows that there's a bigger threat to address, to tend towards. But WindGod, they're stuck with the final player surviving, and he's gonna be out for the count. Aerobotz, they're here for the blood, and they're looking for vengeance.
But right now they need to look for some peace because they're about to get third party. Team Tamilas are here and they want a piece of the pie. They want their pound of flesh. They just corralled near the staircase and they're trying to make their way up, but they're just sticking away and taking a lot of frost damage. Kunal tries to go for the flank.
Uno reverse?
Team Tamilas must have heard him now and they know that somebody's going to be coming from the outside.
Oh my
Script has been sent outside to take care of him, but Kunal wins the fight against Logic anyway. Johan takes Yogesh down and Mad God is doing wonders with that Trogon. He continues to dominate, he continues to plunder, and Team Tamilas face yet another early elimination.
Take a bow, Aerobotz! Twisting, turning things around, and that's the elimination that they were looking for. Good amount of sprees right across, and now heading towards the circle, they need to be even more careful and vigilant at the same time. The opponent's right in front. Yogi trying to take a battle of his own. Arjun right in front, and those shots need to count right about now. 2 times MVP Arjun has already made things clear, but it's Marco squaring things off, not Yogi. As Forens, they're right in front of iQOO OGxTSG, and this is the battle where iQOO OGxTSG did not want to set foot towards. Forens, they're just gonna squeeze them so hard that iQOO OGxTSG might become a diamond.
I mean, diamonds are formed under pressure. Legends are forged in fire. And right now, Ayush can feel the heat. But hold up, Reckoning Esports get taken down. One little shot to the dome and the last straggler is out. Even 4EMZ Esports are feeling the heat. EMZ as well as iQOO OGxTSG are forcing all their bullets in their direction. Meanwhile, Godlike just enjoy the lovely 3-1 split. A tiny little plushie is sent towards them from Aerobotz, but I don't think Aerobotz can really do much at this point. All they can do is hide and bide their time because they don't have all their members as well. This game is Godlike's for the taking. Aditya, lovely shot onto Avijit, but Cyber finds himself in trouble, needs to win this 1v1. He can't! 4 ends go down, and Ayush wins that duel. He keeps his team alive for just a few seconds longer.
Oh my god, usually it is Ayush. Whenever it comes to such a pressurizing situation, he crumbles, but this time he's not at all tumbling. Finally, he comes out of the hiding, and it is EMZ right in front of him. Dafiq, he's surviving, but his HP is way too low. Dude needs to heal, but he's crouching and reaching inside the circle. His location might be known real soon, but there's no one looking at him. And finally, it is going to be Kunal. Final nail in the coffin, and now we can see the top 3 teams right in front of us. Godlike with all 4 members, EMZ with all 4 members, and iQOO OGxTHW, they have been eliminated. Even though Aerobotz have been doing a significant job, they are lacking the manpower advantage, and that's where EMZ is going to square things up. They're heading all the way towards the throats of Aerobotz, and Kunal instantly perishes down. Mad God, last man standing, and he takes the car, instantly dashes in, and he's leaving the entire fight in the hands of Yogi. You do whatever you want to do, I'm out.
Yeah, but even Aerobotz are out. The derelict of dark summoned from the ashes. iQOO being the puppet master that congregates all the masses, pulling strings, twisting minds as the bombs hit. You want this booyah? Then come and try to take it. Mr. Rani goes down, and Godlike Nancy with the triple hits that nail right on the head, and he buries his opponents alive. Godlike Esports finally claim their booyah to end the day on a high note.
Oh, well, the Puppet Masters have for sure done justice to the final game of Alpine. What a lovely play. Godlike Esports, they were looking for this. They wanted to take battles against the opponents. And well, Metaninza, unfortunately, they could not do much there. Hence, keeping the man count advantage. And Yogi, my goodness, this dude was out in the open, MA2B in his hand, and he was just hoping for an opponent, a bystander, to just cross paths and those shots onto four ends. It was so wholesome for the entire team that it gave them the confidence to keep moving deep down and get the booyah.
Like a hungry Grim Reaper, just overcome by bloodlust, cannot do anything but shoot everybody that moves. Lovely decision over there by ManGod to try and get inside the monster truck. That was like a little bit of a Hail Mary effort to keep himself alive, knowing that his life is forfeit. But what he did not know, that he would put EMZ at such a massive disadvantage that they would have absolutely no chance against Godlike. And Godlike live up to their name, ruling over Alpine with an iron fist.
Oh well, give them the throne as well. But this is one of the battles that I would say should have come way too early in the map segment itself. But Godlike, it's never too late. It's just the first day and they have set a very nice foundation. So overall, good performances alongside this for sure will give them the momentum for the next following day as well. Ending the day on a high note is super important. And they started with a high note as well. 37 in the first game and now with 27, this is hats off, a phenomenal performance. But look at Aerobotz. My goodness, just 3 points shy with total of 24 points. These two folks, Kunal and ManGod, they were top notch with the kind of aggression that they were showcasing till the very end. And you were right with the fact that EMZ chose a very pickled up fight, and they chose it up against Aerobotz, who already had so much confidence moving in towards the final circle.
Yeah, all that confidence. They walk in with their chests all puffed up and
Flushed.
basically asking anybody to try and fight them. They were the bullies in this game, if for the lack of a better word. But hey, credit where it's due. Look at EMZ Esports. I know that 19 is low-key not so impressive number when you have people dropping 27, 30 bombs and whatnot, but EMZ were in dire straits. For them, this 19 points is like a lifeline extended towards them. They might not be doing super well for themselves, but at least it's a start. At least they can start moving in the right direction. But you have Reckoning and iQOO OGxTSG also both tied up at 18 points each, so those teams are also being super consistent.
Indeed, man. And talking about the MVP in the map of Alpine from the likes of Godlike, it is iQOO. Dude's been super good with the COD. We could see it from the word go itself. He was taking constant battles against the opponent, and the very moment he just crouches with the COD, we know the aim is going to be better, the shots are going to be precise, and dude was just doing justice to all of that. Susie, there you go, additional cha-ching in his pocket, so the tactical market keeps going afloat, and that's how the bolt makers were being established again and again against Metaninza. That was the kryptonite. So the Superman perished soon.
You're gonna have to bring in the whole damn Justice League over here to take down iQOO, man. Superman is not enough. This guy is cosplaying a superhero himself at this point. And this is prime iQOO. I saw this level of carnage in the last year's LAN. This guy desperately wants to get back on that stage. Yogi being the dedicated sniper, using the typical loadout, except instead of a Maro, he's using a Susie.
Yes.
I guess you can swap out the Maro because you don't really need it. I mean, if you're gonna use your snipers up close and personal, then you don't really need the Maro, right? So might as well just take the Susie and farm with it. Same with iQOO. He uses the Susie instead of your good old defensive abilities. even though he's supposed to be the defensive character, I mean, he's using a Nero. Most of the times when you need a support, you basically need a Chrono, but that's being used by Nancy.
You know what the best part is here, Crips? Joseph being equipped by each and every player. They don't want any disruptions. They just want the momentum to keep flowing in their tracks. Yogi, I do not know why he chose Joseph over bringing in either Raphael or bringing in Maro, because both of them are gonna give him some good amount of damages being dished on the opponent. But dude just trusts on his drag shot so much that he knows to take the perfect shot on the head. The temple is the place where he cracks the skull and gets that instant knock. Look at the damage, surpassing any and every person in his team with 3179. This is insane, and I'm just a huge fan of his overall performance, not gonna lie about that.
Yeah, I mean, everybody is performing so well overall. It's been a while since I've seen any team have so many players who are above the 2000 damage mark. And yes, technically Nancy is at 1967, but come on, that's close enough to 2000. Up until now, all the teams we've seen today, you have some players at like 1500 something damage, some players at 2000, and then there's some players in triple digits. This is Godlike firing on all cylinders.
And there are some places where someone else is doing the heavy lifting, for example Aerobotz, and then you take the elimination. So that has happened more frequently to Aerobotz, and now that they have reached towards the final circle, that was a different story altogether. But once Godlike knew that this is the prime spot, they just stuck by the guns, rotating from the southern to the western to the northern and all the way towards the northeastern. My god, the shift of paradigm was beautiful, and hence this led to a lot of good decisions and a lot of good elimination game for them.
Yeah, Godlike Esports cleaning up shop over here. It was a rather silent game for them in the second and third circle when they didn't really get into a lot of fights. That's when we were noticing iQOO, OGxTSG, teams like Aerobotz really pick up the pace with their eliminations in the second and the third circle. But Godlike stayed kind of silent over there, knowing that once they take that solar power plant under their control, once they get into the Sunside area, they will have their pick of the poison. They will be able to choose their targets. And that's what happened to them, right? You saw how Metaninza tried to get into that solar power plant area. They weren't able to get inside. All the other teams were trying to they were just trying to find a place to hide, but there's not much cover, and Godlike can just shoot anyone that they want. So really good way to channel all their aggression. And up until now, we were praising iQOO, OGxTSG so much for keeping all their players alive up until the very end. Right. Godlike did the same.
Indeed, man. And well, the only nervous point was taking a fight against Metaninza. This is like the fourth time I'm highlighting. Sorry for that, but that was such a spectacular fight, man. Calling in the bolt maker, keeping the entire team like second guessing to what's gonna happen next. It's that basically trend, right? That always keep your opponent second guessing what your next move is. And the tactical market just came in as a clutch moment, and no matter what happened there, the retaliation was super good from Godlike. And this is the Godlike, like you rightly mentioned, Crips, the prime Godlike, who we see a lot of potential in, who we see as the podium contenders. This is one of those teams. So would love to see how well they can carry forward this momentum tomorrow as well. It's going to be super important for them to do this, as most of them will be aiming to reach all the way towards the tippy top, just like iQOO, OGxTSG. They have been doing super good. They got 3 booyahs already, and even though the final game was not that great, they still have good amount of points to keep themselves afloat. It was decent,
yeah. I mean, I was confident that iQOO, OGxTSG will take the number 1 spot after getting that third booyah, but now Godlike got their own booyah. Like, up until now, they were at the top without a single booyah. Now that they've won the game, what's it gonna be? Are they gonna be on the top, or will iQOO, OGxTSG continue to dominate that top spot? Will it even matter? Because at this point, these teams have basically confirmed their ticket to the LAN on the first day itself. Like, if you get like 100 something points on day... If you get 100 something points on day number 1, you are safe. I assume that the cutoff is going to be somewhere around the 200 point mark. the top 6
Okay.
teams.
Mhm.
Okay, that's my assumption. Obviously, I could be wrong. And if you have 100 points on the first day itself, even if you get 50 and 50 on the other 2 days, you are sorted.
Well, that sorted feeling, whether it's going to be good or bad, we'll see that. But looking forward towards the team of the day, how well they have performed, and standing tall is going to be Godlike Esports, taking in the 10,000 rupees as well for today. So, Godlike, congratulations. But wow. I'm surprised, like getting a total of 124 points, all thanks to the final game's performance. This has to be insane, man.
Yeah, and they were leading that top spot for the longest time. They lost the lead in the previous game against iQOO OGxTSG, because I mean, at 3 booyahs, if you're not at the number 1 spot, it would be a shame. But then Godlike Esports make them feel the shame anyway. They steal that top spot back from iQOO OGxTSG. And with just 1 booyah to their name, they dominate the leaderboards with just the elimination points. On the basis of their firepower, they keep everyone under them. Now, I'm pretty sure that iQOO OGxTSG will have taken the 2nd spot against them, right? But we'll take a look at the overall standings and see where, where the teams are, how safe they are. At 124 points on day number 1, I mean, come on, man. I expected the cutoff to be at somewhere around 200. If these guys have reached 124 on day 1, I think these guys will cross 300.
They will. Crossing 300? No. Okay. I feel 250 will be the max, 250 above. 300, if they hit 300 marker, then it's gonna be a record of all-time high. And I would love to see that, man. I would love to see it. Judging by the performance, I mean, your statistics are not at all wrong, but yet again, if you have a good foundation the next day, even the other teams who are there towards the bottom 6 part, they're gonna give their 100%. Hence, taking the competition up a notch. And it's just 1 point. It's 1 point difference from Godlike Esports to iQOO OGxTSG. This is insane.
Yeah, what a
And from there,
close
it's
call.
19 points.
Exactly, right? Like, look at the disparity. 1 point difference between the number 1 and number 2 teams. And then massive 19 point difference between them and Revenant XSpark. And then between them and Aerobotz, another 11 points in between. And then everybody just tumbles down. 75 point for WindGod and EMZ. Both of them tied at 75, by the way. Also,
Yes.
neither of these teams were in the top 6 before like the 4th or maybe the 3rd game. Like
Crips.
halfway through the day, these guys were in danger.
Crips, 45 eliminations, 30 placement points. Both same
Both the
with
teams.
WindGod and EMZ. It's just the booyah. The tying factor finally coming in clutch. And WindGod is on 5th position. But tomorrow, this is going to change. It's going to be day and night. The contrast, it needs to be set afloat. But the middle order, they need to get things in order, man. Else it's going to be a huge downfall.
And there's another tie happening between GG Instinct and Metaninza, both of them at 64 points. And the reason why GG Instinct are ahead in this case is because of the eliminations. But then again, they're only like some 4 eliminations ahead of Metaninza. I think this can also be recovered pretty easily. If you keep getting 64 points on every single day, you will end up getting 180 points by the end of the 3rd game, which is like an average of 10 points per game. I think it's a little too unsafe. Yeah, so that's why I said the cutoff should be like 200 just to keep yourself safe.
Yeah.
But now, as we head towards the bottom of the overall standings, I am questioning my own sanity. How is K9 at 40? I mean, I
do
expected them
not
to
know
be in the
what
top
happened.
3. How are they below WindGod and EMZ Esports? These guys were beating so many teams in the previous week. K9 were an actual predator. They were a threat. And WindGod and EMZ could barely keep their wits about them in the last game. How have the tables turned so hard?
I have no clue what's going on, but they need to start addressing towards those problems as well. I could see some individual brilliance coming in from Team Tamilas, but K9 Esports, every single moment that they got, the elimination factor looks pretty decent. It's not bad. But the only place that I feel is highly concerning is the placement points. They're sitting at smack 1 digit number, 1 digit, and the others still they have 2 digits. Right above them is Team Tamilas. So K9, well, I do not know what's happening towards his survival tactics, but as long as you are a pack, as long as you're hunting like wolves, then you're bound to get good amount of digits when it comes to placements. But if you're gonna skedaddle, you're gonna run away, take individual fights, then it's always problem paradise for you. So might as well start thinking what went wrong today, because I could see Dafiq entering towards a late part of the circle, and that's the only place where they got the position advantage. Oh my god, that 7 points were awarded by him.
Yeah, and it wasn't even much of an advantage to begin with. It's like them salvaging the best out of a worse situation. So yeah, I didn't expect K9 to be the team that's begging for scraps. I didn't expect them to be at the bottom of the scoreboard, right? I knew that they're allowed to have some bad games. I mean, even Metaninza were doing
every team is allowed
below average, right? We expect Metaninza also to be better, but I didn't expect them to be this bad. They're at like 40 points. That is less than an average of 10 points per game. Yeah, that is concerning. But that's a concern for them on the later ends of the day. Now, let's talk to the top.
Oh my god, we have team Godlike. How are you guys? How are you feeling? Sabse pehle, first of all, congratulations. Guys, you've secured so many points. It does seem like you've done more than 50% of your job already.
Yeah, bro. But still, there is 2 more days, nah. We'll top that though.
I would like to ask Marco, how you are feeling right now? You know, you used to knock out your opponents with the sniper laid back from the very much behind, and right now you're becoming the primary rusher. How much you are enjoying into your new role?
I enjoy both the roles, but playing rusher is good. Like, we can go play our game.
And iQOO, so, you got too many eliminations today, bro. What you eat in the breakfast in the morning, bro?
I didn't eat still, bro.
Oh, that's honesty.
This is my breakfast, bro.
Echo eats other teams for the breakfast and lunch and dinner. They have dominated the lobby. They were eating all the players in the lobby. But guys, see, you guys secured so many points today. But recently, there was a little bit of banter from the side of Team Reckoning. Do you have anything to say to them now? Reckoning was trying to poke you guys. They said that you guys are free kills.
Let's see.
Come again, please.
Hope they come into finals.
But come on, something, bro. All right, very well.
No, so yeah.
Makes sense.
Talking about the banters, I would like to ask once again, iQOO, is there any other team which you feel that still they are the threat to you in this one particular lobby in the week 3? Anyone?
TSG, bro. Now they were
that's
second,
honesty, bro.
Yes. 3 boyas, bro. Yeah. We didn't
3 boyas, and they were just 1 point behind you guys.
Yeah, that's right.
Only 1 point behind you guys. Okay. And how will you take your threat down in the upcoming days? Got you, bro.
Yeah. Let's see, bro. I don't know what to say. Yeah, bro. Still 2 more days. We will do our best. Yeah.
Is there any particular message which you would like to send to your opponents?
Opponents, what to say? We are gonna go to finals. Let's see who the other are.
We are fixed, bro.
Yeah.
We will get qualified. And
So one position is fixed, bro. Let's hope who the other 5 are. Let's see who they are.
Perfect. Perfectly said, brother. So I just want to ask you guys, since you guys have already made it clear that you guys are getting to the finals, do you think you will be going for eliminating a couple of teams day after tomorrow? Because you need to eliminate a little bit of competition for the finals. Do you think there's going to be a couple of teams?
We are gonna play our natural game, bro. If they need us, it's there.
Intentionally, we won't, bro.
Okay, makes sense. We have Nancy sitting at the back. He's only smiling.
Yeah, bro.
Nancy, what's up?
Bro, today Nancy's birthday, bro.
Oh, today's Nancy's birthday.
Come inside.
Yeah.
Wish
Happy
you many,
birthday,
many happy
Nancy.
returns of the day.
Thank you so
Thank you, Bolo.
Okay, what is...
I believe Nobita was saying something from the back, but that's all right. Nobita has always been the translator and the spokesperson for you all. But see, there's one good question that I have for you guys. If we talk about the earlier stages, if you talk about the earlier days, last week, day 1, you secured 62 points. Day 2, it was 91. Day 3, it was 79. 6 games, that those 3 days, you did not even cross the 100 mark. Today, you have secured 124. So, what is the difference between the mindset for those earlier days and today? How come you guys secured so many points?
Last few weeks we were inconsistent, but today we were consistent. So
We didn't die in starting. That's why we are making.
it made a lot of changes now. Being consistent and being inconsistent.
Well, I would like to ask question to the birthday boy. He's acting very shy, but I know he's not.
Birthday
Not
boy.
at all. Okay, yeah. So my question to birthday boy is that in your birthday, what is so special? What is the most special thing? To do the tabletop
Nancy bro,
or the
இன்னைக்கு special birthday.
Yeah. Huh. What is
Table.
more special for you?
Bro, ask.
Is it
Bro,
the
do you know one
tabletop?
thing? He didn't
Yeah.
even say today is birthday, bro. After tabletop only, he's saying today is my birthday.
Bro,
He
he
kept it
doesn't
as
want to
surprise
give you
for
the
you
party
also.
actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he kept it as a surprise,
ask-
bro, even for us.
Why? Why though? Ask Nancy
Don't
to
know,
give
bro.
this answer in Hindi. Why did he not tell everyone about his birthday?
Why, bro?
Ask
you
him to
didn't
give
say?
the answer in Hindi.
In Hindi, yeah.
May Beguna now.
No. He's got to. Bro, he does. I know. He does a little bit of Hindi and he
you
speaks
can do
Hindi
it,
so
bro.
fluently,
Come
bro.
on, Nancy bro, speak something. Yeah.
No. We can't do that here.
no.
Nancy. Anyways, guys, बहुत अच्छा. You guys have been stupendous for the entire day. And see, there's one request that I'd like to have you guys. I like you guys to request all the audience to buy the tickets because the tickets are already live. So could you please give your fans the message to come to Ahmedabad and in person support you for the LAN?
Yeah, bro. So let's go.
Bro, shall I say in Tamil to Tamil audience?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, please.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. Guys, எல்லாரும் வந்துருங்க. LAN வந்து அகமதாபாத்ல எங்களுக்கு சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுங்க. நான்சி ப்ளே பண்றான், மார்கோ ப்ளே பண்றான், யோகி ப்ளே பண்றாங்க, நோபிட்டா எல்லாம் வருவாங்க. நீங்க சப்போர்ட் பண்ண கன்ஃபார்ம் வாங்க. டிக்கெட் போடுங்க இப்பவே மறக்காம. அப்பதான் கம்மி ரேட்ல கிடைக்கும். Come fast.
If you want to meet Yogi, you all can come to LAN.
Yeah.
There's one thing I need to ask you guys. How much weight has Yogi lost? Because he has been hitting the gym for the past few months. How much weight he has lost?
Yeah, bro.
Bro, from 101 to now 89, bro. 11.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Bro,
I'll
while
take the
coming
inspiration
to
from
LAN,
him.
He will be in 85, bro. He promised.
Oh,
Well,
my
just
God.
send him the
transform,
message.
bro.
Yeah, just send him the message. Rocky Mamu is still the smart, eligible bachelor. It's okay if he's in the competition, but I still one step ahead of it. And the last question, which I would like to ask you guys, that is there any special message for the haters or the fans which you would like to give?
Haters, we just don't care about that.
Only
And
positivity,
about your
bro.
fans?
About
Any message for your
fans,
fans?
yeah, bro. We thank them very much. Like we haven't performing well for the past few months, but they were still supporting us. So we are really
Thankful
for
yeah. Today we performed good and they don't make
today
fun.
it was a good day for us.
Bro.
So we will continue that. We will continue the same form, same consistency.
Bro, one last request. Do you mind giving a message in Hindi to your fans? Small message, anything in Hindi. I know you guys know
Hindi
Hindi. a
message,
bit.
bro.
Hindi
Come
message.
here.
No, not him, not Nobita, bro. Not Nobita. You guys,
Okay,
you guys.
see.
Either Marco or Eko. In Hindi, yeah.
In Hindi.
Bro,
That's all.
one message to fans. Please
Tell
say.
Nancy also. Tell Nancy also the
you
same
can also
question.
tell.
He have too many female fans watching him. Chatting Nancy all
bro.
the way.
शुक्रिया हमें सपोर्ट करने के लिए
Lovely.
Thank you guys.
Wonderful, guys. All the very best for tomorrow. You guys were stupendous today. I hope you do well tomorrow as well. So, guys, thank you so much for joining. Guys, this was Team Godlike, the toppers for the day, team of the day, and these lads have won the 10,000.
They have won the 10,000 rupees and they will also win something else from my side. I am literally swigging an order to the Godlike bootcamp right now. I'm gonna send him a birthday cake. So yeah, I mean,
That's amazing. That's
I don't
amazing.
know why they did not reveal this earlier on, and yeah, I guess Nancy was a little shy about his birthday. I wanted to know how old he is, but I guess I'll just Google that later. I have the information available on the internet for now. But the coolest part is he did not tell his teammates that it was his birthday up until the last moment, up until the games were done. He's like, we're gonna focus on the game first and then we will celebrate. And now the best part is they have two big reasons to celebrate. They had a lovely performance and they have a birthday.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a nice little party in the Godlike bootcamp right now. I'm pretty sure that they would have ordered cakes for themselves right now. So I'm wondering if I'm sending in cake for some like useless reasons. Either way, I hope they enjoy it. I hope they eat it. But I have one more question over there. I wish I could have asked that question to them personally. I should have probably done that. And that is, how on earth did his teammates not know it was his birthday? Huh? I would be so mad if my teammates didn't know it was my birthday. Do you know, Azura, do you know when my birthday is?
No, I don't know when your birthday is. But trust me, this question right here that you have asked is gonna create a lot of conflicts. And trust me, if tomorrow if tomorrow Godlike doesn't perform, you know the because, okay?
Yeah, it's because they were up partying all night. So yeah.
Oh yeah, sure.
Luckily they have enough points. Even if they don't perform tomorrow, they have day number 3, so they're not in any trouble. But ladies and gentlemen, you will be in trouble if you don't get your tickets early enough. I'm pretty sure that these tickets are gonna get sold out very quickly. So go ahead, scan that QR code and get your tickets now.
Okay. Book it. It's going to be amazing to go ahead and see all of these teams dish it out one last time in the LAN. And we all know the kind of ambience it sets. It's a different vibe altogether. And every single one of them who's trying to qualify, why are they qualifying? To be the top 6 in this week number 3, so that they themselves can showcase that whatever happened in the past, it's all done and dusted for. Now, it's about the LAN, it's about the confrontation, it's about how well you can go ahead and get those points and be called the champions of this FFMIC 2026 spring. So, big statements.
Big statements, big stakes, and a lot of action coming your way tomorrow as well, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure that you tune into this stream at 3:30 p.m. tomorrow, and we will see you soon.
we making moves.
I got it booming. Stats going up, we all going dumb, not stupid. Trying to keep up with me, I told them all that it's foolish. I heard this song and I turn it right down, it's muted. I had to do it myself, damn, now it's all booming. Said it's impossible, I had to go out and do it. It's getting hot, yeah, now it's humid. Feeling like Floyd, I'm 50 and no, can't dispute it. I had to do it myself, damn, now it's all booming. Told them get out of the kitchen, I'm chefing it now. They try to start with me, dog, while I'm ending it now. They used to laugh at me, dog, who is laughing right now? I got M's in the bank, I got M's in these streams, so they texting my phone and they begging me now. I don't got time for it now. Feeling like Steph when I ball. They try to get to me now. I cannot let them at all. I ain't wearing nothing on the wrist. That's just how I started, I can switch. I just told myself that's how it is. I just pulled a clutch and I can miss. Trying to tell me everything I know. If they get a shot, they bout to choke. I was looking at them from the back. Now I'm looking back and they ain't close. I got it booming. Stats going up, we all going dumb, not stupid. Trying to keep up with me, I told them all that it's foolish. I heard this song and I turn it right down, it's muted. I had to do it myself, damn, now it's all booming. Said it's impossible, I had to go out and do it. It's getting hot, yeah, now it's humid. Feeling like Floyd, I'm 50 and no, can't dispute it. I had to do it myself, damn. I got it booming. Stats going up, we all going dumb, not stupid. Trying to keep up with me, I told them all that it's foolish. I heard this song and I turn it right down, it's muted. I had to do it myself, damn, now it's all booming.
You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, But the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this why this sign of flow, hey. Gotta keep my fur coat close, cause I'm a boss and I'm way too close. I don't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them that my pockets too swollen, they already know I'm a flex with a bag like this. Like, I'm at the top and that's literal. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in, it's pivotal. They wanna be me and it's pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me. There's no angle they can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees. Wait, you can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my Yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest. Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it. My flow got a code, sick as the illest. I know that I'm great and they about to witness me going in. I went way up, about to go again. You see me on the telly, then you tell a friend. Cause you know I'm about to rain, it'll never end. Cause I got big dreams, big goals, never settle, gotta keep them going now. You say you got it, and I'm Red Bull, I got the wings and I ain't coming down. No. Ooh. I keep it straight, every line is so intentional. This is your moment to let it go. You know that I'm into them way too cold. Too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100. Don't the same ones say they love you, they funny. You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it. Way too cold. Yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold. Yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold. Yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yes, I meant it. Yeah, man, I'm way too cold.